But then at the same time, we're saying what's bad, this is bad, the government bad, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. But you never took the time.
Well. Let me tell you something about Big Dog Philly. Big Dog Philly, he used to be in the service, in the military, and I think he
I
said
was too.
he retired. I feel you, and he retired, and he started off Christian, and he practiced Islam, and he
Hmm.
ended there with Islam. I forgot what he told me. What made him? He found out about how the government's tied in our religion, and it's all
Right,
set up,
right.
and that's what made him. You know what I'm saying? Stop fucking with
Right. But that's what the problem was when I'm gonna use the Jesus word, even though I don't believe that was his name either, right?
I don't believe it either. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I can say what I
So
Yahya.
let
Look,
me,
his name was Yahya
yeah,
in my understanding,
and
right?
let me add on to that because the simple fact I believe that because the Europeans they came up with this English word, they came up with the letter J and all this other stuff. So I already know that wasn't his original name because they rewritten they rewritten in Greek. It was I guess it was the scriptures, the she scrolls was written in Aramaic or Hebrew and broken down, watered down in
Right.
Greek.
But check this out. Check this out. So it's actually like most people don't understand. He was called a Messiah, right?
Right.
So Messiah just means a messenger, a teacher, right?
Mhm.
So it's not a definite thing for it to be of they call Jesus the Son of Man. He was no different than us. He just came to fight. It's like this: the way people go against the so-called name of Jesus, whatever, they really mistake because he was fighting against the same thing that Big Dog fighting against.
Mhm.
He went into the synagogue, beat the people and stuff because they kicked them out the church or whatever because they was doing disruptive. That's how I know people just don't read in general. You know what I'm saying? Versus getting a real foundation on the storyline. You know what I'm saying? And not trying to make when you read the book, everybody's story won't the same in the book. Understand? That's why it has titles on it.
Right.
But when you read it, you try to put it all together, not realizing that it's just storylines on ways of living for yourself that'll give you foundation to grow. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
It's just a compilation of books, and it is more than 66. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But yes, did the government take it over, use it against you, use it for profit or whatever? They
Yes.
did. It actually tells you that in the story from reading the book. That's what they was going through, as far as taxes, this and that, whatever, whatever. You understand what I'm saying?
And they want to say the church don't pay taxes. They do pay taxes because they got to pay their water bill, they got to pay their light bill, they got to pay the gas bill, they got to pay insurance and all this extra stuff. They pay bills just like I mean, long as they pay their bill, they pay taxes, right?
No, they don't pay no taxes. Churches is tax exempt in Illinois and in Missouri.
It's
I can't
still a
speak for
form.
Texas.
It's still a form of a tax. So you remember this statement.
No, because I pay taxes. I pay regular taxes, and I have to pay all them same
Okay,
bills. So
I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you, and this might help if you
They pay
still
taxes,
tied.
man. They pay
Right, right.
taxes.
Yes, yes, and that's what I'm about to tell y'all too. If most people don't know,
y'all know
they
I'm an
feel
accountant, right? They do
no
not
doubt,
pay
no doubt.
federal taxes.
You like Matthew, you like Matthew in the Bible. So I got you right. So check it out. So basically, it said render under Caesar in the book of men. It said render under Caesar what is Caesar and render under God what is God. You know what I'm saying? So basically, it is a form of taxes.
Mm.
The the
Go ahead, we listen.
okay. Let me, cause there's a lot, man. So it's like so like when it come to it's called tithing, right?
Mm.
I can
Hmm.
break that down. So tithing was never about money; it was about food. When you really
Yep.
read it, it has nothing to do with money. It's a every 7 year thing, whatever, whatever. But we actually use it, or people that call themselves Christians, they utilize it as a form of it's a form of tax.
Mm.
But it's not supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be about food and just giving to. like having a grand cookout or whatever. You know what I'm saying? For your people or whatever.
Mm.
Giving 10% of your harvest. But
Right. It
of
has
course,
nothing to
they
do
have
with money.
changed the meaning. It
So
has nothing to do with money. You are
right. So in the
absolutely right about that. I don't
in the
pay no
literal
tithes.
so in the literal scripture, it tells you it says take 10% of your harvest and go to this certain location that was every 7 years and just break bread with the Levites and the poor and whatever. But if you can't carry it all, it says cash it in, take the money, go out there and then rebuy whatever and still break bread.
Mm.
That's what it means. You know what I mean?
Okay. Right.
But what hasn't been done in churches? It became a form of taxation. You know what I'm saying?
On the
Mm.
people that's already overly taxed. See,
Right,
here's my
right.
dilemma. I just relocated to Missouri, right? In the St. Louis area.
Can I
So
just say one more
go
point?
ahead.
When you are doing those type of donations or whatever, you actually get a better tax break than the people that pay taxes that come out their check. Because you know you can get your money back, right? When you give to a church. Did you not know
I'm a
that?
CPA, yeah.
Okay,
Tithes can be
okay.
filed on your taxes, most
And
definitely.
you know most people don't know that do participate in church. You know they don't know that.
Do you know that more than 60% of the churches are not even sending out statements to their
So you know what I'm
members?
talking about. So you know what I'm talking about, right?
That's why they don't
All
know
these
because they're not
donations
getting
and
those
stuff
tax
that people
forms
be
from the
giving to the
church.
all these, yep, and that's the number one place most people
Yep,
that consider that use the title Christian or
yep,
whatever.
Mm.
They
yep.
don't
And then
even
they don't
know.
even send out a
Major-
statement, which they are supposed to. And now the Fed is starting to try to crack down on it because exactly what you said. So many people don't know they're paying out all this money and not getting no credit for it.
Right.
Not a dime of credit, because the churches are supposed to send it out by the end of January, just like an employer, just like a vendor supposed to send out to their contractors. They supposed to send out a form as well. They don't do it.
Mm.
At least 60% of them, and I think that was the last count was in like 2019.
You say the church supposed to send out a form,
They supposed to send out a statement,
a statement of, I mean,
a
yeah,
tithing statement for what you paid in for the year,
oh,
what you paid in your tithes, because that's 100% write off
mm, hmm,
at 100%.
Did you hear? 100%. Did you hear what I said?
Also, any type of, if you purchase Bibles, if you purchase any type of religious books, from the church,
right,
you can write that stuff off.
wow. But people don't go to church like that no more.
Yeah, oh, it's a lot of people that do.
I mean,
Let me
well,
just tell you this, and this is what I was going to say. I am very perplexed, okay? As coming here, I see a church on damn near every corner in all of the areas that's most impoverished.
mm,
That's
mm,
alarming to me. Because when
man,
I go to the rich white areas, you know what I'm saying? Or even the rich mixed areas, I don't see this many damn churches. Y'all are preying on the people, PREY,
you know what? I can't believe
not
I said that.
PRAY.
Let me take that back. I just said the dumbest thing in the world. People ain't going to church like that no more. When the church is making millions and trillions of
Exactly.
damn
And they
dollars.
ain't even
My
helping
bad.
their own communities.
Yes.
They're not
And
helping their own communities. And
Their
that's my
gameplay
problem.
is to like have little book, it's this or what book bag, whatever. But you're deserving of more than that. You know what I'm
mm,
saying?
Exactly.
Because you ain't
And
even found,
see,
and she just told you you get
mm,
100% of the money back and
plus
don't
any
even know.
Bibles or books that you done bought, you can write that stuff off too at 100%. So like, how they be having like these little selling the books, or might have an author or somebody come, you can write that stuff off on your taxes. And believe it or not, people spend a lot of money on that type of stuff.
your boy, Munger, he says you will never see a mega church residing within a mega community. I
What
don't
he
know
said.
how black people. Oh, he said you will never see a mega church residing within a mega community. I don't know how black people are still trusting churches to begin with. It's a slavish. It hurts to see. Mm.
What he said.
Yeah, it's
That's
on the
exactly
panel.
what I noticed when I came down here. It's like,
Mhm.
okay, these churches can't be doing right by these communities. If it is so, why is it one on every corner and the murder rate is so damn high?
Salute Pretty Eyes, salute Sun Kiss. Yeah, I feel you.
Like,
So so
it's some stuff we gotta take into consideration, but
I
people still follow behind it.
Mhm.
my my youngest son mother, she's a pastor
Hmm.
at a church.
She's a pastor.
Yeah, and I done seen things in the background or whatever, and
Mhm.
I know certain things for sure. It's all business.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Everybody over there at the top out at Shano page, whoever's over there watching from Shano, from Shano YouTube page, hit the link and that's the chat we in. Come join us. Hit the link.
But
Go ahead, y'all.
but if she can
So,
share more on that, how you can get like, cause a lot of y'all, the church owe y'all money. Like
hmm,
that's a fact.
let me
Yeah.
tell you, and you can claim it back 7 years. You can go back
Mm.
7 years. 7 years, you can go back and claim money that you have gave to the church.
Why is the pastor richer than everybody in the church?
Woo! Go on, say it. Wait a minute. I know people who have been giving money. Now I'm gonna tell you, there is one church
Mm-hmm.
that I still give to. Now I do not tithe, but I do support different things that they do in the community.
Right.
Okay. For example, they have a transitional living with an apartment building that the church bought and paid for with church donation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And people inside the church donated their time. So, like if you was a contractor and you could put up drywall, or people who could do flooring, they
Right.
gave their time and the church purchased the materials.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I still support that because that provides housing for families
Right.
who are in transition, who can, if they go to a shelter, they're going to be separated, because oftentimes shelters will not allow a man and a woman, even if they're married and they have kids, to be together.
Mm-hmm. But let me
You know
tell
what
you
I'm
something.
saying?
I hear
I
you.
give money to that every month,
But let me tell you
but I
about
ain't
something.
paying no tithes.
I feel you. But let me tell you something about me. I came from where I grew up Baptist, just like you.
Hmm.
I'm a believer, but I'm kind of edgy on that because I don't lose my focus, because I see, because I look at these kids out here like the foster kids that
Hmm.
don't have no home. Now I did on my other channel about this. Matter of fact, let me play it for y'all. How about I just play it?
Give us the
Um,
backup on it
it
before you
was it was
set up play.
a young lady,
Hmm.
believe out of Florida, and she was a foster kid. And
Okay.
what they were here, it is right here. She was a foster kid.
Is this the one where they told her to go prostitute?
Yes,
I seen it was on the news up here. It was on
yes,
the news in Chicago.
yes. Now, while the
Hmm.
churches are not sheltering
Hmm.
the kids,
I was on your
they
live that day.
yes, they are putting these kids in motels
Chris. Yeah.
and leaving them by themselves. Now, these kids are like 13, 14, and 15.
And the state
Leaving them,
getting all this federal money for them.
yes. And they putting these kids in motels by themselves, unchaperoned, unwatched. They're not being watched. These are children. They got to get up and get themselves to school. They
But
stand
then
by
we'll
the
take them from the parents, because that girl kept getting in trouble and they was coming down on the mom. So this is a program that they suggested
right.
because the mom couldn't control her. And then this what y'all send her to? Some of them kids that's in foster care will be better off at home.
Let's play a little bit. Well, I believe the copyright disclaimer. I'll play it with when I pull up copyright disclaimer. But
You know what I'm saying? Like some of these, I wonder about that myself. There's a prize pastor here. Well, he was a prize pastor. They was holding him on a pedestal. Matter of fact, I
mm,
believe he was a bishop of Baptist one at
mm,
Olivet Baptist Church.
mm,
Um, then came out that he was at a church in Illinois.
mm,
Okay, and the church had this program for at-risk youth, you know. So this might be a young single mom, you know, like a teenage mom or, you know, whatever. They had a
Right.
program at the church. Him and his wife is having sexual relations with the underage kids.
Oh, you got to expose this pastor. What's his name? I want to know. Say it.
I'm gonna send you the YouTube thing. Oh, he's already been exposed. I'm gonna
What?
pull it up and send it to you because the girl posted the video that she had recorded of him,
Uh-huh.
the audio, posted it on Facebook. I'm gonna send it to you.
What's his name?
I don't even know what church it is because it's a local church. It's Olivet Baptist, Missionary Baptist
Mm.
in Florissant, Missouri.
Wow.
I'm gonna send it to you
So
though.
y'all,
So
so y'all do know this is
people
not.
in the church. Hold on, go
Oh,
ahead.
my bad. Go ahead, Big O.
So this is like a practice. It's the practice of Moloch. Molech. You familiar with that, sis?
Mm-hmm.
With
Yeah, go
children
ahead.
and this and that.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
So this ain't nothing new on what the
Mm-hmm.
stuff been happening on using children or sacrificing children or whatever. This been going on forever, bro. And it's
And,
all I
and
can say is, man, people need to read and study, man. That's it,
and
man.
this is what the Catholic Church has known to be do, using children.
Yes, women, and not just children, women too, women
Oh
and
yeah.
children. So with booty, like when a colonization, right? So when another place come and colonize another place through war or whatever, the booty, the riches, is not the wealth or whatever of the land. That surely that's a benefit, but it's more so capturing the children and women of the area. You understand what I'm saying?
That's
Hints on how
slavery.
we live. Hints on how we live today. You know what I'm saying? Through division of the head, the man being divided from his family. If you get what I'm saying, and I'm you though.
Mm.
See? And that's the thing is that if you tap into the spirituality side of things, if you're not looking at no type of religion, but just tap into do the shadow work and really tap into self,
Mhm.
Yeah,
you'll start to learn certain things.
and these titles will
And
go away, and these certain titles have
it
to
doesn't
go
mean
away.
anything anymore
Yeah, they have to
because
go away.
when okay, and I compare it to this right here. You know, if we're gonna go back to what the Bible saying, that God is omnipresent, correct? He's everywhere.
Right.
So if he's everywhere that I am, then I must be God because he's everywhere that I am. So
Say that again. Say it again. It's called a higher, a sure, a higher. That means I am that I am in
that's
Hebrew.
it.
hmm So yeah.
I am God.
hmm
So when we sit here and we abuse ourselves, you know, we allow others to belittle us. We take what other people have to say about whatever religion. I don't care about no religion because at the end of the day, I have real life ancestors.
Mhm.
Okay, real life people that I have come into community. You know, I've had actual access to them. I have touched them. They have impacted my life. Now, okay, every one of your ancestors you don't want to be reaching out to. You know, there's some people that you know, okay, they didn't really care for you. They didn't necessarily have good, you know, good spirit about them or whatever.
Right.
But you have your own ancestors. And my biggest thing is that I know lots of us, you know, we believe different things. Okay. Some of us, our ancestors did come from Africa. Some of our ancestors is indigenous to this land.
Hey sis,
Okay. For some of us,
hey sis.
some of us are indigenous to Israel. If you really want to keep it real, a lot of us are real Israelites.
Hmm.
We think that as us being melanated people, that we all fit into this category because the US government refers to us as black
No, we're
because black
global.
is
We're
bad.
global. Nah, we bigger than that.
And so, but this is the box that they put us in. And so often I hear stupid people say, well, my grandma was Cherokee, but I'm black. No, bitch, you is. Oh, excuse my language, but bitch, you is what your family is. You are what your people are. All
Yeah.
of us, you know what I'm saying? So stop allowing yourself to be put into this box. First of all, they ain't going to label us indigenous because they don't want us to come for what's ours.
Mhm.
That ain't going to happen. The whole thing why everybody is up in the outrage about Kyrie and all this other type of stuff is because, first of all, he's tapping in. He don't give a fuck about that damn money. He done tapped in. And once you get tapped in, baby, it's gone. Once you get tapped in, you can't go back to believing
I
what you
got,
used to believe.
I got to, can I, it's all
Go
about what
ahead.
you study too, because everything that he say ain't 100. I'm going to be totally
No.
honest with y'all. For somebody to study, is not 100. So what I was going to bring to y'all is that it's like being geeky. Like I know some people that they talk about Geechee, whatever, but they come from
Mm-hmm.
Nigeria over there. We've been a
Mm-hmm.
global people. So
Yep.
this is really what I want to get to. It's the same thing as Solomon, but it's a new word for it. They got people with it on their bumper sticker or whatever. It's called Crilogist or something, right? But it's in the number 7. This represents
Okay.
all the different types of of uh of uh of studies, beliefs, or whatever. And it's the same thing. Those 7 things, and that word is in number 7. It represents the number 7, right?
That makes us whole.
It is nothing but a level of learning, right? And until you, and the truth be told, I'm just gonna say it, man. Truth be told,
Thanks,
until
JB.
you study all of these religions, you will never have an understanding. If you just settling for just the one, you're missing a lot because all of them have truth in them, right?
Mhm.
And it represents the 7 seals in the Bible, just like the 7 Solomon, the candle, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
But if we go back to African spirituality, we don't have to study all 7 religions because every
No,
single religion came from African spirituality.
no, it did not. It did
They
not.
took our stories and put them in their
So
books.
me and you can battle right now on a little bit, and we can have fun with it. But if you think
Let's
Africa is the mother,
go.
if you think Africa is the
No,
motherland,
I said African
Mhm.
spirituality.
you are
What I'm
surely
saying is
mistaken.
that if you go
No.
back, if you
So
go
we supposed
back,
to eat people. We supposed to eat meat. We supposed to eat certain things. We supposed to do this.
Africans, first of all, maybe you might be miseducated because all Africans was not eating meat.
Okay, so
You
check this.
go over there now. Okay, so
Go
even
ahead,
if you
check
go
it
over
out.
there now, you still have plenty of places where they don't eat meat at all. They live off the land and not
Right,
the animals.
right. But check out what I'm about to say. The same people, far as using a title again, right?
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm saying about titles. The African thing, those are the same people that sold it. When you read the story, if you read the book, you just think about the book while we talking, right? And I'm saying what I'm saying.
But that,
These were the same. Hold on, these were the same people when they left Egypt, came into the land. That
Mhm.
said, pointed you out and said, "Yo, that's them. Get rid of them." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. I know you talking
So,
about.
what I'm saying is
But
that,
see, you're
hold
taking
on,
it that the Bible is fact, and I don't.
let me say it this way. Even if it's somebody, even because Indians look just as dark as us.
Right.
Yes,
Brazil.
Indians
So
and
don't get caught
Asians.
up on and the word African ain't even the name
I
of
didn't say
really.
what I said was African spirituality.
No,
We are
you made
melanated
it seem like
people.
that was 100 official. I'm telling you, it's not. They practice voodoo. This is the other thing too. Most people don't know. The whole stuff is about voodoo and spirituality. When you talk about spirituality, you talk about science and voodoo. You talk about alchemy. You know what I'm saying? And don't just
So
because a person's your color think or whatever that's official to you. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't think anything is based on a color. When I say
No,
spirituality,
no, no,
because
no,
I
no.
don't practice a religion, but see, I have to correct you because you keep going back to the Bible as though that is a fact. The
No, I'm
Bible
not.
is not
I'm
a
not.
fact.
I already. No.
Well, you said if
It's
we're referring to the
okay.
book, that's
So
not a fact.
slow down, and just listen to what I'm saying. This is a compiled book of people's lives.
Of people that you never met and don't know.
Right. Even like
That
today's
white
son.
people gave
Man,
you.
no. You're not. You can't just float. Just let me finish my sentence, right? It's a
Go ahead.
compilations of books
Mm-hmm.
compiled together on certain standards, and which are all the same. But what we end up running past is the titles and this and that and blah blah blah, and not getting to the meat of what I'm trying to say to you. We're trying to find something to correct our feelings.
No, I'm
And the
my
truth of the
feelings are
matter,
not that. The Bible is not factual.
no.
There's nothing in there that is factual.
Let me
That you can provide
okay.
actual fact.
Let me ask you a question. When you write a diary and you keep it for yourself, when you write in that diary,
Mm-hmm.
is that a fact?
No.
It's not a fact.
Let me tell you this right here. The only way that it can be considered a fact is if you know for a fact the person who wrote it. You do not.
I
You
don't think
don't
you
even
heard
have
me.
a factual piece of evidence to show that the
Hey,
person who
Chopper,
quote
is you
unquote
listening to
wrote
what I'm
it.
saying to her? Because I don't think she hearing what I'm saying.
Yes, what you're
When you
saying
write a
is
diary,
basically if I look at the wall and I write on a piece of paper that the wall is white and I hide it away and somebody finds it, yes, that is a fact. Because nobody
your
can
fact.
say I looked and I
Okay,
didn't see a white wall.
slow down. It's your fact. A diary. A diary is a personal.
Account.
It's called right, not just an account, but a perception. That's what the
Yes.
Bible says. Perception, because your perception might not be another's person, but in your world, it's a fact. Correct?
And yes.
Okay, so in other people's world, they might see it the same way you see it. Some
Okay, but
others
what I'm
might not.
asking you is how can you,
Uh,
as being a researcher, can you corroborate a single person in that Bible who so-called wrote this depiction of their perception?
I, I, Look,
Just answer the
I'm gonna
question,
say,
yes or
listen
no.
again,
Can you
listen,
factually
listen,
prove that any person actually wrote
listen
that who
again
they
to
said
what I'm
wrote it?
saying. It ain't even about proving a point. Listen to what I'm saying to you. The Bible is a compilation of books or diaries put together
Mm-hmm.
for people having experiences
Mm-hmm.
that has a certain moral structure that can be beneficial to anybody if they perceive to see or think or believe in the same way as another person. Now,
Okay.
so then we get to the point of law, of science and law, what law is. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? It's like water is water. Such
Yeah,
is
it's what.
such. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? So the only reason they can make a diary a lie is the point that another person ain't see it the way you seen it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, when it comes to certain things, whether you see it a certain way or whatever, it is what it is, right? Like I am who I am. You know what I'm saying? It
Okay,
is.
so why do we need to hold it at an esteem? We don't know any of these people. We don't even know if any of these people actually existed. I could write
I brought
down
it
a
back
book
to you. See what you just did? I
no,
brought it
I'm
back to
asking you
you
because what you're
and
saying,
your perception. I
a
didn't
Bible
bring
is
it
not
to
a
a.
fact that I'm going to live my life by. And from what I can tell, the Bible has been around all this time, correct? And black people have access to it. It ain't did nothing but fuck us over.
I'm gonna try to say it again. It's a perception. That's just like Big Dog. Anybody that come up here, you're not wrong. Ain't none of y'all wrong. Ain't nobody wrong. Nobody is wrong.
The
It's your
Bible is not
perception.
real. It's
Oh
a
my
real
goodness.
book.
I just
It is a
told
real
you
book. What you said is it is
it's
a real
made
book.
on an
Yes.
individual's perception. And then I told you too that earlier that it was based on some of the things that they qualified as being whatever was off a dream state. When
Well,
you
but I think what Shano is talking about when he said, is the Quran
no, it's not
real or is
about
the
bringing
Bible
Shane.
real?
No.
No, I'm talking about the topic of the conversation is the Bible real or is the Quran real?
So let's just get straight to it then. Is what you think real?
I said neither one of them is.
Did you just hear what I just asked? It's like you can't hear none of the questions.
Spirituality is real, yes.
Do what you believe. Is that
Spirituality
real?
is real. Yes, my grandmother,
No,
my
I ain't
ancestors
asked you
are
about no
real.
spiritual. I asked you.
You just asked me what you don't even know what I believe. So what
No,
I
I'm
believe
not
is
fighting
my
against that.
ancestors.
It's like, look, it's like I don't know if you can hear me. Like, hear me.
I can hear you,
What
but
you
you're not. What
believe?
you just asked me is
Oh,
what I believe.
I'm
Is it real?
simplifying it to the leastest of levels.
And I
In
said,
what?
yes, it is real. And the
Listen,
reason I
without
gave you the
pointing a
reason
finger
it's
to
real, hon.
no other. Listen, without whatever, with no name, no other person, in what you believe, is it real?
Yes,
That's what I'm asking you.
yes. Do you want to know why?
Go ahead.
Yes, what I believe is real. Would you like to know why?
Why?
Because what I believe are real people that I have tangibly touched. Real people who have influenced my life. They are tangible. My ancestors, I have actually touched most of them.
Everybody has.
Yes, that's real. I'm not praying to somebody invisible that ain't nobody in living in my time have ever seen.
So,
That's crazy as hell.
so
And going based off, hold on, and then letting a book, a compilation of somebody else's
okay,
diary, who you don't even know who that person is, you don't know a
right,
thing about them,
right.
you know what I'm saying? So you don't even know what their moral standards
I
were.
don't think you can hear me for real. I think Chopper can. I don't think you can hear me. It's like what you saying with believing in that book. It's like believing in your mother and your father. Like the Bible said, honor thy mother and thy father. Do you think everything they told you was correct?
Of course not.
So take your time and slow. We don't have to get. I'm asking you to hear me.
I
And
did
I don't
hear
think you.
you.
Okay. And I'm gonna mute up.
Just because we don't agree, don't mean that I didn't hear you. You asked me, what I believe in, is it real? Yes, it's real. And I told you why. I'm sorry, I'm not going to believe in some fairy tale person or a
And I'm not
compilation
trying
of
to go that far.
diaries.
And what I'm all I'm trying to say to you, sis, is I'm not trying to go that far. It's like Big Dog. I love the way he showed the food, what works for him, changed his life. But even the Bible said it says what works for one person ain't gonna work for you. We ain't
Correct.
create. Yeah. So like, so sometimes in conversation, even when we talk and we speak, we got to be mindful of we actually be contradicting ourselves. You can't hear that.
What was the contradiction?
Government.
No, I
Mm-hmm.
just said, what was
I'm
the
gonna mute out. I'm
contradiction
gonna
to
mute out.
me?
I'm gonna
But
mute out.
let
I'm
me
gonna
say
mute
this.
out.
Let me say this. Let me say this. That's really what I think really caused a diffusion. Besides, make sure you share this live, Mr. X. That's what and this is what we on. I think that's what government really caused the confusion on, these churches, and because they involved in it, and people that's woke, we see the bullshit. And
Yeah.
my thing is, and I hear what you were saying. You saying you believe in spirituality. I believe in spirituality too, but for some reason, I still have some belief of the scriptures as well, because it is some things I do see that point out that I see what's going on in the world that's been going on in scriptures that's been written a long time ago. Who knows? And they also do speak of the future and stuff like that. But go ahead. What's
Mm-hmm.
going on? Let me do what's going on, Mr. X. Salute, Mr. X.
Allah Akbar.
Now, for real, this is a serious topic, man. I
Oh,
really want
I was about to talk about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad real quick, if I could.
you go
I
ahead,
study.
but we gotta be serious on this topic, though. I just want to let you know that.
All right, then I guess I got it. Who's his sister up in the top middle, real quick? Just want to say hello to her. What's up?
Mui, what's up?
How old are you?
Why?
I
I'm
want to
not
sin with you.
looking.
I want to get a little
Huh?
sinning in with you, if you know what I mean.
Oh, no thanks.
How old are you?
Come on now, we try to be
Not
serious, Mr.
interested.
X. We try to be
Ugh.
serious, Mr. X. Come on, Mr. X. Come on.
Yeah,
For
she
real,
only
for
likes
real,
white
for real.
guys. All right, I'm going to get out of here then.
All right, man.
God bless.
God bless, man.
Salaka Salaikum.
Walaikum salam.
He wow.
Mr. X Crazy. That's my boy though. That's my boy though. But yes, but go ahead. Go ahead.
I respect like what Big O is saying. I get it. I just do not, and I feel like it's bad for
Emotions are
our
not
people.
facts. Emotions are not facts.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that I respect what you're saying. The only thing that I'm saying is that for me, and I know that our people need to get back to a place where, here's the thing, you Big O, you ain't just gonna take advice from anybody, right? Unless you really know that person, because you don't know how they move. You
Nah,
know what I'm saying? You're not just gonna eat off their table.
I'm gonna take
So,
everything from everybody. I'm gonna study to show myself approved. I'm gonna take from everybody. I'm gonna take
well,
from everybody. So maybe we different on that note.
well,
I'm gonna
no,
take from everybody.
when I say like if somebody's giving you advice on how to live your life, okay, you're gonna look at the decisions that they make for their life. I feel like that's any intelligent person.
First,
You're gonna say, if this
first
person
understand.
don't make good
First,
decisions for their life,
first
I'm not gonna
understanding
listen
it.
to them.
First understanding is everybody has free will and choice, and what works for them might not work for me, right? So I'm not gonna judge, say it's better or less. I'm
Okay,
just
well,
gonna.
Shana, let me talk to you, because I think most people, they're gonna, at least if somebody is giving them some advice, you might be having a regular conversation. It could be about life, your kids, anything.
Right.
You're gonna look at how that person makes decisions in their life before you take advice from them. That's the
Right.
intelligent thing to do.
That's the very intelligent thing to do.
Okay, so my issue is that I understand what you're saying. Okay, this is a compilation of diaries, which is somebody else's perception. I understand that. Okay, what I'm saying though is you don't know the background of the people who wrote these. You don't really know anything about them that is tangible. So with spirituality and reaching back to your ancestors and going to your ancestors for wisdom does make sense, because you knew them.
This
These are
this
people who you actually knew.
this what I'm
So
saying to you,
you
sis.
know what
Hey,
type of
sis,
advice you should take from them.
this what I know for a fact. It's certain books in this compiled book of diaries
Hmm.
that everybody pulls. Each individual got a favorite book in the joint. Whether
Correct.
they believe in it or not, they got a favorite book where they can relate to and they can't
Hmm.
relate to based on their own personal walk, right?
Correct.
So all the book is a gravitational pull of multiple people's lives. It's just an index of other people's lives that if you can't relate to one, you can relate to one of the 12 tribes. You know what I'm saying? And that's just a fact. Out of the 12 disciples or whatever, or the people that's written in the book, you might not relate, understand, go through your own personal life and understand all of what everybody did
Hmm.
in the book, but it's one of them books you can relate to. You understand what I'm
Correct.
saying? Okay,
Yes.
I'm gonna mute up.
But that you are right. Even for myself, I have, you know what I'm saying? Like if somebody said, well, what's your favorite part of the Bible? The book of Psalms. And even though I don't, I read the Bible and I still believe there's some things in there, but
I like the
my belief is not based upon I'm just going off this. I read a lot of books, but I'm not, I feel like our people in today's society get so caught up on the book as a whole, and they're going to live their life based on this book. I know so many people who they think that they just gonna sit back and wish on a star and something magical gonna happen. But they ain't got to get up and go to work. I'ma just keep praying and paying my tithes, and God gonna do it. Well, you might want to get your lazy ass up and put them feet to work, baby, because slow
Yeah.
feet don't eat.
And the biggest problem is it ain't about what we think other people should do. We should be thinking. And you say you are accountant, so Matthew chapter 7 verse 13 through 14, the wide gates and the narrow gates. You know what I'm saying? It's about first you. Why are we looking so why and look and it's making it hard based on the times that we live in now. Why are we looking for so much acceptance as far as what the world says versus what we feel within? You know
Oh
what I'm
well,
saying?
honey, I can tell you, I ain't the one looking for no type of acceptance. That's not really suited for me. I know you don't really know me, but I'm not looking for acceptance.
Did you really hear what I was just saying? Or
I know, but a lot of our people are not
I'm gonna
looking
mute
for
up.
acceptance. Like,
You
have
don't
you
think
My
talked
most
bad.
to
people?
some of
You
our
Hold
don't
on,
think
y'all.
people?
people?
Hold on, y'all. Salute the Sun Kiss in the building. You want to say something on this too?
Well, now I'm listening for right now.
Hey,
Okay, good.
Queen.
Hey, Mooey, how are you?
I'm okay.
People are looking for acceptance in a place, and you know what I'm saying. People are. They're looking to be so they don't feel because all of us have a form of insecurity. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
People
I would
are
agree.
looking for acceptance in whatever what I said. That's a fact. They are to have a nice car, to have a home, to have this and this big and that big and everything big. You know what I'm saying? But guess what they lack? That thing within, that thing within, and that you even
Ambition.
deal with that with relationships. Far as who you choose to be, the mother of your kids, the father, this and that. Yes, it's an acceptance rule. It's about you finding something that makes you seem like you're just as much or better than others. And if
Of
that's
course.
a lie, then I don't know what to say.
I agree.
Let me read this comment right here, y'all. Forgiveness, lest all bitterness and wrath and anger and clamor, clamor and evil speaking be put away from you with the malice, and be ye kind to be one another, tenderhearted, forgiveness one another. Okay, hit the link. But go ahead, y'all.
um,
My bad. I ain't mean to throw y'all. I'm just trying to pay attention because these are new people that coming from off my old page. But go ahead.
Salute everybody. Hey.
Oh, salute
hey.
Brenda. I'm sorry. Salute
Yeah.
Brenda
Oh,
in the
thanks.
building.
Yeah. Hey, y'all.
Hey, Brenda, how you doing?
Good. So I think everything everybody's saying is amazing, and I say that after being in church forever, okay,
Hmm.
and being a licensed minister, and then going through a heck of a situation in church, and then not wanting to go to church, and then experiencing spirituality on a different level. So having coming through all of it, when I look back, it makes me non-judgmental to anybody's choices because I realized years ago I would not have even thought that I would even be thinking about anything other than the Bible, right? So everybody's
Yep.
experience is their experience, right?
Hmm.
So if you are a Bible thumping Sunday going church goer, if it works for you, have at it. But if you decided that maybe you want a little bit of the Quran and maybe you want a little bit of the Bible, you can do that too. Because it is
Yes.
everybody's individual path that we take here. And how we figure that out for ourselves does not have to look like anybody else's. It's what works for us. It's what our soul calling is here to do. And nobody can tell you that it's right or wrong. I wish somebody would try though. They could, but it wouldn't go well for them because I tell people, like my friends, they don't agree with a lot of my coming out of the Bible and maybe wanting to,
Hmm.
the third eye opening and wanting to be more in tune with, hey, we do have powers, right? As part
Yes.
of our ancestral call is that we are
We're in the midst of a
at
full
our
moon right
core,
now.
right? We are magic, right? So we and because we were taught, we got this whitewashed version of the Bible that was
Hmm.
told us that we were powerless and we had to turn the other cheek and all this other stuff, right? And it's
And we
taken out
don't
of
have to.
context, right? And we were fed that and made to feel like if we thought anything outside of that, that we're going to be shamed for it,
Whoop.
Yo,
right?
simply the division is the form of love, and I don't think y'all get it.
What?
Your best friend should be the person that don't agree with everything you say. That's gonna sit there and tell you, yo, I don't think that's right. I ain't just gonna go along to get along. Your best friend. That's what God is, yo. That's what God is within us. It's the differences between us that can actually bring us together. But we're getting more stubborn and stubborn through this governmental shit, and
But I
we're
think
losing
see
our
too,
beat.
Yeah, I
we
don't think.
agree
Yeah,
with that, but just
yeah.
not along the lines of the Bible. This is what I'm saying. I want my people to be all together. Okay,
Hmm.
melanated people, we all need to be together. Whether that's Latina, whatever it is, the
If everybody
melanated
was the same, what would
people.
the world be? If everybody was the
Everybody
same,
don't need
what
to
would the
be the
world be?
Nobody's
same. But
asking
here's the thing:
anybody to be the
religion
same.
creates division, and it makes us weak as a people.
That's a facts. That's a fact.
That's why we ain't out here winning because black people, melanated people always want to talk about religion. And if somebody don't agree with their religion, we can't all be in a group. Why?
Right. Nobody has to agree. That's the thing. And
That's
it, that
what I'm
doesn't
saying.
make you
That's what
it
I'm
doesn't
saying.
make you wrong.
But what
Right.
I'm saying is that with all the division, religion comes later. At the end of the day, we're melanated first.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
we need to get on that accord. I don't care nothing about no religion.
But the thing is breaking the fear because
Yes,
literally it
Who
is.
said
You
that? Breaking the fear. Who said that?
Brendan.
That
it
was
I
on
said
point.
it right because the thing is that being taught to do anything outside of the Bible is
You get
taboo,
shunned.
and you scared to death. You thinking, oh my goodness, I'm gonna get hexed and something gonna happen to me because really we're fearing our own power. That's really what it is, right?
Mhm.
Because we're
And
taught to fear it. We're
right, we're
taught that
taught
it's
there's
bad.
something wrong with it because they knew that
Mhm.
if we ever got a hold of who we really were, then we would be unstoppable. And if people are not taught that, like there's a lot of things that we have to unlearn and learn the correct way. But that's going to take people want to stand up and take the march and tell people it's okay, it's not taboo, there's nothing wrong with
Self
it.
accountability.
Well, it's no, I don't. It's not really self accountability. It's self awareness because people don't know that it is okay. A lot of people, are told that is wrong. I mean, I grew up in a church that said it was wrong.
Yes, I asked one question about what's the difference between communion and me lighting a candle on the altar. Um, me having crystals, and that's the problem.
Oh, not a
But they're
crystal.
both rituals.
It is. Listen,
But
Yeah,
the
I
best
am
thing of church,
seriously like,
church is very dogmatic, right? It's pomp and
yes.
circumstance, and it's embedded in tradition. And so
And
when they tell
people
us
think
that,
it's
yeah,
right.
right. And so when they say, oh, the crystals and everything, you shouldn't do. Church is basically all of that. I mean, we
All of
literally
that.
do rituals and all this stuff in church, but we
Communion, they talking
make
about eating
right.
bodies and drinking blood.
Yeah, it
And that
really
ain't no
is.
ritual on the
Yeah,
first Sunday.
yeah. So I mean, we don't want to look at it
yeah,
that way.
yeah. And Christ would definitely go against that. Yeah, this is his blood. This is his. No, that is vampiric. Vamp. Yes, I agree with you, sis.
Then we make Christ into all these things. There's a lot of things that we're saying he said or he would be, and we really don't. Like we make this a lot of this stuff we're making up, right?
Hmm.
And I
As
don't
we
know if you
go,
ever
as
read
we
the
go.
book, right? We read the book, which is why when people are held so close to the Bible, it eliminates you having to have a relationship with the creator, with the
Woo.
source. Because you're going to hear things outside of that. If you just are looking at that Bible to live your life, then you're
So,
going to miss it.
so what do you think about what I said? What I brought up earlier? It's
Mm,
called CR something. Something they put them on their bumper. It's seven, right? It's seven different religions, right?
mhm.
Just like even Christ. So he studied Hinduism and all this the different religions. And when you study certain things, all the books, y'all don't think that we're just missing levels as far as our studies, that we get
Of
into a thing
course,
and we just stick with it and not realizing that we're yeah, and
we
we
are.
know yeah, we can know it the best. But when
But
Right,
you
that's
open
what
your mind
religions
up,
do. They
but
don't
when
want you
you
to
ask,
open your
hold
mind
on,
to
right,
even
correct.
yeah,
another
but
religion.
when you open yourself up and study them all, do
Right.
y'all know how much it broadens you?
Yes,
Like
it does.
I can believe that. I can believe that. Then
Hmm.
you'll be able to find out if it's shit real or fake.
Right, you
But
tap into
then,
your intuition, and
but
then
you,
people
Or
I
the
mean,
people.
similarities.
Right.
it's like
Hmm.
if that person that's teaching you or showing you that his religion is real, he must bring me receipts. You know what I'm saying?
But it's not even him bringing you
You
receipts
telling me
though.
this angel about this angels and all this stuff. Where's this angel at? Why I'm not now? But you say it's in dreams. Big O say you see only see them in dreams, man.
if
And
anybody
Shayna, you
really
know,
understand what I was saying, bro, anybody that's really studied know that all these people, the book of Revelation was a
Why
dream
I got to
from
see them in
John. The
dreams
so
book
though?
of
Big O, can I ask you one thing?
Oh, is
Just
that
that,
Big O?
okay, it's a personal, but
Hey, Big O, you ain't you up here yelling at us?
how
oh
do
no,
you
I'm sorry. I'm
feel?
sorry. I'm sorry.
Hi, Big O. It's
If I'm yelling out,
Brenda.
I'm sorry.
It's
No,
Brenda with this shit. How are
How,
you, Liz?
what is your opinion or what is your feeling on,
Perception.
okay, what is your perception
Mm-hmm. Cause that's the
of
word.
summoning or reaching out to your ancestors that have passed?
It's nothing
On
wrong
truth.
because for real and in all these different it's all a form of like alchemy or uh,
repeat the question real fast again? I didn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry.
So, okay, my question was, Brenda, is that his perception of reaching out to your ancestors, summoning them,
It's
you
Mm-hmm.
nothing.
know,
Okay.
It,
um,
it's
in
nothing
certain
wrong with.
situations.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Mm-hmm.
nothing wrong with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in the all being of all, you got to know it's a like it's a know that it's something higher than what you're calling on. So it says, "For much is given, much is required." So you call for a thing. So it's all in it. So basically, what I'm gonna say is
It's going
all
to
energy.
require something from you. You
Right?
are
It's
correct.
all energy. It's
But
all energy. It's all energy.
You are correct. And you have to
right,
So
know who you are
right.
reaching out to. But here's
right,
the thing, when
right,
you're reaching out to your ancestors, that's why I was saying you do have to use some discernment, because you don't want to reach out to somebody who
right.
was
You
making
know.
poor
So
decisions
you
in their
got it.
real life.
Why you
But can I,
asking questions that
but
you already know?
y'all agree? What you asked, right?
Well,
Okay, but
because some Christians will tell you, oh, that those are
So
demons.
y'all
You
know
can't reach out to
y'all know,
nobody.
that's their problem. But I
And
but
you be like, what?
but
yeah,
y'all know the
I don't.
name. But y'all know the name Christian is actually it was a curse word
Well, they call
to people
themselves
that
that.
believed in the
I mean,
Bible.
God
Yeah,
never
but
called
that
them that.
word is
He
that word is that
originally
that that word Christian is in the Bible.
it
Yeah,
is, but the people called themselves that in Antioch. God never called them that first. They named
exactly.
themselves
They
different.
called
So
themselves.
No, no, no.
correct, correct. They did,
It's themselves. That's what I'm trying to
right.
say to you.
And
They
And
gave
that
themselves a
word was
title.
really. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Let me see.
No, what you be saying, they gave themselves a title. They just
I,
willy-nilly just made it up for
I
themselves.
stopped calling myself that years ago. I used to consider myself a disciple, if anything, right? Somebody who walks with God, because I don't know, Christianity takes on this broad realm and it's just all the way out there. Like it just consumes so much and nothing at the same time. So I was like, what are we really doing here? Like I didn't really know what to do with the word.
What up? What up? What up, son?
Hey, what it do? Shane, no respect to you, man.
So y'all know how that joint say the power's in the tongue. That's why we
Mhm.
got to be mindful of what we speak on and how we use titles. Because actually, sometimes we'll be cursing ourselves. If y'all get what I'm saying.
Fact.
Mhm.
Mhm. Mhm.
You could stick life into a situation or death. And the fact of the matter is that some things in the Bible do line up to spirituality. It's the same
Mhm.
thing. Okay, manifesting. You know what I'm saying?
As a man
Here's the
thinketh in
difference
his
though
heart.
with
Mhm.
manifesting
Mhm.
versus a hope and a
Hold on,
wish
y'all.
is what they teach in most churches.
What's up?
Hold on, y'all. Let me say this.
Mhm.
We need critical thinking. We had Chopped It Up TV. The link is in the chat. Hit the link that's already blue. We in the next chat. We not at Shano panel. Go ahead.
So that was deep to what you just said too, because he said, "Man, it's not what goes into a man body that makes him,
Right.
but what comes out of a man."
Right.
So it's your tongue. You know what I'm saying? It's what you speak. It's what you represent. It's what you push out. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
what you speak is your remainder. That's the
No, a
end.
remainder. No, no, no. Your a vibration is not a remainder. That
Well,
is
well,
what it is.
well. When I say remainder, it's kind of like all that goes on within a person,
It's
right?
who
Right,
you
right.
are.
The,
An
Right. It's who you are.
individual. But
yeah,
make it correct though. That's what goes on within that individual.
right. But you don't know it until they speak it. Once they
Yeah.
speak it,
And
that
it's
is
gonna
when the
come out.
connection is brought to you, and then you can
Mhm.
understand maybe a portion of the entirety of them, or maybe what I'm saying. Definitely
Yeah.
more. You know what I mean? Definitely
But
more.
if you let somebody talk long enough, you'll see exactly who they are.
Oh, fucking right.
Look
That's
at this
that's
app.
that's why I started out roguish from the jump.
Yes.
Mm-mm.
No bullshit.
Hmm.
Like
I
a
want to
Ti
set this
even.
app on
How you
fire
doing,
real quick.
Rogies?
I'm all right, Queen, Mrs. Sun Kids. How you and the fam doing?
We good.
You
We
and you
good.
and the holy fam over there with them happy chillings.
Wait, I'm trying to
Thanks.
see who. So who is that next to me? I can't see.
Roguish son.
Okay. How are you? I haven't seen you before.
Yeah, y'all don't
Yeah.
hop on Shane on panels too much. I'm chilling, sister, about y'all stuff. But one, thank y'all for the build that y'all having up in here. You know what I'm saying? It's straight up full of light, full of exposure, full of, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got the history with it, but y'all also bring it to a unification of understanding a spiritual
Yeah.
perspective.
Mhm.
Even though, yeah, you're speaking religion, whatever, but I just think I liken it to how the Moors say it.
Mhm.
They said that they say religion is a elementary science,
Mm.
and when
Mm.
you think about it, let's say that with spirituality, you don't need a talisman. You are the conduit itself. You
That
don't need,
part.
you know what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Mhm.
In
Absolutely.
religion, your hope is the conduit.
Hmm.
So that's why people, you know, saying slavishly hold on to that shit. Um, Unfortunately, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But there is faith in that hope. So let's say that those who structured the religion and fed it to our people the way that our people absorbed it, they didn't get all of it. So what, you know what I'm saying, big homie is saying up here, you know what I'm saying, with the Jordan joint, he's right. You know what I'm saying? If I only came to understand it when I studied other people. I didn't really study their religions. I studied other people, and when you study them, you got to come across their religion, and you realize, like, damn, a whole bunch of this is paralleled in a
Hmm.
motherfucker.
Let me tell
Or
you
like,
something.
and we are different.
Reading the Bible, and reading the Holy Quran, it talks about all the religions in there.
Word.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
all the same thing. That's why
The
I done
Bible, the
been
Holy Quran talks about the Christians all the time.
all the time. I done
But
been
that.
to all the places. I done been to pretty much every religious temple service that there
Mm.
is, and it ain't very much different
It
outside
really
of
ain't.
method
It really
Mm.
ain't.
in the way they do things.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can pray with the Muslims, I can pray with the Hindus, the Buddhists, I can pray with all these people because
Hmm.
it's the same thing.
Well, we tapping into humanity. That's the thing. We just don't want to believe that humanity actually is a spiritual thing. We let
But
we let white folks tell us what humanity is,
of course, it's
and
the thing.
you know what I mean. To them, humanity is something that's scientific, and it's like, nah, it's actually spiritual. Like okay, I'm gonna ask all five of y'all, what is an earthling?
Mm.
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
What's
Mm.
now
Mm.
check it out. Now check it out. Any one of us should be able to answer that question.
Are you talking about like just the
Damn.
shell, like the shell,
I
the
was
outer
about
shell of the core?
I'm not an earthling.
Because I don't want to. Yeah,
I'm a
I didn't
spirit.
want to go there
I
either.
think we
I was
So
are,
trying
when
not
this
to
right?
say.
earth
I was
body is
trying not to
done,
be. I wasn't trying to. God knows. I was gonna say that too movie. I wasn't.
I mean, but I think we are earthly because we from planet Earth, right?
And, there,
I'm
and,
not
there,
an
Well,
and there, okay,
earthling.
there you go. It's that simple. It's that
hmm,
simple. Now, how many of y'all only thought about humans?
I'm not an
what?
earthling
When
though,
I asked you,
because
no, I'm
that
saying,
But you
oh.
from Earth.
What you mean only
It's
about
just like
humans?
But
look. Let me
well,
say this.
the
Let me
way
say
the
this. Let me say this. Let me
yeah,
break it down to him. Let me chop it up. And break it down.
go
The
ahead, chop.
reason why he asked that question, because if you from Florida, you would be a Floridian, right?
What?
If you from the
no.
Chi, but you from the Chi though, Mui. So you a Chicagoan, however how you say it. That's basically what he's saying. We are
Is it
from the
what he's
planet
saying
Earth.
though? Because how
So
you?
so so
But
so
if we're
I see
talking
what
so
you're getting
about
at, Shane.
on
I
a
see what you're
whole
getting at.
level,
Can
I'm
you?
not an earthling.
No,
I'm
no,
a
no, no.
spiritual being because when this physical body is done, I will still exist.
How's it that you think Earth ain't spiritual, though, baby?
Earth
Very
is
much.
mother.
You know what I
Okay,
I
mean?
think
so
that's what people miss too
salute the
sometimes.
minds in the building, some mind eyes in the building. But go ahead.
So
well,
y'all know,
yeah,
so
yeah.
so y'all know, so
What?
y'all know the Earth. When he brought up the Earth, we just cells with it's all like the form of the body. Like you walk around with
Exactly.
it every day.
Yes.
It's the form of the body.
Yes.
So everything that you're reading or whatever, or you're taking in on the outside, or your a perception is on the outside, it's within you. Did y'all know that?
Facts.
Now that's
Of
big
course,
facts. That's big facts.
of course.
I guess I
Hmm.
just automatically assume when you say earthling, meaning in a physical being.
But that's the thing. I wanted to expose y'all for y'all putting it in the position of something that's limiting as opposed to being limitless.
Right.
This is correct.
That's
So
good.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing. It's just like, what was that movie? Last Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
All you got to
Damn,
do.
that last use the Men in Black when they had the chain on and the joint went
Not
into
the
a joint,
man.
then it went into a joint, then it went into a joint,
Not
then
the
it
Men
went
in
into a
Yeah,
Black.
joint. You know
yeah.
what I'm
The
saying?
universe
They
in the
showed
universe.
that chain that was on that cat. It went
Yeah,
into a world, then
yeah,
it went into a world. Then
yeah.
so basically the saying is all bodies are world. That's why in Hebrews studies, far as the book, it got the joint. It's a layout of a human body. I don't even think most people know that.
Now that makes sense because the thing is, you're studying. The thing is, you're studying the science of life. A lot of people think you're studying the science of man. No, you're
Mm-hmm.
studying the science of life. Because if any one of y'all have ever cooked an oversized turkey, then it get a little bit weird.
Oh my God.
Then it get a little bit weird when you gotta pick that
What?
motherfucker up damn near like a child.
What?
Like you been to cook a goddamn big ass baby or some shit, right?
Oh
Then it get a
Lord.
little weird, right?
A
Now,
22-pound turkey. You
real
do that.
talk. So the
Mm-mm.
thing is, you're studying the science of life. We think that
Mm-mm.
we're studying the science of man, and then we see ourselves as something
Facts,
disconnected to this world,
facts.
as if we're not fellow earthlings. Everything's an earthling. The tree right outside your house, that's an
Everything,
earthling. All
Well,
them
that's
insects
what
that
they
you
say.
hate,
Nobody's an island.
everything,
Nobody's
everything.
everything,
independent
everything.
of
Everything
anything.
that's on this earth, everything that's on this planet Earth, we are, if anything that comes from outside of this and they land here, they're going to call us earthlings.
Facts.
Okay,
Hey
now
yo,
Shayna, let me ask
did
you a question.
y'all
Who
notice
created
too
If
Earth?
they
that
speak
did,
English.
did y'all notice
Thank
too
you.
to sustain a life it takes a life?
What?
Mhm.
Did y'all notice that too?
One
Yeah.
more
Far
again.
as
What?
One more
however
again.
how old y'all to sustain a life, it takes a life. Period.
Almost definitely, most definitely. Because if you ever been within wellness or healthcare, you understand what it takes to give care. It it
Yeah.
Oh, you're
it it,
talking about the
it
person. Okay.
yeah, it costs your spirit to actually give that care. That is one of the positions that just cannot be a job. Now, for doctors, for some reason, it kind of can be, but not for nurses or people in
Mm-mm.
wellness. You know what I
I don't
mean?
agree with that.
It
Doctors, that's
look.
idol's job as well.
No. I'm saying though, with doctors
Mm-hmm.
though, they kind of tend to,
Unattached.
yeah, they kind of be on the tap. They put you kind of like police. You're just a number.
Well,
So,
maybe I'm
but
thinking about surgeons.
yeah, I mean, that's still a doctor. You know what I'm saying? But
I
with
mean,
Yeah.
nurses
he's
and people
correct.
within wellness, they
To
understand that
sustain a life, it takes another life to
it takes
sustain a
care
We
life.
to
got to.
care. You have to give
Mm-hmm.
the effort of your care in order to instill that care toward another person.
Mm-hmm.
That's human. That's some human
Mm-hmm.
shit. You know what I'm saying? But we don't think humanity is miraculous like that. We think
Well,
we think
I do. We just
Mhm.
don't see enough of it. That's the problem.
facts.
Huh.
It's there, but the thing is,
It
you got to
is.
be able to recognize it in its simplicity. It ain't. It's not an event, and it ain't something that's going to wow you the moment that you see it. It'll be something that just flows and
But
things
Yeah.
we're
that
Well, I
divided
think.
because of
Mm-hmm.
religion and race.
yeah.
Those are great dividers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So, and it's different in the US versus when you go to other countries.
is it race or is it tribalism?
No, because it's not race. Let me just say this one point. That's like having
Well,
white cells, red cells, and white cells in your body. For the study that we learn far as the knowledge of our human body, right?
Hmm.
It takes all
race
of
might
them.
not have been the right
It
word.
Excuse me.
takes all of them. It takes all of them to function within your body, right?
Yeah.
It's the same way as
Hmm.
the world. How these leaves changing right now, the season changing, or whatever. It's the same thing within your body. You know what I'm saying? It's the
I'm talking
same
about the
thing
racism
outwardly.
problem that we have in the US
Right.
that is in other countries, but when you go to other countries, they refer to them as Europeans, right? For everywhere that's across
Isn't
the
that a
world.
title?
What?
Okay, but wait a minute.
Just
What?
wait a minute. We're just talking real life here.
No,
Yeah,
but what's
So
but
happening
wait a
here?
minute. You say racism problem. What you mean racism problem?
in the US, when you go to other countries,
Uh-huh.
right, they're Israeli. It don't matter what shade they are, they're just Israeli. They're
Right.
Palestinian, they're
Right.
Pakistani.
Right.
It's only when you come to America, they're African Americans, Indian Americans, Caucasians. They
Well,
the only
that's
ones ain't got
because
no America title.
you believe you're in America as opposed to being in the United States. That's the issue.
Well, United States, the same thing.
No,
What I'm
it's not.
saying is
No,
that we
no,
do.
baby, it ain't the same thing. If you
What I'm
think that's the
saying
same
is
thing, then
that
what of the
if you
Native
go
Americans who were
to,
here prior to the
I'm
United
from
States being
Chicago.
established?
Okay, let me
Let's
just
read
tell you
this
this. I'm
comment.
from
Let
Chicago.
me read this comment right quick. Mine Eye says he's right. Well, all rain down here like sunlight shining, raining down, and we grow up out of our mother's wombs in the Pacific way the human gets here.
Bars. Y'all don't understand that person,
Correct.
right? That person's they're filling out thoughts. That's what that dash means. Bars. I feel you, Mind's Eye already.
Salute to ultimate. I can't read the rest of it.
Ultimated Judeo Christian. That's interesting.
What I'm saying is that I'm from Chicago, right?
Right.
I just moved to St. Louis, Missouri. Well, the St. Louis area.
How you doing out there?
I don't like it.
Yes.
Hold on right
It's
quick.
a little hard. It's a little hard in the mo, huh? It's a little hard in the mo.
Ultimate Judeo Christian YouTuber. How you doing, sir? How you doing, ma'am?
I'm doing good.
All right.
The way that you get treated here,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what type of class of people you are. The fact that you have melanated skin makes a difference here. They don't care if you got the money to be in a certain area. They don't want you there.
Well,
they don't make it a secret.
Welcome to the actual Midwest. In Chicago, y'all got a lot of black plethoras around. In those areas that you moved to, no, it's no gray area. The gray areas exist on the East Coast and the West Coast. In the Midwest, there is no gray area.
I'm just gonna keep it real with you. I'm from Chicago, right?
Yeah.
I lived in the northern suburbs.
Respect.
Right. And I make 113 a year. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So coming down to Missouri with that same salary, I'm like, it's about to be living good. You know,
like, yeah, already.
Hold up, Moo.
No cursing.
Hold up, Moo. We got that.
No cursing. No cursing. Hey. Wait a minute. Kind of like slow it down on the cursing because we talking about spiritual stuff. Go ahead.
Shout out Missouri though. Fuck that. I'm from Kansas.
Hey, yo, chill out on the cursing, bro.
My bad.
Listen, Shane, I want you to know that I curse and God still loves me.
I know.
Go ahead, though.
It's just a certain topic, you know what I'm saying? Then we have a new person on the panel, you know what I'm saying? A different color. A different color. You know, you can use it a little bit, but this kind of not be ghetto with it, please. I don't want to run nobody out. You know, go ahead.
We won't cuss.
No, y'all. I mean, I ain't trying to tell nobody what to do.
I ain't gonna cuss, but I'm gonna bring the fun.
Okay, Santa, we got you.
This is a real topic, though. You know, I want to make it.
But the way that you get treated here, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is much different than what I experienced in Chicago. In Chicago, they don't care as long as you got the money to be there. They just assume you can afford it. You know what I'm saying? And folks going on exactly. But here, they don't care.
You don't know.
It's not about a class of people, whether you're professional, whether you know what I'm saying. They don't. It's not like that.
But you got to understand, Chicago is operated by game, and when you moved away from that, you moved away from a cultural perspective. It wasn't just they operate off a game like that just due to those who make the money. That is a cultural thing. You know what I'm saying? Places like those major cities that are able to operate off of even if on the surface of what they say the game is supposed to be, right? Mm-hmm. You go to school, you get good grades, you get a degree, you access the upper levels of society, and they permit you to navigate freely and smoothly, right? Well, this is the thing. Black people encounter the real whiteness when you move to those areas. You move to those areas where those white people who believe that the government that we believe ain't rocking with us also ain't rocking with them.
But now, we got to stick to the topic, though.
No. The thing is, this is the topic. It all comes back to the spirituality. It all comes back to a tribalism and culture, right? Like ultimately, when you're talking about religion, you're talking cultures. It's supposed to be that you're talking spirituality, but the cultural perspective, the way that the people access the religion and interact with it, actually tends to weigh heavier in the minds of the parishioners, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? They fuck with the messenger more than the message. Excuse my French. And so when you're talking cultures, you're getting into things that you can't avoid. So I understand that sister, she mentioned racism earlier, right? I don't really rock with the whole racism thing. I think America don't, or the United States, excuse me, has more of an issue with anti-blackness as opposed to so-called just racism. Because anybody
I
could
would
be
agree
a
with that.
race, but when you show up as a nigga, it's a whole different ball game, and not just from pilgrims. You know what I'm talking about? We're talking everybody who participate within the United States game. They
Right.
tend to interact with us with the same framework of worth that the system gives us. And it's like, all right, well, y'all new to the game. You Arabs is new to the game. You Hindus is new to the game. You Northern Asians are new to the game. You Ukrainians, and I done seen some of them over here, is new to the game.
There's a lot of them in Chicago.
You know what I'm talking about? But they finna fall right into suit when it comes to valuing us. Now that's the issue. That's when you get into the understanding of all this inadvertent tribalism. It's like, all right, well, aren't we all Americans? You know what I'm saying? Aren't we all, you know what I'm saying? Aren't we all humans? Like, it's easy to pull that generalized objective card, but then the rest of the world don't want them, you know what I'm saying, mess around with it when they come here to the United States.
Yes. Like it's I have never experienced it like I have, being in Missouri. Let me just say that. I like some of the laws here, but outside of that, I'm ready to go back home.
She said she ready to break camp.
Nah, you should have came to Kansas City. That's I don't,
power God. Go
I
ahead.
don't know what's up with St. Louis, Kansas City, where it's at though. I'm going on
City
mute.
that would have cost me some of my coins, and I wouldn't go.
It depends where you would have moved to though.
You know the
What
history of
side?
St.
Well,
Louis?
nah, it was gonna cost. I was gonna have to take a demotion to go that far.
Oh, okay.
From right here, I'm only 40-minute plane ride, so I can jump on the plane and be if I need to go into the office.
In this particular spread, basically, are you a loner? You know what I'm saying? Are you a
What the hell?
who feel like you all do just because that is what the society basically tell us we supposed to do? We supposed to have freedom. We supposed to want freedom.
You supposed to want what now?
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Emily.
What the hell she just say?
What you say?
She said something about freedom.
Oh, my bad.
You know what the hell she just say?
Hey, Mooey,
okay, we got to get back to the topic, y'all. We got to get to the topic where we left off at.
Well, she was speaking of in St. Louis and you know what I'm saying, being there.
It's a lot of churches here too. That's the other thing that I don't think you was on here yet when I had spoke on it, but it's very
yeah, you said it's one on every corner. Well, the thing is that,
but in the most impoverished areas.
Of course, that's the Black community though. That's the thing. You understand something. This is why I say anti-Blackness. This is why I don't say racism. I don't say anti-Blackness based off of white supremacy or anything. Nah, white people don't matter. Let's say that they set the program. I say anti-Blackness based off of the program that I see non-Black people interacting with. Darker people interact with Black people, including Black people, right? So the church is supposed to be a shining example of the best of our community. And it's not.
Correct.
So the fact that it's not, you got to ask yourself, okay, well, what is their intention in interacting with the Black community? Then you got to ask yourself, all right, well, why would it be different than any other people who came into the Black community to get something established and make some money off these niggas? Why would it be any different? Why would it be any different than the Chinese restaurant?
What about the mosque though?
Why would it be any different than the liquor store?
What about the mosque though?
I don't know about the mosque. I didn't grow up. Yeah, when you see a mosque, you usually see surroundings that look
cleaner,
non-connected to it, as compatible or yeah.
Man, I done seen some big. I don't know, Maury. I done seen some big old clean churches now.
But you ain't.
But
you don't see mosques around dilapidated areas though.
You're not gonna see a lot of them. You have to go to like the main location. They gonna have like 1 or 2 mosques, like as far as the black community, they not for to have no mosque on every block. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
Now I'm gonna say
exactly,
something else. I
exactly.
attended Savior's Day a few years ago, right? Because even in being, I was at this point, I was still in the church. Um, I started to find that the church didn't really suit. When you go, like for Savior's Day, they be spitting truth, spitting facts
Yeah.
They
about
do.
what's going on right now. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like it's a different experience, and I suggest that all melanated people go, no
Yeah.
matter what your your belief system is, your religion, whatever. I encourage melanated people to go because it was the one place in a long time that it was just strictly speaking on melanated people. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yes.
Yeah.
not
What is this day you're referring to?
Savior's Day.
Savior's Day.
Mhm.
It's a celebration that the Nation of Islam
Mhm.
has.
Oh,
And they
okay,
usually
okay.
televise it. You know what I'm saying?
That's why
Yep.
I haven't heard of it. Okay.
Yeah. It's a great
Um,
presentation that they bring to
No,
it.
it
I'm sure it
definitely
is.
is.
You know.
I'm sure it is.
So it's looking like it's leaning towards the Quran.
Who
I
said
mean, well,
that?
look. Okay, ask yourself this: when it comes to integrity, okay, well, one, what are you measuring your religion by, right? Or
Mhm.
are you even measuring it? It's
Some
Right.
people are
so-
not
some
correct.
people don't. Some people don't measure it, and it's like,
I mean, but everything ain't everything is by numbers. I mean, the
no,
Quran they say is written by numbers.
well, I don't say numbers. I don't say measurement to mean numbers. I say
Right.
measurement. I say measurement for resonance,
Okay.
for
Mhm.
vibes.
Okay.
Like
Right.
we talk
The
down on
level of
feelings.
fulfillment that you feel. Right.
Yeah, we
Right.
talk down on feelings like we ain't supposed to feel, and we some humans, cuz.
Mhm.
Wait, you
But
know what I
that's the only
mean?
way that you know whether or not it's enough, right? That's how
Yeah.
you know whether you need to be opening up to something more.
If a
That's
baby cried out in 11-point pain, all of us would get the exact same alert, no matter what color, creed,
you said
religion.
11 points.
11-point. You know what I'm talking about?
Off the Richter.
Yeah, I hope I never hear that shit. You know what I mean? But the thing is that's the humanity in us.
But my thing is,
That's feeling. That's
do
feelings.
y'all?
That's
But
emotion.
big. Like my question was, like, you see how they talk about all the mythical things that goes on in the Bible. My thing
Okay.
is, how come we don't see that today? Do y'all
Because
believe what Big O say? It's all in a dream or something?
no, it wasn't a
No.
dream. You gotta understand something. The
No.
Bible was put together. The Bible was composed of
So I
literature
might
that
know.
spans about 200,000 years. You got to understand something. Some of these cultures, like people talk about the Bible as if it all happened as it was written. The thing was, it was composed. You know what I'm saying? 325 BC, the Council of Nicaea. They took from tribes. It wasn't just a spiritual thing. People were already practicing spirituality. There happened to be
Right.
some form of, again, pattern around the entirety of this reality of this world, how people were doing it. They just had different names for the same thing.
Correct.
But think now, Shane, how, like, even if your expectation was, why can't we do that? We look at now how the religion was given to us, right? There is no way in the form that we are now, with the beliefs that we are now, that could even occur the way we are. We wouldn't even have the belief for that because of the way that we were fed it. So unless somebody opens themselves up to be able to know that you're pure magic and that there's something like you really got, there's really something more to you than what you've been taught, you're never gonna see anything or what we believe is a miracle, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, our reality is magic. You gotta
Right,
understand something.
right. I
Look,
agree, but people
look.
don't. Yeah,
I like
But
I like
it's
reality. I like reality more than I like all this mythical shit.
But
look.
okay.
The
well, yeah.
fact that if you put a seed in the ground about 3 feet,
Watering.
what happens to it? You got to
It's gonna
ask
sprout.
yourself, then
Mhm.
what is the soil composed of?
Correct.
The fact that the seed does not sprout until what?
That's right,
Until
big
it
O.
hits soil. Now,
Yeah.
let's say
Mhm.
that the seed, now the seed ain't dead.
Mhm.
It's
Right.
just the fact that the seed is dormant, and it can be
Mhm.
dormant damn near perpetually.
Correct.
But the moment that it hits some soil, boom,
Right.
life.
That's
It's
like what.
and that ain't got
Mhm.
nothing to do with humans.
Right.
You
But I
know
say
what I'm
that's
saying?
why people, when you hate you, people, it's a fair spiritual practice, right? So
Yeah.
I say when you leave this app, right, what do? Right? Do you have a spiritual practice that you do every day? Because if you don't put it into active, like some
Mhm.
kind of,
Some people don't know
potential,
how,
if you
though. They
don't
don't.
know how, I know
Some
that's
people
what,
don't know
yeah,
how, and they don't know how to create their own rituals.
yeah, gotta start. You
They,
gotta start your own.
yeah, you
Because
got,
when I felt like I needed something more, I just started looking.
yeah,
And then I just felt a need to look up like my family history. Like last year, I was like, what is going on? I was on Ancestry.com trying to look up my lineage and who are my people and where are they from. And then I just started delving into all kinds of things. So your body, like everything in you will literally start telling you something's wrong. Like you need something more. Every time I've ever needed to explore my spirituality, I've known because it just wasn't enough. I felt like, no, I
yeah.
need
The
something
yearning.
more.
There needs to be
Yeah,
a greater fulfillment. But we do
yeah.
have black people who do operate as if, like I think the sister Moray, what's her name? Sister
Movie.
Mui.
Mooey. I Mooey
Yeah,
already.
sis.
Sister Mooey was saying earlier that some people are just content with just giving their tithes and
Mhm.
praying, and it'll say in the Bible. Like, look, I'm not a Christian, right? I'm not a Christian. Um, I came up, what I'm saying, Southern Baptist, like everybody,
Mhm.
like every ordinary in America.
Church all day.
Yeah, I mean, but I liken myself to be more of a Christ follower. I wasn't really focused on worship because I was thinking I was thinking more in the vein of Nat Turner ultimately. But since you can't, what I'm saying, go for the carotid and get that blood out of there of
Hey,
thine enemy,
y'all read
then
that comment on the chat though. Or y'all read that comment on the panel. Go
yes,
ahead.
If
sir.
the parable is interpreted wrong, it becomes dead. The resurrection
Woo!
of the dead is the return of the unseen word. Mm.
Wait, say that. Wait, read it again. Did y'all get?
If the parable is interpreted wrong, it becomes dead. The resurrection of the dead is the return of the unseen word. Don't
The-
fear.
Look, if the parable is interpreted wrong, that means you must be worthy to even speak upon it, to try to break
Yeah.
it down. Now, let's say that you are a part of a group where your language is not contextually up to par for describing the reality of these ancient people, let alone their spirituality.
That's
But
why.
go ahead, you got it.
Mhm. No, that's why I said you have to open yourself up to more. Even interpretation of the word requires a certain level of intuition, like spiritual connection, right? you,
Discernment. Yep.
you're not like you can read whatever books you want to, and
Yeah,
then it's your source giving you knowledge, right, about what you're reading, because I can read something and get something totally different than somebody else gets,
Yep.
because it's based on where I'm at, is what you need in particular,
right.
which is why I say, even if I went through a coaching class for years, it almost ripped me in half. Okay, I swear, I tell you, if anybody ever tells me they're going through a coaching course, just know who your teacher is, because I almost quit 800 times, because it was the most peeling, unearthing, ripping, like it's nothing nice.
Right.
If you're going through real coaching, it ain't pretty. Okay.
I
Hmm.
respect the Kojics because the way
Salute,
the
This
the
salute,
boy
Toya.
was.
the way that the Kojics go about it, it's almost energy wise as if you're interacting with someone from the Nation of Islam.
Figuratively,
Like
yes.
like like the Nation of Islam, you can tell that they live it. You can tell whatever they speak about. You can tell that they
And I
live
gotta
it.
tell you,
With
and they,
Kojics, you can tell that they
Salute, bro.
live it.
hey Brown,
It's there in them. Now with
that
Christians, with
yeah, those
basic,
Kojics, honey, ooh,
yeah,
honey,
they go hard in the
ooh,
paint.
child.
But let's say that the way that they go about it, it's almost like some Shaolin monk type shit, though. You know what I'm talking about?
They're
Like
very selective, very inclusive.
yes,
Like, ugh,
very very
ugh,
specific, very exclusive, but very
yeah.
high level resonance in their depth within, you know what I'm saying, the doctrine. So you can't hate on that. You know what I'm talking about? It's just that
Well, I mean, I
that ain't
can,
my
but
speed. Let's say that ain't your speed, right? Let's say that
yeah,
ain't a lot of
that's
people's
why I had
speed.
to stop going to the services because I started getting a little wordy, and I said the ushers was gonna put me out of here. And they start asking, "Do you hear what I'm saying?" I'd be like, "I have no idea what you. I don't know what is going on here." So
Well,
I
no,
said they're gonna put me up.
if
Yeah,
you rock with them, you're actually worthy of none level if you rock with them.
because here's the
Um,
thing, right?
yeah.
One thing I think that caused I'm gonna be core to the core of it that shamed I felt shame from was church. Church
Okay.
does a good job of shaming you, and it's
Yeah.
hard to get rid of that shame. Even so much, and I don't know if anybody can agree with that, but sexually, it
Mm.
kind of what's the word? It oh, I don't even know what the
What
word
the
is.
thing is,
Belittles,
wait a minute. That's not
degrade.
church. That's not church though. That's the cult.
No,
That's the no. Hear me
No,
out. Hear
that
me out.
is church.
That no,
Church keep
no.
you in a
That's the
situation you should have been got out of.
yes. But the thing is, that is the cultural element of it.
hmm
Ultimately, you are supposed to value yourself by
yeah,
Okay, here's the
understanding that
thing.
you are
You
a
hmm
understand?
child of God. The thing is, they don't. If church
They
doesn't.
Bible beat you is what I call it.
Yeah,
right,
but them motherfuckers. Excuse me. They don't know their Bible.
right. But
This
the
is
thing
People
is,
will
it's
take
how
a
it's given to
scripture.
you, right?
People will take a commandment and say,
of
hmm
course.
you shouldn't get divorced. You know, like
So why
you
believe? Why
need to
believe them?
pray.
Why
You
believe
need
them?
to. I guess because you was
That's all
raised
you
in it.
knew. What
You know
made
what I'm
you
saying?
know?
Like,
Okay. So wait a minute. So that meant what?
so that
Were
goes
they?
back to what Brenda said.
No.
You have to open
Were they
yourself up.
God's liaison or something? Then
No, but you have
why
to
give their
understand
words so weight?
because at that time, that's all we knew. We grew up with it. Our families grew up with it. It
Okay.
was what we knew
So let me
until we
ask y'all this:
became older, right? And we were
what age?
able.
What's the youngest age that y'all started to question? What's the youngest age?
I did.
Um,
Not youngest. It wasn't young. I didn't start questioning young.
Okay,
no, I think
give
my
me the
youngest
lowest.
age was questioning was uh,
I was like
22.
5.
5.
Yeah, I was like somebody here lying.
But with some kids, I could believe that too. Yeah, I
That's what's
believe
up.
that. I
Already.
I was
wish I would
like,
have questioned
yeah.
it sooner. But even if you questioned it, right? I was always taught too. Don't question God. I don't say that now.
Ooh,
I ask a whole lot of
What
questions.
you don't
I
focus
ask
on.
too many of them.
Nah, don't focus on you questioning God.
I don't.
Focus.
I don't. But I.
ooh.
But even then,
that's
it
what they
wasn't
would say.
until I
We're
They would say
speaking
you
of
understand.
don't
how we was
you shouldn't
raised
question the
Right.
Lord.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's what they
Right. That's what they
Right.
would
It's
teach.
the
say.
and
But
environment.
how we
this
was
is the
Yeah.
issue.
indoctrinated.
This is the
Right.
issue.
Yes, you're taught
This is
not to question. They'll whoop your ass.
Correct.
So
with
I
Right.
was reading by
with
myself, and I
with
didn't have nobody to talk to about what I was learning about because the indoctrination was you just accepted what it was said,
Correct.
or
within
you
Correct.
get your ass whooped.
within those same lessons, within that same Bible, you will see contests between God and the devil.
I mean,
And
honestly,
let me finish. Let me finish.
oh,
And within those contests, they would set a rule that both of them had to operate by. Y'all remember what that rule was?
What are we talking about?
We're
Yeah, I
talking
was about to
spirituality,
say.
but understanding that spirituality is connected to humanity, which is
Mm-hmm.
connected to one's agency of worth of being,
But you have to
earthly,
be open, which is
part
what
of
Right.
goes back to
God's
what
Nobody would
Brenda
be
was
part
at
of
saying.
all.
wait, but wait a minute. No.
Mm-hmm.
Remember children now. Remember,
Mm-hmm.
children are pure. Children
Of
are
course.
still connected to this world where if
Mm-hmm.
something looks out of whack and out of pocket, they gonna
Right.
bring it up. Right?
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Now the thing is, I guess the depending on deep in your family or your culture how they were connected to
Right.
the religion that
Hmm.
certain glitches in the matrix wouldn't stick
Yeah.
out to y'all, you know what I'm talking about? But for the majority of black people there were always glitches, and there's glitches when you're young, and even when you see those glitches that is the part where you start to question, because most people don't even see the glitches. If you
But
saw
it's
a
not.
glitch
It's
You
at a
don't
young,
know what it. I don't know
it's
what
not the
household
glitches. They were
what you
there.
was
You
raised
don't think
in.
we wondered? We wondered, but here's the thing: you were taught, and that's how a lot of kids lose their curiosity, right?
you
You're told not to question these things, and
It's
so
not just
then that,
told.
right. So
did that feel
it's
like
Whooped.
spirituality to y'all then?
but you're
But
asking
when
us
you're
like
a
we had
child,
choices. You
Yes.
don't
this
have
is
those
the
kind of
thing: is that
choices.
we wasn't
I'm
raised in
asking
white
you, did it
households.
feel like spirituality? Remember, you said you didn't question until you was a
You
little
want
That's
bit
to know?
not,
later.
but that's not
So
a real question. Like, cause that's not
Did it feel like
something.
spirituality?
wait a minute.
Yes, it
Okay,
felt like.
it did.
Because
It
that's
did.
what that's all I knew. I didn't have anything to
Yes.
put it
Okay,
up
okay.
against.
You
And but
had
let
the
me
Bible itself. That's the
no,
thing.
no, but you
In
have to put it,
church,
let me
No,
just put
church
into
always
no.
perspective. Hold
contradicted
on. Hold
themselves.
on.
The
It
Bible
goes
contradicts
deeper than
itself.
that because, like you said, it does depend on the family. My
Yes.
Right,
family is
right.
very deeply rooted into religion.
Correct.
Okay. They are devout. So
Most
much to the
niggas
fact
is.
is that when I started to question me, my kids, we got ostracized.
Right.
So I was in a bad marriage. And now my family done ostracized me because I'm questioning God about me being in this bad marriage.
Mm,
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
right.
it's not just about, oh, you just walk away from the church. No, depending on who your family is and how they are attached,
Mm-hmm.
No one's
you're
telling you to
losing
walk away.
everything.
No one's no hold up. No one's telling you to walk away. No one's telling y'all to
No,
walk
I
away.
had
No,
to.
I
Yeah, of
understand you. I
course. Right. That's
understand
what
that.
I'm
I
saying.
understand that. But what I'm trying to get y'all to focus
Oh
on
yeah.
is your energy that you felt when you initially had questions.
I
That
have never
no,
had the Holy Ghost, no. Like certain things that I have seen other
I'm not talking Holy
people
Ghost.
experience.
I'm not talking
Well, no,
Holy.
I'm
I'm
just
talking.
saying, like when you
I'm
say
look.
with spirituality, I never experienced
Yes.
like
Okay.
certain
Okay. Look.
things.
Can y'all link common sense to spirituality? Can you link common sense to that, or is common sense too simple a factor of, you know what I'm saying, human interaction?
Now
No,
what?
Does it have to be a
now
miracle? Does it have to be the you know what I'm saying, the Red Sea
But
parting
what are you saying
for
that
y'all
to
to see the
say?
spirituality?
Because I'm confused what you're saying that to say. Because I mean, you're
But
asking if we have common sense.
I'm trying to get y'all to focus on when y'all
I hear.
first
I
started
hear
seeing the
what you're
glitches,
saying. And what I'm saying,
and you
what I'm
avoided
saying
the
to
glitches.
you, what I'm saying to you is that even if we felt like something was off, the
Hey,
Yes.
opportunity to
Montrese.
explore that didn't come until
Yes.
much later on in life when I moved out of
Exactly.
the house and
Understood.
then explore
Understood.
that on my own.
Yes.
Yeah, because
Understood.
I have common sense.
Understood. Understood.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you something, Miss Sunkist. You said
Hmm.
five. You said
Yeah.
five. How you know what I'm saying, soaked in the sauce was y'all religion wise? If at five you was noticing that, you know what, something's a little off here. That means that you would have to been thoroughly inundated into, you know what I'm saying, the culture
I
for
grew up in the church. The church I
ah
grew up in, I was born into that church.
right.
So, church was just something we did. I don't know life without church.
Mm,
So it was just sitting in there being forced to listen to this. I was like, something ain't right. And it took a couple of years, but after, eventually I got my own Bible, graduated from the kiddie Bible to a regular Bible. One day I just got the notion to open the sucker up and read it for myself. And I started in Genesis. And the thing that got me was the story of Adam and Eve. And they always like, oh, Eve gave Adam the apple. And then when I opened the book and I read it for myself, it said Eve gave her husband the apple or the fruit, whatever it says, and he was with her. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. They told me, and it was several pastors that had said this over the course of my years. Like she was somewhere out by herself and brought him back this fruit, but he's standing there with her the whole time.
mm.
And I was like, why come nobody never tell this? So if they lie or omit the truth about something as simple as this, what else is they not telling me in this book?
Mm.
So I started reading a bunch of stuff that I couldn't talk to nobody about. Otherwise, I get my ass whooped. I ain't want no ass whoopings. I just kept my stuff to myself until I got old enough to actually be like, okay, so I mean, I respect for the church for some of the foundational things that it gave me, but as far as developing and helping me cultivate my spirituality, no, it didn't do that.
Ooh, and ain't that what it's supposed to be, photo?
Yes.
Well, I don't know because religion and spirituality is two different things.
Well, but
Religion is a
isn't
method of
religion
control.
supposed to link you to spirituality?
That's what it's
Okay,
supposed to
No.
do. That's
look,
what the
That's what he
look.
did.
Okay,
that's
wait a
what the
minute.
church supposed to do, link you to
Ain't
spirituality.
that, ain't
I
that
And
mean,
what
that's what
that's
he
what
Jesus?
I
did.
thought.
Ain't that
That's
what
what I
Jesus
thought.
was
Just
trying to
to
do?
grow it
Ain't that
in the
what
church.
Jesus or Yahushua? Isn't that what he was trying to do?
I
It
mean,
depends
all of
on
that,
how you believe.
What you mean? No,
all of,
no. I believe the way that he taught, and I ain't even a Christian, but
I
I
mean, all of that
believe
came into
the
play. But
I
until
rock with the science of Yahushua. He
when you
rock with
got
the
people
science of
and you
righteousness.
growing up and they're telling you that things that come natural, well, it came natural to me because everybody don't know
Right.
about that part of spirituality. But they telling you that things that come natural to you is the devil and is witchcraft and all this
You
kind
have
of
no
shit.
God to give it.
And then you go and you read the Bible, and I'm sitting up here reading shit like Jesus spitting in dirt and putting it on a person's eyes, and then they can see. I'm like, man, that's witchcraft all day long. And if Jesus was doing it, and Jesus said, I'm gonna give you the power to do this too, and we created in their
We already
image,
got the powers.
then how you
Exactly.
gonna tell me that what I'm doing is witchcraft when the
Ooh, say
deity
that.
y'all worshiping is doing the same damn thing?
Oh, she cooking, cut.
She is
Say
cooking
that.
right now. She cooking right now.
Say that.
Now
So
we
you
now
know,
we adding witchcraft
Okay,
in
so
this, right?
Queen, now I want to know. No,
Wait a
first
minute,
of
hold
all,
on.
well,
Wait a
witchcraft
minute, wait a minute. Let
and
me
the
say something.
power of the Holy
Let me
Ghost
say
are two
something.
different
Let
things
me
because
say something.
witchcraft will
Hold
apply
on,
to.
hold on, son kids. Let
Oh,
me say something. Because we already agreed right in the beginning of the show that it is rituals that's being found in
correct,
scripture, right? So
correct.
and then Sunkiss just said it's no different than voodoo, putting dirt on the eye and healing it. I mean, what the
The
hell?
Book of Psalms is a spell book.
I'm about
the
to say
whole
it's all
Bible is still
sorcery.
good.
It's all sorcery, okay? It's all just sorcery. You create methods to connect to the infinite or to connect to the infinite which created this reality. You call it God, you call it a name, you call it whatever. We know that we did not create this reality and nothing living upon this world did. So that meant that the
Right.
fact that we exist meant that we were made to exist as everything else. Whatever made us, that's what I'm crowning the chief or the chief this. You know what I'm talking about? And this is my thing with it. If everything come from a womb on earth, how the hell would God not be a woman?
Say that.
Let's be real about this.
Because
You know what
we
I'm
give
saying? Man?
life. Like, if we just be honest, like, we give life.
Not even give life. House life. The way the way
Oh,
that life, the way that y'all interact with life when y'all pregnant, like y'all go through a metamorphosis. You know what I'm talking about?
Well,
So
you ain't never
you
lied
sure
about
making it
that.
sound great, and I'm over here on the end really living that right now.
yeah.
And I'm gonna just tell you the way my back been hurting, and the fact that right now I would love a pork chop sandwich from G Town with extra onions
With extra ice cream on
and
that
heavy on the
motherfucker.
mustard, 2 pickles on the side, and some peppers. I'm just saying.
Already, Mama Dewey. Mama
Oh
Dewey. Go ahead.
man.
Mama
But
Dewey in the house.
if hey, this number 5 for me, and I got one for each generation. I got a
Already.
25-year-old floating around here.
Already. Respect to the household.
But we have to get we do have to speak on certain things because our people are still asleep. And religion is not the way. I mean, like, and I hate going back to this because, like I told y'all, I really miss Chicago, and I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to make it down here. But the people are so caught up in the religion, nobody sees that it's not working.
No. Everybody sees that it's not working. They just don't want to acknowledge it.
But
Black
you
people.
still giving your money to some shit that ain't working, but won't send your kids to tutoring.
Okay. So now we gotta ask her.
I'm sorry, y'all, but I'm just saying, you know, like you giving 10% of your money, but you ain't got no groceries at home. I don't understand.
Mama Mooey, how brainwashed, how unbrainwashed is a person supposed to be? Wait a minute now. A lot of this isn't just volition. A lot of this is social conditioning. A lot of this is epigenetic
This is correct.
conditioning. You know what I'm talking about?
We were just saying that same thing.
Yeah. Okay, look, now let me ask y'all something. What is the very first thing y'all think Black people had to avoid acknowledging within the United States? What's the very first thing?
Giving up their religion.
What?
No. What you mean? Well, okay,
we had to give up our beliefs, our practices. They stole.
Okay, so let's say that those are for those who were over here in the Amaruca prior to the United States being established, right? Okay, but when I say Black, I don't mean just skin color, right?
Yeah,
I mean
all
culture.
melanated beings.
I mean culture. Yeah, this ain't got nothing to do with melanated folks. Now I'm talking niggas. You know, I'm talking about. I'm talking from the United States. You know, I'm talking about born of the American nigger factory. Shout out to Dale Blair. You know what I'm saying? So real talk. Okay, so what do you think is the very first thing we had to avoid acknowledging within this reality, within the social capacity of nigger? The very first thing that we had to act like we didn't see, that we saw plain as day.
That we got treated differently. I mean, shit wasn't no way to be different. To not see that shit.
Different, okay. Treated differently?
Getting treated fucked up. You couldn't act, you didn't have the same access.
There you go. Keep going. Getting treated fucked up? Is that all it was? Just differently fucked up? Well, it wasn't a little bit more intensive than that?
No, when I say fucked up, I'm sorry, Shano. I apologize.
No, you feeling the spirit now.
Next customer, $1 to the cash app.
Okay.
That's fair.
I'm just playing. Go ahead.
It's irreprehensible. To be honest, like I ain't even gonna cap. Like I'd have been dead right away. I'd have been hung somewhere. I ain't even gonna cap with you because it's a different time. You know what I'm saying? Like my grandmother, you know, she lived during some of that time. You know what I'm saying? Like back when shit was, you know what I'm like, $1
to the cash app.
I'm gonna hit your cash app. That's the cash app.
I can respect that.
It was, you know, like, so I got it firsthand. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Some of the stuff that she experienced and why she felt the way that she felt. You know, she had a lot of pride, her being a Black woman. You know what I'm saying? And especially because she actually owned property. You know, when she came north, she was able to own property. You know, in Chicago, you know, melanated people could own property on the south side.
It was the first Black created city within the United States. Shout out to the Stinking Onion.
Look, the
Chicago is a mecca for all Black people who ain't know that. It's a mecca for us over here.
It was the first place that they could go. You know, like, and she had a lot of pride in that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it made her very prideful to own land and have a home, and she had a restaurant. You know what I mean? Like a little small diner. But getting those things firsthand, it does make it it's different. You know, so it gives me a certain level of distrust for certain things.
Right. So you're tapped in. You're tapped in culturally. If you're from Chicago, you are tapped in culturally. You're tapped in.
Like my grandmother came from Louisiana to Chicago.
Yeah.
So
you tapped in.
Things
tribally.
was different. So, you know, and just getting that firsthand, like, you know, her talking to us and You know, like that's who raised me. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So,
So you understand tribal. So now
yeah.
when I say black, the way that I say it, y'all understand it. You
hmm
understand it a little bit differently, right? The
Like,
thing, the thing is, so I want us to see us interacting with religions as us interacting with other cultures' perspective of spirituality, right?
hmm
Now they have, and what creates the culture of a people? The way that they live, right? So
yep,
basically the way that they live, eat, sleep, spoke, loved, build, warred, hated, cried, all that, right?
yep,
Well, as niggas over here in the United States, yes, it is quite a young history, but we have created essence of ourselves to where we have become such an enriched people, to where we actually can declare we have a particular perspective of engaging spirituality that ain't got shit. Excuse me, Senor Dollar, that ain't got nothing to do with the United States, right? We are a people unto ourselves. We just haven't declared that. Now we interact with all these other people's perspectives of engaging this reality in whatever means. We go back thousands and thousands of years. But yet, when those people from over there come over here to the United States from everywhere else in the world where we study their religions outside of here, they don't see us connected to them religiously,
mm-mm,
none of that. So ultimately, it must be just a people thing unto themselves, a tribal thing, not
yep,
necessarily religion, but more along the line of, you know what I'm saying, I don't know, something distinctive about where you was developing, how you develop amongst yourselves. Well, black people, we have that distinctive amongst ourselves. We just don't claim it. We
And we were first to create life. I mean, like we were. I mean, we
No, I'm talking niggas. I'm not talking black people. I'm not talking people. I'm not talking dark-skinned folk. I'm talking niggas. Us over here from the United States.
yeah.
I think you don't have to give the Nagarian lesson. I don't think they are familiar with the Nagarian theory.
Oh well, well. I mean, well, this is the thing. You really want me to bring up sweet?
I mean, you got to educate the people, man.
She put a nigga on spot. All right, then. So this what it is, y'all. I'm from North Tulsa, Oklahoma. All right.
hmm
Hop and skip away from Black Wall Street. And I focused on the value set of things. I didn't focus on the color. It took a minute for
Okay.
me to focus on the color because we weren't taught anything about race. We weren't taught anything about color. We weren't taught anything about our history. You were taught about pilgrims, and it's white folks. For those of y'all who don't know,
Hold on, hold on. They said the music, they having a hard time, like people can't hear. There's
shit.
somebody got music
The
on.
music is chilling. How y'all ain't digging y'all ain't
People
digging
in the
these
chat
vibes?
saying they can't hear you. They
Yo,
trying to hear what
Told
you're
you.
saying.
Well,
Skull
you
Gang
know,
Brown,
music
yo,
be loud
this
as
is
hell.
old school
Y'all
radio.
want
That's
me
how
to?
they
Do
used to
y'all want me
rock.
to put the music off or what?
Nah, I'm rocking the
People in the
vibe.
chat saying that they can't hear what he's, like they can't hear what he's saying. I guess.
Maybe turn it down 3 decibels.
All right, I'll turn it down a little bit.
Just a little bit, sir.
Look, everybody trying to see what you got to say. Look,
Right.
make sure they hear it.
All right, so this is what it is. I receive things as general as they're given to me, because if I apply the spirituality first and foremost, then I'm projected into that humanity shit, and my humanity tells me this is EBK. I'm talking about everybody killer. Fuck all y'all. I'm talking about. I didn't set it up the way that this system made it. The system made it this way. So it's like, all right, well, why does it seem like it is anti us? In the way that it's anti us is nigga. But once we, everybody talk about slavery, right? Well, I don't really count slavery. Shout out to Kanye for that one. Slavery is a choice, because you should be of more worth no matter what. Just the fact that you live within this world that God created. If you really do believe in a God, yes, slavery is a damn choice.
Give me liberty or give me death.
Yeah, I mean, if you really believe in a God, there's no way that you can ever think less of yourself. There's no way that you should, you could think lower of yourself or whatever. So it's like, all right, well, my people is put in the lower position, but specifically for our potential. For our potential, we're seen as niggas, right? They say that you can participate as black, but they treat you as nigga, worth-wise. They say you can participate as African American, but that feels like nigga, right? And it's like, all right, I didn't create nigga. Nigga was something that black people avoided back in the early 80s. It was, you know, unless, you know, you was in certain areas, you know, the ghetto or whatever, you know what I'm saying? We used it, but everybody else didn't use it. That was a word that black people actually whispered amongst themselves. Niggas, you know what I mean? But we weren't taught the history of it. So you heard it, right? But you didn't know anything about it. And you saw how people in their human reaction reacted to it. The fact that where I'm from, we didn't say the word white. We said Peckerwood. No one said white. I didn't know what a white person was until I got older. I heard Peckerwood. And then I understood that it was a slur. Like, wait a minute. Why would we refer to them as a slur? What happened? Oh, look into the history. And in the history, you know what I mean? And so in the history, you're just looking into the value set. You don't want to put it on the people. I don't put it on the people. Because when you're getting killed, and the people wishes they're going to kill you, and everything in this world kills. Some things kill to eat, things kill to survive, things kill to consume. So obviously killing is just as natural as, you know, permitting something to live, right? Well, all right. I ain't got no problem with that. It seems like most black people got a problem with that. Oh, they killed us here, they killed us there. All right, motherfucking kill back then.
Right.
That's your earthly right, right? Isn't that your earthly right? Or are you really operated by these laws? And these laws that seem to be more their laws. And if it's a their law situation, all right, well, let's objectively project that onto the situation. What is the value that black people appear to be operating by within this day and time? Now, we'll say, well, African American or whatever, but those who are at the highest point of African American, when the system gets out of pocket with them, it demotes them what?
To a
nigga. And why does it demote them to a nigga?
Because that's what you was the whole time in their eyes. No way.
No, simply because of their potential. Because African Americans go along with the game. Black people go along to get along. African Americans is actually trying to strive in this motherfucker lawfully. The way that these motherfucking pilgrims present it. I know I owe you about $20 because you're going to get it. The way that they present the parameters of the game, most black people operate off of that. And then the system still don't yield. So why even play the game then? If I'm gonna be a nigga,
that's what I'm more of that stance is. My thing is I am fine with not being accepted. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like we need to have our own.
Of course.
Not something, because they're never going to accept us and treat us fairly. I'm not interested in being fucking accepted.
We shouldn't be looking for that, because
we should be having our own.
We need to stop looking for validation and just start and just create our own, like we created their shit.
In the year 1301, you would not look to that group for no amount of sympathy.
Why? Look. Why?
It's not that we don't create our own. It is.
That's what I'm saying. Why are we looking for validation from them when they getting rich off of us?
Well, wait a minute now.
Into the culture, and we are shamed for trying to predict what we create.
We were entered into this society through trauma, through the most horrific trauma, right? Now, most black people are actually like imprinted upon white folks, and they don't even know it.
But see, let me say this. Once we realize, once we separate,
it's a time thing.
Wait a minute, hold on, let me finish.
Once,
I promise. Because I'm gonna hit you with a banger. Once
40 years it happened.
Once we stop complaining about the Wall Street and they whatever they reparation and all that, and separate and create our own that they get rich off of us from before, we will find out we are the gods.
Yeah, but you can't separate from those who you inadvertently revere as one.
Yeah.
That's a
So
natural.
as long as people are still going along with the religious quid pro quo, then we're not going to be able to have that, because how you going to have strong Black people that's praying to a white Jesus?
That's diametrically opposed. You can't do it. You can't do it.
What?
You
If you don't see that, if you think that some white man is about to come save you, baby, we ain't never gonna be no strong people, because you looking to the oppressor to come and save you.
Do we
How
think
that's gonna work?
Do we think Nat Turner think Jesus was Black? Of course not. Jesus was white for Nat Turner, and Nat Turner said, "I." Let's go take all these motherfuckers out.
But he said Jesus told him to go chop their head off. So
yes.
But this is the thing, is that
take all these spectacles out of here.
People are so broken. Their mind, you don't have to enslave people physically if you can enslave their mind.
Of course. Yeah.
So, and religion plays a huge part in enslaving a person's mind.
Well, wait a minute. There are keys.
When you go into a church and they say turn the other cheek, and the pastor he apologized. Girl, you fuck about no pastor apologize.
That mean get the fuck out of that church, though.
People that got heard it look like wool, and it ain't people that ain't melanated.
What you said?
Okay, wait a minute. Let's not act like the Bible don't got the keys in it, though. That's the thing. It was
the keys to what?
There are many keys, and the Bible can free motherfuckers if they read it right. It really can, but people don't read it right. People
don't read the Bible right.
They don't read
it right because people don't read.
It can free you.
Study, not read.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't read it right, because I'm telling you, when I open the Bible
now,
for myself, everything. I ain't
this
gonna
is
say
where I'm
everything
more
they taught me in church, but a lot of the shit that they taught me in church, I seen that shit was warped and twisted and fucked up.
Yeah, but
I'm gonna just say this: when it comes down to standing up for our people, when I'm more Quran, I'm sorry. The Quran is more
the Quran too. I got
aligned to what my beliefs is, because that whole turn the other cheek, how
it's
the Holy Quran.
It's been a debate over the Quran and the Bible, and it's a lot of scholars and scientists have pointed out that the Quran is more direct.
Exactly, and this is my thing, is that when it comes down to it, our people are so enslaved that they just keep turning the other cheek. Is you out your mind? No. At some point, we got to be taking up arms and having our own stuff, and that is going to include taking up arms.
But wait a minute, you got to value yourself first. You have to value
this
yourself to the degree of seeing yourself.
But how do we help our people in a large scale?
Well,
them to even open their eyes to love themselves.
It's simple, but the people don't want to believe something that is simple. It has to be, to them, it has to be some type of event, and they're not looking for a Black solution to their issue. That's part of that imprinting thing. So even if Black people look like Ice Cube, right? Ice Cube, shout out to Don Mega. You know what I'm talking about? The contract with Black America. He put together an entire economic team, and showed up. And they're like, nah, keep you niggas for y'all, right? The thing is, but Ice Cube actually, he should be saint level. We talking religion, spirituality, and everything. And you know what I'm saying? And him battling the devil that is, you know what I'm saying, the United States government and everything. Yo, he should be at saint level in niggerhood.
Oh, no, they can't. They hate him.
The government is very much involved in religion.
Well, of course, but the thing is, whether they're involved in it or not, all they're doing is pitching deals, and
Yeah.
pitching and pitching
And
offers,
that's what
people accept them.
And that's what make religion corrupt.
No, religion ain't corrupt. The people don't understand the power of their selection. They don't understand the value of their being. They don't understand their own divinity.
Anytime that the government is involved with religion is corrupt, period.
Bruh, you can't look. The government, this government is corrupt, period. It ain't just religion. These motherfuckers use war for business, cuz. Come on, bro.
He ain't lying. They'll start a war to make some money.
Come on, now it ain't a defensive thing. The United States military is not a defensive measure. It is nothing.
Nope, because we don't
it is all sword, no shield.
We have to think about this too. These is all facts because we don't have really any military that's stateside for real.
Well, the thing is, again,
they all deployed in other places.
Okay, but okay, when
so
you
they
say,
ain't protecting us. They starting nonsense other places.
When you say we, though, notice when you say we, you include yourself. This is the issue with black people. Black people can have the reality that we have here in the United States and still think that we connect to this motherfucker.
But when I say we, I don't really.
No, but I'm pointing that out
in
the inadvertence of it, though. Right, so that's what I'm talking about when I say black people are connected. We think that we're connected to the United States. We think that we're connected to the history of this country and all this shit. And all it is operating on behalf of pilgrims, white folks. This isn't a the law type of situation or a the contract type of situation. This is a their contract, a their law, a their perspective of reality. Right, that's what makes the shit white supremacistic. Not because they want to hang a nigga or call say, oh, you're a nigger or some shit or say something racist. No, just the fact that they want a white perspective of reality to consistently be received as a defaulted one or one that is considered to be so-called general. That's the issue.
Y'all have a comment on the panel that says black people were here first and the white man just want to believe that we're not.
Okay, but that don't mean nothing because they took this motherfucker by war. So how
they take everything by force?
But that's not a bad thing because force is a natural thing. If the people ain't utilizing force in the way that God intended them to, okay, don't hate the player, play the game. Shit, you know what I'm saying? What the fuck?
They might have been a part of the chain of command. Who knows? I mean, it has to be discipline or direction or what, or somebody, I don't know. Somebody's gonna have to play that role with that amount of people. It's gonna be some type of whatever they come with God. They're gonna come with a force, and
I'm sorry, y'all, for the background noise.
Go ahead. Yeah, please.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to put my food in the oven.
Look, the way that it works is God don't get your devils off of you. God just exposes your devils. You get your devils off of you.
Who is God?
I don't know.
It's a higher being.
I don't.
I feel like it's different for every person.
I think that's above our head.
Has anybody ever experienced or seen God or heard?
What would they be looking for?
Yeah, I look in the mirror every day and I see God. Me.
No, wait. Let's answer that.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's answer that one. Shano, who do you think they will be looking for, or what do you think they will be looking for? What form? What frame?
I feel
what
like
physicality?
I feel like they look for me when they speak of God because we were here first.
We who?
I feel like melanated people are more closer to God than anybody other nationality on this planet because of our history.
But see, that's the issue. The fact that people will utilize the cliche text of close to God. If God is all, how can you be away from that which is the all? How can there be some distance between you and that which is connected to existence, to everything? The thing is, this is why I rock with the Commission perspective of it, which is where they, got primarily, the large part of the Bible from. The Commissions, the ancient Egyptians, where everybody got all that shit. You know what I'm talking about? $30 coming to you, bro. it's you know what I mean. It's like, all right, cuz when it comes to the God thing, God is the all. How can you be disconnected from the all? How can you have to have a relationship? Oh, well, my relationship to be better with God. How can you be disconnected from that which is within everything? Are you not a part of the everything?
Well, who is the everything?
And no, you keep going to the who, man. Be a human, cuz. Be a human. That's that. Look, us trying to put some type of framework upon that which created this reality that we can't understand. Let me finish. We can't understand this.
Or who it is.
We can't understand this reality in its totality. But thinking that we supposed to understand.
Why is that?
Wait, let me finish. But thinking that we supposed to know the entirety of that which created it. What kind of ego is that?
Man, God exposed it.
What kind of ego is that? Y'all operating by how these pilgrims see a lack of their connection to this reality. The fact that you need a talisman of even the word God puts it in a framework. You're speaking of the creator of this existence.
That's why I say, even if we go back to the Bible thing, in my opinion, and this is just, my belief, is that it said that God is omnipresent. God is everywhere. So that means God is in me. I am God.
Of
course. I do get to see the manifestation every day. When I wake up, when I'm, doing my morning, affirmations. Just, you know what I'm saying?
I don't really rock with the I am God. I would rock with the I am within the entirety.
God is within me. Let me say that. I say that, you know what I'm saying? I am the embodiment.
All. God is within all. You don't think so?
I see. Now we're gonna have to come with a part 2 with this.
People still hold on, wait a minute. People still got choices though. This is why we get right back to the human agency. This is why I asked y'all the question: what was the one thing that when God and the devil, and we going within the Christian path in, right? What was the one thing that they had to agree upon as a measurement of interacting with humans when they had their context? There was at least 2 or 3 contests within the Bible. And they said, you know what? You can't force anything. You could, they could set up any type of
free
measures.
will.
Free will. They must be able to choose. So think about what the power of choice means now. This is why every time when you're in the church, God wants you to choose. God wants. That means that there is a desire there. If there is a desire there, then that means you have some agency of selection, or at least some agency of pause, understanding, engagement. You know what I'm talking about? Analysis. Something, but y'all, how do y'all see humans? How do y'all see humanity? As something, you know what I'm saying, lower, or something connected? That which is the greater part of the whole wishes to be a deeper connection. And you have the choice to do that. You have power while still connected to that large choice that desires a deeper connection. So who are we in our lowerness to have a connection desired of us by that which created all of it?
I believe we are connected to energy.
Say it again.
I believe we are connected to the nature of law.
That's
why when the sun gets hot, we get warm. When it get cold outside, we freeze. We are connected to the nature of law. But as far as what they point out in the Quran or in the Bible, these angels and stuff that I've never seen before, is I'm connected to that.
Say it again, the last part.
Connected to that, where is that? That's what I'm saying.
But that's the thing. You keep saying where. You keep saying where. You keep saying who, right? And the one place that you ain't looking is where the connection actually is.
People keep saying it was inside of me.
Okay. So that's the thing. You don't believe it though.
I'm not saying I believe it. I'm saying where is it?
You saying you don't see it. All right, then. But that's the thing. You're looking for it. It ain't something that you see.
And that's what. It's considered to approve of.
Okay, no, it ain't nothing that you see within. It's something that you become. You don't see it, you be it. You just live it. Hence,
so that
you
part
love
you are
me,
saying that
keep
I am
my
the
law.
God. I am the God. I am God.
No. Not be a human first. Wait a minute. This is the thing. Most of y'all niggas don't know how to be God. Hold up, cuz. You know what I'm saying? Most niggas ain't ready for that. They're not ready for that mantle. They're not ready for that responsibility. Right? So let's work up to it the way that the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Phoenicians taught.
For that responsibility when I get up in the morning and work and take care of myself and help pay bills. You know, I don't have kids. I'm sorry about that. So, you know, but I do I don't have kids.
Be on here
Shut up, son. Shut up. Don't you say that, goddamn. I'm about to put $1 in the case.
I'm a bachelor, baby. I just want you to know. Oh,
it's getting kind of warm in this world.
Go down. There ain't no cribs. Ain't no knocking them down. No, see, that's why you talking about the Lord now. You feeling a little bad, huh? That's what it is.
You know what I'm saying? What's up, Rob? Hit the panel. Hit the panel, Rob. Hit the panel. Just no topic. Just no subject.
Ain't no knocking them down.
You know I gotta come. You gotta come with that good content, man. You know I gotta come with that real. Let me roll up another blunt while I'm at it. Shit.
Already.
Oh man. But
I know, we been getting deep in it, This is true.
What am I serving? I feel like I'm serving nothing but a government. I feel like I'm serving people.
No. Now you are supposed to serve the people, definitely, but you're also supposed to be self-serving.
I know that, and I feel like I'm doing something when I do that.
Well, no, you're a barber, cuz. Barbers are like equivalent to like. Hear me out, bro. Barbers are like equivalent to mayors because y'all interact with the entirety of the community.
Every walk of life.
Every walk of life. You know what I'm talking about? So you're definitely giving service. It just doesn't resonate as that to you. You probably want to do something like think that you can do something bigger. And if I do something bigger, it'd be better than it resonate. Nah, cuz you got to be able to see it in simplicity. This is why everybody needs to study martial arts or a martial art, because it helps you to learn how to focus on the basic, on the grounding, on the foundation. You got to understand how to stand before you understand how to move. You know what I'm talking about? And you don't understand what it means to actually be a barber, cuz. You know what I'm saying? You think you just cut hair. Yeah. And it's like, nah, cuz y'all are natural politicians. Y'all are natural politicians. Y'all interact with the entirety of the community. The spot that y'all are in is known to be one of the most enriching areas of the Black community.
Especially with the young community too.
You know what I'm saying?
The opportunity y'all have, the ear that a lot of people don't have with the young, the young male youth. You know what I'm saying? Like the young men. A barber sometimes have, because they're sitting there. So, and they have a certain level of respect. Normally when a young man goes to a barber, it's because they have a certain level of respect, a certain relationship. You know,
she preaching on
when they pick a barber. So, you got that young man's ear. He gonna say things to you he might not talk to his mama about.
Yep.
Or even his dad. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all just guys among, he just a guy amongst guys in the barbershop. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a whole different vibe. It's different even than with like girls and a hairdresser. It's a much different relationship. Because first of all, it's hard to get a young man's ear. Them teenage boys.
But the main person who has to have a different level of respect is the barber, because he has to be a service to every walks of life. He has to be each and every damn attitude.
Well, the thing is, you don't see that as holy though, cuz. You never really thought of it. You never really thought of it like that, huh?
No,
you never really thought of the fact. See, this is the you understand. This is why we really understand humanity, and this is the cool thing with humanity.
People trust you with their kids.
I mean,
I'm sure you cut kids and the mamas come in there and leave them in the barbershop.
Look, then leave them there.
Yeah.
Drive off hours later.
Well, they shouldn't be doing that, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you're trusted.
I've been cutting out for 20 years. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, so think about what that means of your character. You gotta understand what humans, just being a plain human, right? You put us through particular stressors, and we naturally are going to bounce back, right? That's a human thing. Now think about being a black man and having that, you know what I'm saying, quadrupled due to the trauma of, you know what I'm saying, the slavery history and the ongoing, you know, lesser of worthening of, you know what I'm saying, blackness or misandry and everything. You understand something, bro? We are in a pressure cooker 24/7, having to navigate very, very surgically. Now, a lot of people just get good at navigation. Well, you don't understand the development of character that happens because of that. You get crazy gains of enriching character from such. This is why when black people do anything that black people do, the entirety of the world, it's like, oh my God, I wouldn't have thought to do it like that. Right? And everybody try to take it and hoard it and copy it and try to, you know what I'm saying, reverse engineer it or something like that. The thing is, we are a diamond people, homie. We've had so much pressure, so much social pressure and all other kinds of pressure placed upon us. And when you think about it, the majority of black people still wish to navigate and just, you know what I'm saying, be able to live well, become successful, pay their bills, all that shit, right? Y'all not trying to run the nation. Y'all not trying to take over. Y'all not trying to overthrow nobody. The majority of black people don't mind, you know what I'm saying, their station. But this nation interacts with you as if you're trying to buck it when you just do well. What does that mean doing your particular doing well does to them? How does your particular doing well resonate to them? To you, we're just trying to make sure we're efficient, right? Maybe good, but to those on the outside looking in and at the higher levels,
do you want to know the real reason?
They have a fear that we're trying to be better.
Well, they know that we are. They know that genetically we're superior. So they've always known this.
Right.
And so if too many of us catch on to what we really are, where do that leave them?
It's gonna be a problem.
Well, that's their issue, right? But the thing is,
they're not gonna let people. They're gonna try to keep you away from it. You know what I'm saying? And making people look crazy.
But wait a minute, we're only at the level where we're at because of them. They robbed us of the entirety of our humanity, and we had to rebuild one. And when we did it fresher than any other living people that have ever existed within this world. Not just, you know, in this timeline. No, that had ever existed within this world. We had everything ripped from us. Traumatically dehumanized to the point of being breaded animals,
right?
And we had to rebuild ourselves up from there socially. I guess maybe a lot of people thought about it, you know what I'm saying, within or something like that. Bruh, that is a major forging process. If you think about it, if you ever seen somebody work with iron and you see them put it in the heat, they take it out and hammer it.
Did you study the way how they bred us though?
Yes, I did.
They bred us like a masculine type of person. That way we could be better in the fields and be working. So that's the reason why
they purified our genetics, homie. That's the one thing that we don't, that a lot of people don't understand what happened with slavery over here in the United States. They actually purified our genetics.
Exactly.
And in doing so, inadvertently defaulted us to a level of superior, not just over them.
Over the whole everything.
Oh, we're superior over everybody. Over everybody.
But as far as the superior, not but the superior over everybody already been at the first. Now purified our genetics. That's what they do. We've been over superior.
We're the world's newest humans, bro. You hear me? We're the world's newest humans. These motherfuckers put us in a laboratory. And hold up, hear me.
The world's newest humans.
Yes.
The world's newest structure.
No, we're the world's newest humans. That no one has gone through what we've gone through and survived. No one. We actually, actually thrive if you think about it. Not value-wise. Hopefully we'll get back to that, as far as when it comes to quality of life. Black people want to get back to thriving or thrivinity. Right. It seems like most people just want to get out of survival, but that doesn't mean you're going to move into thriving. That's what we're owed. That's what our legacy should include. Not motherfuckers having to survive perpetually due to a systemic framework. What part of the game is that? I mean, shit, but hold up. If it keeps us down, then it's good. Because we ain't supposed to be able to be kept down. Right. I ain't mad at these motherfuckers for putting forth nothing. You got $50 coming to you, cuz. I ain't mad at for putting forth nothing that they put forth to keep us down. Nothing. Have you seen how scary our potential is?
When I say put us down, I don't mean like in a spiritual, like it's the systematic stuff. Like, man, I kid you not. This had never happened to me before, ever in life. I was still in Chicago and I was, like applying to places and stuff. This lady was trying to get me to sign a lease. Okay. And I hadn't even personally viewed it. I just viewed it on like a FaceTime. Like she did a walkthrough on the FaceTime. Right. So she never really looked at me. You know what I'm saying? I just got a little walkthrough of it or whatever. She wanted me to sign a lease. I was presumptuous. I was like, well, I would like to see it in person first. But just based off of, her getting my salary information, her getting my credit report, like just the basic stuff.
It should be a flow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Get there. She got one look at me and she was like, well, I apologize. We have another application. We're not going to be able to rent to you.
Well,
I said, what? I said, you was just trying to get me to sign the lease before I even got here. And I told you I didn't feel comfortable. I said, so now, I said, well, what would be your reason? Oh, we have another application. No, you don't. You was just bloodthirsty. Like, lady, stop playing with me. Why would I already have cashier's check, everything in order with y'all's name already printed on? Is you serious?
Oh no, that you gotta send something. See, this is the thing. We have to understand their culture.
But I had never personally experienced. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
I got here and I was like, what the?
Yeah. Well, you saw. Well, this is the thing. Whiteness.
But if you go to a certain area where it's still nice, but I ain't gonna do my grocery shopping around here. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like, just whatever. You don't have access to the same stuff, but the homes are still nice. Stuff like that. But it's really easy for you to be able to find a place because people look like you.
Look, if white folks, if Irish, right? Irish folks had to earn their way into whiteness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They were the
They
last.
were down there with us.
You know what I mean? I think they were the last, like the second to the last ones to actually, all right, saying we're going to be white and participate in it. We're no longer just Irish. The thing is, when they operate with that, we look at it more like a social dynamic, the way that the system presents it, but it's more like a tribal thing. It's more like a cultish thing, right? Now, when they operate on the color, their color is it's not, or our color or anything outside of their color. It's not a racial thing. We tend to point it as something racial as opposed to something that is tribal. So prior to them establishing the United States, whiteness was already one of the deepest concepts with them.
But
Even
that's
amongst
the difference here. These people, they will take the raggediest of their color. I'm talking
Yes.
about like the ones that can't read think they better than you. You be like, I know you fucking lying. Oh, I got you, Shano. You be like, I know you lying because
Let me say
you
this
can't
real-
even read. Like I'm talking about and even they, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, so they will embrace them. I've never, like, I'm just telling you, in life, I've never seen that because being in Chicago, like, you do have certain places that's segregated, right?
Right.
But then you have certain places they don't care. They don't want raggedy on the block. They don't care what color you is. You ain't cutting your grass, maintaining your house. They do not want you over here.
Absolutely
Driving the
not.
property value down.
And they will call the laws on you.
Ooh, you ain't lying. So, but here's the thing. I value those things too. I don't really care what color you is, but maintain your house. Your kids better
But
not
you
be
know
breaking
what?
in nobody's car. You
Moody,
know, like,
you know what though? I'd rather to stay in the neighborhood like that. That way I don't have to worry about getting my house jacked, my car jacked, me jacked, my family.
that's what I like. But when I came here, it's like I was in culture shock. You know, exactly like he said, but like these people, like, they'll take the raggediest of they people. The ones that I'm talking about gutter ball, dog, raggedy. Okay. And you
because
be like, dang.
because it's the whiteness. Okay, now look. See, this shout out to Patrice O'Neal. He said the skin color carries a history to it before we arrive of our consciousness of understanding it being upon us, right? Like we don't know that we black out of the womb. We have to learn that we're black. And when you learn that you're black, you understand the history of blackness. We tend to project that history of blackness moved socially away from the value placement that it was, 400 years ago or whatever. And it's like, all right, well, what has actually happened in this society to where black people could really say that I am a beloved citizen of this nation? And for us to be able to do that, that meant that all black people would actually have to be, at least, have access to being able to get themselves to that level of saying that. And it's like, all right, well, look at the black people at the highest level. And you ask yourself, what is the flack that they're encountering? The fact that they encounter flack, it's like, all right, wait a minute. These black people do everything as you say there's as everyone's supposed to do, right? Through whatever measure, right? Let's say that there is nothing stereotypical about these black people at the upper levels, and they still get flack. Have y'all ever worked a white collar job and have some pilgrim shit clutch her purse? You know what I'm saying? You in a suit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, since I've been down here.
You got your attaché, you know what I'm saying, case and shit. and she clutch her purse as if you finna rob her and then go to your desk. You know what I'm talking about? As if you don't work there. As if just any black person can work here. Oh, all right then. All right, y'all just hire anybody. All right then. Yeah, I'm sure.
Don't run into no women. You know, this is the thing. I have a rule. I won't work for women. Okay.
But let me finish my point. My point is the fact that even at that level, blackness is made to mean that to them. Now, there's no fear of any harm coming to any of those people, right? No fear, no harm, no physical harm. More than likely, the black people who operate at that level, they've kind of changed the way that they speak so that they more, you know what I'm saying, are in tune, more aligned to their vocal tone. Like these black people put forth a gargantuan effort to adjust. and I guess I would say amalgamate. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe they don't think they're doing that. I think they're just maybe trying to be a part of the team. But even at that level, whiteness means that much to them, and blackness means what it does to them. So if it's like that at that level, at any other level, and I wrap this up, at any other level in society, I'm not surprised when I encounter an out-of-pocket pilgrim. Like this is a very racist, so-called racist nation. It's going to produce racist people, right? They're not an anomaly. They're the majority. But you know what I'm saying? Most of us try to, resonate as if they're the anomaly. It is as bad as we think it is. But we try to tell ourselves that it ain't, just so you don't go crazy and you can do the day to day. I don't know.
Mhm.
Nah, it is as bad as we think it is, and even worse. But the solution is us working together, working amongst our own, or valuing ourselves to the point to where we wish to work with ourselves and no one, and only ourselves primarily. And we can work with other groups, you know what I'm saying? But the way that nations work with other groups, not the, you know what I'm saying? Not communities, but nations. Yeah.
It needs to be on an agreed level, and it's not just any old person is communicating with them. Even if even when we have things amongst ourselves, there has to be order to it. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody got to know what their strengths are, okay? And all of us don't have the same strengths. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, son. Your device is disconnected. I don't know what happened, but you got to connect. There you go. There it is. All right.
We have to have some order, even amongst our people. Like knowing what our strengths are and our weaknesses.
Right.
That's what makes us strong. But unfortunately, I do greatly feel like that because we hold religion to put on such a pedestal. When I say we, meaning melanated people,
Right.
We use that to separate us. That because we put that first instead of, like you said, looking at humanity as a whole. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so if they rock with the color, then what's wrong with rocking with the color? Then it's like, all right, because if the entirety of the world, this is what get me off of the whole white supremacy thing of it. You know what I'm talking about? Let's say that they set the system. All right, cool. They set the system. Well, the rest of the world don't have to go along with it.
they choose to.
But they do. You know what I'm talking about? And they all come from their respective cultures. They got religions and perspectives of spirituality and interacting with reality and everything. But when they come over here to the United States, they fall right in line. They follow suit.
Yeah, because they want to be better than somebody.
They follow value suit. So if that is the case, then don't hate the player, play the game. That means that nepotism, it ain't really a nepotism thing. It's culture. It's the way, it's tribal. It's how things are supposed to go. So let's say that you're actually supposed to rock as tribes in the United States. They ain't gonna tell nobody this. Just like, they don't tell nobody, how you can get over on certain, I don't know, taxes or whatever the fuck, right? People don't share their information, whatever. It is what it is. But the thing is, let's say that finagling the system was actually the way to play the system. And if you try to play it honestly, as the system presents the framework, well, you'll move within it, but you'll never be one of the lead gainers because it's not designed.
It ain't built for you.
Well, not that it ain't built for you. It's not built for the integrity. Well, yeah, you're right. It ain't built for you. It ain't built for the integrity that you attempt to place upon it. It's actually made to be finagled. You have to disregard some of the rules in order to move forward. Now, if you tell black people that, they don't want to receive that. They want to, oh no, we gonna follow all these laws as slavish, you know what I'm saying, as they young to be. But everybody else plays the system how? They play it in groups. They play it tribalistically. They play it, they do the nepotism thing. They stick to their own. They create cultures amongst themselves.
And Asians are the best point of what you're talking about right now.
Appreciate
United
that
States.
cash out, bro.
Facts.
Appreciate that cash out.
I had to, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm breaking code over here. You know what I'm saying, with these profanities. So excuse me. We said we can keep it clean.
I ain't done for the night, so.
Already. Oh, you said no. You said no more. Yeah, she ain't got no more curses in it. That's all right though. But that's the thing is, I think it all points to a tribalism. I mean, we started off talking, religion and spirituality, but ultimately the way that people interact with religion, spiritualities is through the cultures of other people. It's through the eyes of those other people, how they interacted with it. And it's like, all right, well, we live in a different reality. We live in a different now. Perhaps maybe there are some things. Well, not some things. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that we can take from religion. Because the older you get, you realize, all right, it ain't that bad. It's the people that's jacked up. Because it's like, wait a minute, there are definitely keys within the Bible. Because there are keys within the Bible. There are keys within the Quran. There are keys within the Torah. There's keys within, there's keys all over, because all they're doing is interpreting a spirituality within the reality of their time where they were at, utilizing primarily the environment. Right. Now that's one thing that we don't do. A lot of us don't trust that you can actually get a spiritual connection from your very environment.
And that topic, what you just saying right there, makes me wonder, do us as melanated people, have we lost our understanding of nature? And I digress.
You know what? Shout out to the Nameless Protagonist. He put out a podcast where he was talking about the Mousetopia experiment.
Mousetopia experience. I never.
Yeah, Mouse Utopia. There was this doctor.
Wait a minute.
The scientist. You heard about it?
I think my boy Knowledge to God 13 was talking to something.
Has something on it.
He touched on that, something like that. I remember something like that. Go ahead.
Yeah, within it. So this is what they did. They this was 1972, and they put a structure. They created a structure for mice to be a utopia, but not at the size that it was supposed to be. So it had everything that they needed, but it wasn't the correct size. And in it, they saw that these mice actually lost themselves, right? Ultimately, it came out to that the purpose of being a mouse for them eroded.
I remember they did a adrenochrome experiment on a mouse with mice. They took the old mice. The mice were so old it turned white, and they took the young mice adrenochrome out of it and put the new adrenochrome into the old mice, and the old mice hair started turning back gray, and it was young and everything. They put the old whatever back into the young mice, and it turned old.
So it's a vibration thing. And so when you think about it, within that mouse experiment, various things happened. You had some mice that they said that ultimately all reproduction stopped. A lot of them became sterile. A lot of them became homosexual.
What?
Yes. A lot of the mice became, they called them the beautiful ones. All they did was groom themselves all day.
Wow.
They formed gangs. And when they interact with another mouse, someone would, pick on them, but ultimately they would became cannibalistic. And And the whole time when you're thinking about it, you're just thinking about
how they probably did us.
Sound like the projects to me.
There you go, right? It always resonates as a project.
Don't that sound like a project?
That's the PJs. You know what I'm talking
about? Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. Like,
so ask yourself. Let's say that wasn't the PJs though. So let's say that it wasn't an experiment to where they decrease the resources that you need. They decrease the space that you need. Let's say they gave you the space, but they decreased the resources. I think once they did that Mousetopia thing, then yeah, they definitely tested that out on Black people in the projects, but the projects wasn't a large enough scale of an effect for them.
I believe that because where I'm from is in Robbins, Illinois. Okay. First all black community. We had a Black airport, everything. And like I said, when my grandmother came up from Louisiana, her and my granddad. So, but the area became impoverished. Exactly what you said. They had the space, they had the land, they had the homes.
Right.
They took the resources.
Right.
So they started stripping the tax dollars. Yeah. Started stripping certain things, and after a while, it started to diminish the community. Because, one thing that
respect L. Nixon,
my grandmother was always very proud of, like my grandparents, was the fact that we never lived in the projects. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
When they came up from Louisiana, they always owned. You know what I'm saying? So but I guess what she couldn't see at the time is that the same thing that they was doing in the projects, they just spread it out to a larger space.
Yeah. So now can we say that? Can we see and acknowledge that was an attack?
Yeah.
Because this is what got me in the game.
Was it really an attack, or did we not stand up for what we supposed to stand up for? Because ghetto actually means a certain word. I think you studied enough to know that, right?
Well, I'm not too sure what it meant, but I know that it was actually attested to the Ashkenazis who were occupying the ghettos prior to, Black folk. I'm not too sure what it means though. But the thing is, why I say that we should see it as an attack is crack. The understanding of crack.
$5 cash up. Appreciate the $5 cash up. Salute.
Yeah, the understanding of crack got me in the game, right? I remember the Black neighborhood before crack hit it, and that don't mean drugs weren't there though.
You know what I'm talking about? It was introduced.
Yeah, people was doing dope. People was doing all kind of dope. The dope that people were doing before didn't destroy the entirety of the neighborhood.
Before they gave it to our neighborhoods, you don't think they were doing it themselves before they gave it to us?
You talking about crack?
Right.
Nah, I don't think so.
I think they were experiencing.
So.
Go ahead.
With coke.
I think the coke. Okay, exactly, because that was a rich man's drug, right?
Yeah.
There. And they was already smoking the crack before they even introduced us to it.
Yeah, but it wasn't in the form of...
And then we was already in a poor community anyway. So that ain't...
Right. But see, that's the thing. All of us wasn't.
That's what pissed me off.
Because on the south side of Chicago, like, you could pull it up. I'll send you the stuff one day, Shano, because it is... they got a Black museum there. But I'll send you the information. But the community wasn't poor, and you still had people that was doing their thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you had the party drugs because that's what time, in that time period.
Right. Yeah.
But it wasn't. It didn't tear the damn community down.
It didn't tear. Whatever they was doing didn't tear it apart.
So it was like a reservation. Because if you really understand the word ghetto, and put the word reservation beside it, it's like the same thing.
Okay.
It's a group of a familiar people living in an area, but it's an abundance of that group of people.
So could it be said
So
that
it's not the lifestyle or the place that you're at that's stopping you. It's the
it's a mindset?
mentality. Right.
Yeah, it's the mindset. But remember, within Mouse-topia, within the Mouse Utopia experiment, they denoted that that's what was the loss of the mice.
Reproduction.
The mice, the mice mouseness. They lost their mouseness.
So let's bring it to a level that everybody understands. Is that what you think that happened to Black Wall Street?
No.
No. That's what happened. That's what happened to black people. Black people lost black people. Well, we never
remember Black Wall Street, though, right? How we had the knowledge, this, that, whatever. We was in a community of our own.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, there were many Black Wall Streets, bro. It was just Tulsa was just the one that was rocking, probably with the highest number, but or the most competitive, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But all of them were competitive. I mean, remember that what happened to Black Wall Street happened to over like 70 different other cities, right? So we're talking at least 70 cities that got, Peckerwood mobbed like that, right? And then you're talking at least maybe 20 more cities that they flooded purposefully underneath lakes, right? And then let's give it another maybe 40 to 50 cities that got major highways ran through. Do you understand something? At some given point, we have to tell ourselves that all right, we shouldn't be looking to this system to do what it says it's going to do. Hence, you don't play the game the way that they say that you should play the game, or the way that they tell you that they're playing the game. The way that it's set up is shout out to BGS for this one. It's like the Kobayashi Maru or something like that. If anybody watch Star Trek.
Can I ask you a question on how you going through it too?
Go ahead.
HBCUs was created by who? Was it by us?
The Small Hats. It was created by Small Hats.
So you with me? I feel you, bro. Too. I'm loving the comments. You got it.
Already, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I think to me, it's not a system thing anymore. I used to think it was a system thing, but then I had to ask myself, why would I think that the system would ever be in pocket for us though? Because you know what I'm saying, the way we just really wanted to leave us alone.
Keep us down. I mean, because there's something a couple of friends of mine was having a conversation after slavery. Okay, they had to put certain laws into place because the Black people, we were used to working, right? So we was putting white people out of work.
Yeah, we weren't putting them out of work. We were just the most skilled.
Yes, and so
we were the population of the highest skills at that level.
And that's the thing.
In that time.
And they were lazy because they weren't used to working. So their whole work ethic, ambition, all of that was shot. Exactly. So the fact that they had to start paying for it, they started putting laws and stuff into place because at that time we had wealth, more wealth than what we have right now.
Well,
if you look at the numbers, we had more Black households that had the dads in the households. Okay, we were not dependent on the system, but they did systematically change it. When they put a lot of these laws into place, it was to make sure.
Can you blame them when you see how quickly we rise through whatever they said against us? Now, this is one thing we have to take into consideration. We have to see ourselves the way that they see us. We have to see ourselves as fearful
as they really are of us.
As they see us. You know what I'm saying? At the fright and the fear and the scaredness that they say they feel of us. Why don't we say, all right, maybe they are feeling that. Now, it's not because they think their lives in danger. Because most Black people, y'all don't accost white folks on no measure. You know what I'm talking about? They don't get no black act right. Really, not like that.
Because they out here killing and doing all types of stuff.
Yeah, willy-nilly. You know what I'm talking about? But the thing is, if that's the fear that they have,
why would we think that fear is just merely because of, their lives in danger? What it is they fear their inner worth when they're around those of us who really know our shit. And and I've seen it happen on so many levels. I've watched a doctor fear an entry level participant. All right, I've straight up fear. And this person, she had so much light, it was crazy. Just a person who is definitely supposed to be within healthcare, simply because of her spirit alone, right? Everything that she did, she was revolutionizing the basic way they was doing shit. She was able to see holes in everything. And anyone who has that type of perspective, no matter what color they are,
Facts.
that's an asset. You know what I'm talking about? That's you respect that type of brain. You respect that type of character. You respect someone. To me, that's holy, whatever color they are. You know what I'm talking about?
Facts.
If you can see, not necessarily that you look for the flaws and everything, but as they're participating in something, they point something out, it turns out to be a flaw. Next thing you know, you correct that flaw, you have 20% higher production. Are you kidding me? I don't give a fuck what color you is. Let's rock this shit. But when they encounter Black people like that, and they already suffer from an inner worth issue due to the class wars that they were in and participated within prior to them becoming so-called Americans. Prior to the United States being established, there were class wars within Europe that was just crazy. They brought that over here along with them. But it stems from some type of inner worth issue that they suffer from. And this is why when you got shout out to every comedian that make the joke, we know how to stand through some hard times, you know what I'm saying? But they go through some hard times, kill the whole family, jumping out of buildings and shit. Wait a minute. Y'all ain't down bad like that. Y'all ain't down bad nigga style. So, you know what I'm saying? Why y'all taking yourself out? Oh, okay. This is the whole thing with the Proud Boys and everything. Why they think that they're losing. But everybody else who come here to the United States look as their example of success. Them. But it don't resonate to them. Their success doesn't resonate to them. Their status doesn't really resonate to them. Yeah, they'll flex it. But they won't flex it unless they can flex it on somebody. They won't flex it themselves and feel something from it. It has to be some type of, some type of target or something. You're dealing with an empty people. That's the one thing.
Ooh,
and you know what I mean? And nobody wishes to acknowledge that. Nobody wishes to call that what it is. They ain't racist. They not white supremacistic. They're not even devils. They're just empty. Because when you have that human connection, like I said, a baby cry, all of us, boom. You know what I'm saying? We're on it. That's the humanity in us. And that's not going to stop toward anything else. That's why we could be thinking of like, how the fuck could anybody do the things that some of these people do? And it's like, you're dealing with an emptiness. The fact that they have to consume as much as they do. And they got so much, and they set up for themselves to receive more than anyone. It's like, all right, what kind of system do you think these people are going to create? And what type of sharing are you thinking to expect of them? And not to, say they bad for that or whatever, but if this has been their foundation, what type of change are people really looking for these folks to make when there is no incentive whatsoever, when everyone is trying to get on their program and rock it the way that they rock it, but deny that it's still empty to them? I don't know. This is like some what they call that? Some Twilight Zone type stuff. I don't know. You know what I mean?
I need to get that soundboard.
yeah, that would be dope. You know what I'm saying? Put Rod Sterling in the background. Shout out Rod Sterling, one of the coolest pilgrims to ever live.
Yeah, for real, man. Like,
Oh, yeah.
my thing is, what I got out of that, what y'all just got to talk about, like, without even religion, all we have to do is really better ourselves. I mean, if some people might need, you know what? I don't want to take away religion because I seen religion help people as far as reading the Bible,
Yeah,
reading the
definitely.
Quran.
Yeah.
They have facilities, fellowship halls or whatever you want, what have you, and they help and support people. I think the churches are not doing enough as far as these foster home kids and stuff.
Yeah. I
You
think
know
I
what
think
I'm
I
saying?
think I think the thing is, look, whatever you rock with that you believe makes you a better person,
Right.
I'm congratulating that.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what helps me to respect people's
And then we let
engagement with religion or whatever.
not only the church is letting these foster kids letting these CPS placing these foster kids in motels. We letting us as an adults, us old adults of so-called old school, the real ones, the black men, not niggas, but black men, we letting these kids run these streets and kill each other. It has to come to a point someday that you have to make this water drink. You're gonna either drink this water and live, or you're gonna die.
But wait a minute. The thing is, the vibe that we are
Look, the
we
reason
are
why I
letting
say that,
be
we have
given
no
to the youth is one that is of death. It's always been a death vibe given to the youth of the children of America. Because wait a minute, it's not just our children that's getting that death vibe. All youth is getting that same thing. It's
Yeah.
just the way that our youth interact with one another. They tend to carry that shit out. You know what I'm saying? A lot more. You know what I'm saying? Like proper lethally. You know what I mean?
Let me say something, because it's gonna come into a point like when black folks start to come together as a group and
You
want
just said bruh, what is this time limit that you think niggas got in order for something just to click within them? It doesn't work with just a clicking.
yeah, that's true.
It don't work with just a click. Look,
first.
yes, sir. It takes work, but see, that's the thing. That's what Jesus showed you, right? Before people understand. Okay, we talk about the Bible. Get back to spirituality, right?
Let's go.
Before people understood the actuality of the Hebrew connection within the Helios Biblios, or the Book of the Sun, or the Holy Bible, right? What they utilize, remember, it was put together. They wasn't aware of everything that they politically constructed with that tome. They were putting together what was popular at the time.
Okay.
So they put something in from the Phoenicians. They put something in from the Gnostics, who they called Christians, because those who operated with Yahushua and the connection of whatever science he presented didn't call themselves Christians. They were referred to as such. That name was placed upon them. They took from the Comesians or the ancient Egyptians. They took from
God ain't had nothing to do with us calling us Christians.
No, nothing at all.
People came up with that own word. That was a man-made religion.
Look, Christian means elevated. It just means elevated in consciousness. Basically, it's the same thing.
What you saying? A title.
It's a title. It's a title of anointing, right?
Made from man.
Yeah. So I mean, it is what it is. Well, I mean, it ultimately comes from I believe the ancient Comesians, from Karast, where
it's still a title made from
they
man.
get Christ. You know what I mean? You know, but the thing, if you put the pilgrim tone on it, everything's gonna be distorted. And somebody wrote it earlier in the chat that the distortion is the hold up. Let me see if I can go back up that high. I don't know. I gotta find that one, but it was bars but they said it was the distortion or a misinterpretation is like the wrongest part of it. And when you think about it, that's the truth, because you have cultures participating in the cultures of other people, and let's say that their perspective of spirituality comes particularly from them. Kind of like how I don't know how y'all feel about the folks interacting with hip hop, but I remember when it was only niggas doing it. I remember when black people weren't rocking with hip hop. I remember when a large proportion of black people was not trying to feel hip hop. So the fact that it came from the have-nots of the village who were the throwaways. We were the ones who were told you weren't gonna be shit. You gotta give me that one. We were the ones
who made it, the jazz and the blues.
Yes.
The other music, they were the same people.
Yeah, but they didn't want to connect us to that history. They wanted to hoard that for themselves. They didn't understand that when black people so-called create music, we're not creating music. We're putting our life to wax. We're putting our life to the pages. This is why I asked the question, what do you think black people had to avoid first and foremost within this society of acknowledging some really, really ill things that went down? I mean, like what, niggas getting hanged and what they, you know what I'm saying, burning motherfuckers alive and all that. I mean, think about it. If you came from the nut sack of the cat who had to watch these motherfuckers burn your son alive because they lied and say he raped some white chick. And in this day and age, we all know how, you know what I'm saying, thirsty white women is for the, you know what I'm saying, the BBD. BBD. It's like, all right, wait a minute. That's some culture shit, right? That's culture.
For real.
Right? All right. So it all comes back to culture. What do we think? What do we think is the essence of us to create in the way that we create, with the pressures that we create? With hip hop. Hip hop wasn't done just so you can actually create some hip hop and nothing like that. The reason why they took the breaks was because that was the part where the youngsters was listened to. The breaks were more dynamic. The breaks gave you energy. But the adults, they was cool going back to the vamp and going back to the melody and the soulful and the baby, please, please. Oh no, we wanted to get down. Wait a minute. But they didn't want us using their records like that. They didn't see us connected to the entirety of the history of black people. Right. It was something they actually thought they could create something that was personal to them. But this is why black people need to understand village. It's why we need to understand tribal. We interact as such, even though we might not, you know what I'm saying, consciously put it out there that we are. But we're a tribe, and that's what we tapped into with hip hop.
We definitely need each other as a people.
Yes, we do need each other. Yo, we're communal, cuz. We are. Let's say that we probably ain't supposed to be like everybody else ain't, whatever. But let's say that we're
created community people.
Yeah,
and that's the correct way to say community people, whatever you want to say. Yeah. We definitely were made and fit to. We supposed to communicate as a people, as a whole. That's what made the world go round, not money.
I mean, but the thing is, you also
we make the money with girl.
You also got tribal connections, though. You also have tribal connections that are organic, right? So let's look at it like this. Over here in the United States, you have some folks who we call Nigerians, right? Well, when they go back over there to the continent, they go to Nigeria, they aren't just plain Nigerians anymore. There are tribal distinctions amongst themselves. Very, very precious, very, very serious. We're talking lineage that probably go back hundreds of years, if not more, right? Now, this is how the entirety of the world presents itself, as tribes. Well, we were stripped of that. We had that entirely stripped of us. Now we were supposed to, so we were defaulted into having to make a tribe with the social placement that they call black, or that they let be called black, but they actually value us as niggas.
Right.
They'll call us black and let us call ourselves black, but
They give us this the foul, disgusting name, but
why is it foul and disgusting? Why?
That word, because that word was formed to characterize, to point out these type of people. It came from slavery.
Right. It sure did.
You know what I'm saying?
What's wrong with that?
That word nigga came from slavery, period.
Right. What's wrong with that, though?
That is a disgusting word, because if anybody that knows about slavery and know what the melanated people went through slavery, and that word comes from, that's a degrading word. That's
exactly. Yes.
Word.
Yes. It's a degrading word. It's one of the most degrading words in the history of man. Correct.
Correct.
All right. Now let me ask you this. According to this world, how it interacts and how it resonates with us in our creativity, because all people have a creativity, right? All people have a creativity. All living things, all living beings have a creativity. We have to create home. We have to create for shelter. We have to, create for family, all that, right? In our particular creativity, do you believe that we've elevated ourselves out of whatever that is, whatever?
Of course we have of course.
All right. Now, that is why we should hold on to it. Because that is what they feared. They feared the manifested potential of the nigga, the lowest of the lowest, the nothing, the ignorant, the blah, 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 blah.
Because it does have a strong foundation.
Yes. So let me ask you this. If it is low, if it is negative, if it is the bile of all this, right? How can you have any fear of it? If you are interacting with something that is lower, something that is an animal, something that ain't even human according to your definition of what humanity is, then how can you actually have any genuine fear from it? What is it that you fear from something that's lower? And not only lower, let's say that something that don't even know that it's operating as lower, and it is actually doing so.
Right.
The framework that you put forward for 300 years.
So this is a way of turning people who I know what you're coming from. It's like we turn it into a lie. We're showing the people that this word that these folks, the whiteys, they came up with, they call us, and this is who they are, because the way they understand the word nigga is, degrading. It's supposed to be bad people, in their world, and we turn it into a lie.
Yeah,
that's why we should hold on to it.
That's exactly why we should hold on to it, because we turn all of their perspectives of our worth into a lie. And it exposed that there is an intention to sustain projecting that worth on us in some form, like a Kyrie, right? They want him to chop his nuts off publicly, and he can't stand on his cultural perspective, but other people can stand on their cultural perspective. Why can't he stand on his? Oh, that particular skin color. Oh, okay. There seems to be some issue with that one. So is that a systemic thing, or is that a personal thing? Is that, is he actually out of pocket, or is he doing what everybody else is doing? Standing on their cultural square. It's just that when we do it, we're not permitted to. We're not permitted to become a people. We're not permitted, and I don't even consider myself a Hebrew or nothing like that, but saying just the fact that let's say there are black Hebrews and they consider themselves black Hebrews. Yo, you black. I rock with you. As far as it goes with your religion, I don't rock with it. I respect it. You know what I'm saying? And I respect your right to stand on your square for it. I respect everybody's right to stand on the square of their religion or whatever they think links them to their spiritual understanding of connection.
These white Hebrews.
Okay.
When the black Hebrews speak of, when they speak out, especially the ones that's in entertainment, when they speak out of the black Hebrews, the white Hebrews shut them down.
Okay, so aren't we all Hebrews then? I mean, wait a minute. I mean, if it's the same religion, and wait a minute, aren't the white Hebrews?
And we supposed to be the same religion, right?
Are we supposed to be the same religion, right? It's I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, that's no different from one church talking about another church.
It can't be the same religion.
Well, no. It's not that it ain't the same religion. It is the same religion, but it's the same religion through a different filter.
Mm-hmm.
And that filter is always a cultural filter.
Right.
So that's the thing. So that means that culture plays a much larger part than religion or spirituality does.
Big O call it a cult.
Well, let's say it's a cult. You know what I'm saying? If that's what it is, that's what it is. But the people are not going to operate on what they know is their comfort zone.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And this is why you don't see all these other people of different nations and different so-called nationalities interacting in, you know what I'm saying, people of different nationality churches. They have a different perspective how they go about engaging the spirituality. And that resonates. Even if they don't want it to mean more, that definitely resonates as it meaning more. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you know what I mean? What the fuck? They ain't got to say nothing. It's written all over their face.
Right.
It's written all over your face.
You don't have to say
a word. Not a word, cuz. You know what I'm talking about? And they ain't gonna smile.
No doubt.
They ain't gonna smile at you, boy.
In these day and time.
It's written all over your face. Look,
yeah.
This is my thing, right? I'm wondering where the anti-hate bill is for black people. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
They just got one lickety split. but also to point out that there seems to be some type of vendetta with black people in the United States, or should I say the white power dynamic of the United States. Maybe not the white people themselves. Let's not put it on the people. Let's just say that.
Well, I'm gonna say this. If it is a personal vendetta, and I do see, and we have to go to the root of the problem where it begins. Where it started.
What do we see as the root, though?
On the melanated people. Well.
Ooh, caught you.
We go to scripture now. We can't go to scripture.
Wait, hold up. We're putting it in our today terms.
Okay, today term.
Basically, we're writing our own.
Let me ask you this question. Are you talking about today terms or in scripture terms?
No. Well, the thing is, we already understand how they saw it in the scripture. The thing is, all they were sharing with what they were going through, just living. And then they apply some perspective of spirituality that they had culturally onto it, and then that's what it is. Anyone can do that. If you read the Bhagavad Gita, you get lessons from that one. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to the Quran. Major lessons from that one. If you know what I'm saying, it's lessons all around. The thing is, what we should be focusing on, what it helps. I think what it helps for people to focus on is really what it means to be a human.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about? First and foremost. What does it mean to be a human?
Right.
And when you understand that, then you understand your spiritual connections. You ain't gotta project no what if out there. You ain't gotta project no miracle. You ain't gotta project no, you know what I'm saying, no super duper event occurring. You will be able to see that spiritual connection in its simplicity. And that's what makes it real. Not, you know what I'm saying, not because you see somebody parting some seas or something like that, which I think is allegory anyway. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's all in that which animates humans, or excuse me, that which animates life. You know what I'm saying? That which animates life. We don't think about that. Well, okay, we can say the spirit, or we can say the soul, or something like that. I don't know, but I know that there is a specific energy that occurs when humans are caring for one another.
Yeah,
that's what I'm focusing on. I'm focusing on that inadvertent thing that happens for all humans.
Right.
And we'll get into the tribal thing a little bit later. You know what I mean? But it's like, all right, let me understand that, because to me, that's where the spirituality is for humans. It's just identifying what that element, that connecting element is. You know what I'm saying? What is that connecting element? What is that? And I think when we come to understand that one, then we'll come to understand a little bit one with empathy, right? And when you rock with empathy, you tend to be, I guess maybe inadvertently more righteous or something like that, or intentively righteous. You know what I mean? To me, I think that's personally, this is me being selfish, but I think that's the solution for everything. I think, you know what I'm saying, Jesus brought the solution for everything, and nobody wasn't listening to shit. Because all he did was bring the perspective of righteous. Be righteous. It ain't hard.
He ever tried that? That was his whole purpose.
That was, and that was game, cuz people ain't pick up on that. Nigga, that was straight up game.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what he was brought here for. I mean, and I respect everything of what he's supposed to be and what what he's brought here for. But what these other folks picked him up, make him out of their own image, picture, and they even came out with a picture of him.
Yeah, it was cold-blooded, wasn't it?
But scripture says totally different from what you make him out of. That doesn't make any sense to me. And not only that, they ain't the only ones. You either got the Mexicans doing it, the Asians doing it, everybody doing it.
I mean, but that's the thing, though. That, to me, I think that's that flaw in humanity, though. I think that was the element that Lucifer was talking about as an angel. His gripe that he had with God, you know what I'm saying, and God's agency towards human. Like nothing else is able to choose God. Nothing. Not even the angels get to choose, right? Nothing in heaven gets to choose, really. because they're punished for making their decisions, right?
You know what? Let me read what Big O said right here. He says all bodies are worlds. Your perception is your God. So you know what? This is the reason why I say I am God. I am a God. I'm gonna do it lighter than that. I'm gonna say I am a God.
Okay. Peace, God.
Peace, God. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say I am a God. That's my choice. Now, as far as worshiping, praying to another God that I can't see, I really don't know, that don't respond back to me. I know that nature responds back to me. I know energy responds back to me. I know that. I recognize that.
But isn't that nature of God?
And I know energy. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with energy because for some reason, energy comes back. I mean, karma. Let's call it karma. Go ahead.
Karma? No, I was after exhaling. I took a long hit. that wasn't exasperation. I don't do the passive aggression.
What you throw out there comes back to you.
And to a degree, I believe it to a degree, because there's a lot of, you know what I'm saying, get back.
Law.
What law though? What you mean? What law? Law of nature?
Yes, that's what law of nature.
All right. Well, doesn't most cities?
If you don't take care of the land, if you don't till the land, it gets wild. It gets crazy.
Okay, yeah, but what if that's because you don't see a connection to it? So let's say that you were brainwashed in being able to be cloaked of your connection to the land, right? So, and because the way you presented it was like, well, if you don't know this, then this could happen. You're speaking as if people are knowledge of them, of self, right? They don't even have knowledge of self. And nowadays, when you talk about knowledge of self, people call that Hotep. You know what I'm saying? Simply because the Pan-Africanist or pro-Black community was one of the, you know what I'm saying, first sectors to really like jump on the phrase and everything. But let's say that's a human thing. Knowledge of self. You know what I'm saying? But what people believe themselves to be is that which is connected to that which deceives them. And I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, a question I asked earlier: how brainwashed are people not permitted to be?
I'm going with what you were saying. That made a whole lot of sense when you were saying about the seed, when you planted, I guess, on dry ground like concrete, what have you.
Yeah,
it's just gonna be, it's still made just might just even dry out and die because they don't have nowhere to. It has no soil.
Right.
It has to be planted in soil. You have to be. That's just like I believe it's us. You have to be planted in something in order to go on and live.
But what grounds Black people? Because or let's ask ourselves, what have Black people been attempting to ground themselves in so far?
You know what? That's a good question, and let me respond back to you on that. We have to go back to our ancestors. We have to go back to our history.
And where's that history? Like how far back we talking?
Man, you say you had to go back to ground, huh? What grounds Black people up? We have to find that out for ourselves.
Well, that's the thing, though, bro. That's why I brought up the whole Mouse Tobin.
You know what? I think I know what you're getting at. That is our ground. Black people.
I don't think the thing is, I don't think we're permitted to be grounded. I think that part of that breeding process that they put on us, we're not regular humans, cuz. We're not like everybody else.
That's our ground right there.
That's our grounding is us. Our grounding is our celebration of us. Our grounding.
That's who we tap into. Us.
Yes, that's it. That's it. We're the Ouroboros. You see that snake that bites its own tail.
Mm-hmm.
We've been projected into that, yo. I mean, we're not connected to everybody else's humanity no more. So when we try to ground ourselves in what everybody else,
they was connected to us and took over. That's what that was.
Well, no, this ain't got nothing to do with white folks or nothing like that. Nah.
Okay, my bad.
No, this ain't got to do with them.
Okay.
No, okay. Now I'm speaking. Now when I speak of largely when I speak of white folks, I'm talking about their system that they created.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right. So not necessarily them as a people. Them as a people, that's just some personal shit. You know what I'm talking about? But as far as, you know what I'm saying, interacting with their system, even they are accosted by their own system. You know what I'm saying?
But I believe we can't blame them. We gotta blame ourselves because we want to fall victim. Now the forced part, okay. But falling for the okie doke bullshit, that's on us.
Exactly. Right.
That's
You know
on
what I'm
us.
saying? We definitely got some culpability and got some accountability in this of us being what's the word? Apathetic or some shit.
Right.
I mean,
So
is
y'all,
that the word?
yep. You did say, you said it right. Apathetic. Yep. So y'all know it's like the plants on the ground, the trees and stuff that we see. They have chlorophyll, whatever. Not to get too nerdy or whatever.
Shit, go into it, bro.
The chlorophyll, whatever, within plants is the same thing as the melanization within the human body of us, right? It's
Word.
all the same thing.
Okay.
So remember earlier I was telling you, to sustain a life, it takes a life.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So from the same light that makes a sun, that make a tree grow, or whatever, or make us be melanated or whatever, we all give all the information or the vibration that's being sent to one thing is getting sent, but it just looks different.
Yep.
The way it hits a plant in chlorophyll, whatever, it looks green on a tree, right?
Yeah.
But within our skin or whatever, it looks brown, dark matter or whatever. Go ahead.
No, I know what you're talking about. I think Dr. Laila Africa.
I'm gonna mute out. Go ahead, bro.
No, keep lit, cuz.
No, I'm gonna run in here and get something. And I'm gonna come right back. Hold it in. I'm gonna be right back.
Already. I think what he's speaking of is the chlorophyll that is within plants. It is I don't know, dare I say genetically or maybe even anatomically or something like that. Within similar properties of our melanin. You know what I'm talking about? So that, I mean, look, our humanity is dope. I don't know, but look, I'm if anybody don't know, I'm an introvert and black supremacist. All right, so you know it is what it is. It is, but it's not anti nobody else. It's just that I know people ain't on our level with it. You know what I'm talking about? Again, the whole world marvels at how we live. Think about it. There's some element within how we live that the entirety of the world need to take some pieces from. Now, we don't just go searching other people's cultures, just, you know what I'm saying, and just get super enthralled like that. But the entirety of the world does that with ours. And then when they come here, they're so enthralled that they actually gotta try to supplant us. Now that's the interesting part, because we make some undeniable, you know what I'm saying, creations, right? Undeniable, you know what I'm saying, some of the dopest shit. That's why they study it in their colleges or whatever, right? Around the world. Again, this ain't got nothing to do with white folks. Around the world, they study black culture, okay? But when they come here, it doesn't resonate to them that we are where they got this shit from. They actually are able to participate within the framework of the system to the level to where you would think that, all right, yeah, nah, you're not black, but you're definitely a person of color, and you should definitely be able to garner, well, we should definitely garner a little bit more empathy just from the basis of that alone. Just off the fact that anybody of so-called color understands that there is a specific sensitivity that you got to use to navigate within the United States, and they won't even give us that.
Look, but this is the thing. Some things that we try to explain to understand, it can't be explained. You know what I'm saying? So I was about to ask you also, I just came back and I missed probably what you said. It's to understand of magnetism, a magnetic thing. Or let me listen some more. I'm sorry, I just came back to it, but go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
No, you saying magnetism, like go in on
right. So it's and I don't even have a high school diploma. I got a 10th grade education. I ain't graduated. I'm just a truck driver.
You hold up. You've been if you've been living long, you educated, cuz you just ain't institutionalized.
Yeah. So it's like magnetism with the earth, the thing that we walk on,
Right.
is the same as you. So the same,
It takes a
you know,
consciousness though. That's the
it
whole
say
thing.
much is above is below. Do you
Yeah,
understand what I'm saying?
yeah. As above, so below, right?
Go ahead.
The thing is, you have to have a conscious connection to it. If you are operating on drone status, or if you're operating as an automaton, just automatically, whatever, not under your own steam, your own programming, however, you know what I'm saying, that's structured, then nah, you're not going to be aware of that eternal, you know what I'm saying, connection that's there. That's the thing, is
Or they
that's why
say ether. I'm using magnetism, but then they gave it to the form of ether and the energy source and whatever, or the torus field around the body. It's like when y'all go to the hospital. Do y'all know what makes those machines really work? It's not the machine itself. It's the energy coming from out your body. It's the energy coming from out you.
hospital
make
give me the heebie-jeebies, cuz.
Go. You got. I'm gonna mute up.
What you got to say about this, Mr. X?
Come on in, Mr. X.
You know, I'm just paying my respects to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, first of all.
Oh, this motherfucker.
And second of all, I don't even know what you guys are talking about, but I just feel like punching somebody in the fucking face tonight.
Come on, man. Okay,
man, I'm with it, man. I want that smoke.
That's very pilgrim of you, Mr. X.
Oh man,
what you been drinking? What you been drinking?
I don't drink anything.
Michelob.
The Quran doesn't allow any drinking. I don't do any of that.
Why you gotta be? Hey, you got.
Oh, the Quran definitely allows drinking.
You gotta pay.
I don't drink anything. Allah doesn't allow me to do that.
You gotta pay $5 to the Cash App, Mr. X.
What did I do?
You cuss, man. You cuss.
I didn't know there was any kind of rule. What's going on here?
Yeah, you've been checking in and out. So you owe about $3.
What can I say? I can't say the F word.
It's $1 cuss
What?
word.
If I say,
you can say whatever. Just hit the Cash App.
Well, how about this? I want you to shave these nuts for me. Is that a bad thing?
Well, no, that's Paul. You got to send 50 cents for that if you're gonna throw some Paul stuff in there, for real.
No, that's
Chop. Listen, I had a whole hate show on me tonight. A whole hate show on me and Jim Terry.
I passed through there.
You passed it. You heard that guy? Did you hear the other guy's show about us?
I was in the chat.
No, not our show. The show that was going on simultaneously about us.
No, I didn't see that one.
So
this guy was talking about Jim Terry's father, about going to his business, about his sister, about his mom. That's who Jim was talking to back.
Bite off more than you chew. It is what it is. But let me ask you something.
This guy's some white dude who lives up in Utah. See, here's what happened, Chop.
Hold on. Yeah. What's up?
Did you come up here with a topic?
What's up with you? What's up with you in Islam? We talking spirituality. So what's up with you in Islam, Mr.
Well, first of all, you know, I found the Quran when I was inside.
Inside what?
Angola.
Angola.
Yeah, he learned all the way. He learned all the way around.
Okay, all right.
And I had that issue where I got in a fight at a strip club. I pulled somebody's eyeball out. Everybody knows about that.
Disrespecting our intelligence, y'all.
All right.
Pulled somebody's eye out in a strip club.
Okay.
Because here's what's going on, son. When I go up to the dance floor, I'm coming up there with 20s and 100s. I know you look like a brother who's coming up there.
Oh, he worked for Empire. He worked for Empire, y'all. He a rap consultant. He worked for Empire, y'all.
Yeah, I come up with 20s and 100s. You come up there with some change and ones.
Okay.
You know, I don't know about what you're doing, but yeah, I got in a fight in a strip club. I pulled out somebody's eyeball. Then I went inside.
No.
Let this pilgrim hey, chop. Let this pilgrim go in. This is something spiritual. Now
so here's what happened. I went inside. I found the Quran.
Okay.
Started learning about the
teachings. You went into the strip club and found the Quran?
Let him finish.
Inside Angola. I was whittling some chairs.
That's right. Hold on. And it converted you, huh?
Converted me, made me a better man.
Hold on. It converted you from what?
From a guy who was completely lost. I would just walk up to somebody. I would go into Watts and just punch somebody in the mouth.
You was lost in titties in Angola.
I mean, I like that too. But you know, so as I started reading the teachings,
how was the
started going back.
So you was reading what ass was clapping at the same time?
Yeah. How was they shaking it right? How was them titties in Angola?
he funny, bro. So
I
he
used to do a lot.
he read the Quran as in tennis classes.
You know what I'm saying? Titty sweat. Titty sweat falling on
And his life change. And his whole life change.
My whole life changed. That's right.
Jim, you owe me $10. I will hit the cash out.
Hit that cash app.
Hit that
There you
cash
go.
out. You just came up and changed the narrative, changed the show. You
Oh, I mean,
got it.
I'll leave. I can
we
take
still
off.
talking
I
religion?
didn't realize it was still
No,
religion.
please don't leave.
I
Please
don't
don't
want you
leave.
to leave. I want you to hit the cash out. I don't
I don't
want
even
Iron
have a
shopping
cash
on. Iron shopping on. He just doing it in a different way, y'all. Iron
I
shopping
don't,
on.
I
Let
don't
him
want him
talk.
to leave. I want him to hit the cash out.
What cash app? I don't even have a cash app. Jim gets all the money, not me.
Okay, let me tell you that we got PayPal too. Hold on.
Hold on. You think Mr. X has a PayPal? Come on. No,
Got
Jim's got
PayPal.
all that stuff. Jim's going to have to send it to you. He's going to have to send you a tip when you go cut that
And then
girl's
listen
hair.
to him, y'all. He dropping a whole lot of names that we ain't even thinking about.
Mr. X, have you ever thought about selling Fords? Well, no, not
Fords?
Ford. No,
The
you don't
cars?
have a Ford voice. You got an Accord voice. Can you sell me an Accord right now? You got one of those voices. Say 9.3 APR finance.
9.3 APR financing. Honda Accord.
There you go. So that's on the TNN commercial. Y'all.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a little voiceover work. I mean, you don't have to hate on me.
Nah,
you
not
know.
hating on you. I can tell. I hear it.
I'm trying to make some money. Trying to make some scratch. I'm up late. I'm in LA.
All right, then. That's what's up.
You know. I'm still wearing the bandana front like Tupac, red. Don't worry about me.
Really?
Ooh-wee.
It must be kind of tough in Santa Monica, huh?
And he's sitting in Australia right now, y'all.
I'm in Inglewood off
Pulled
Slaughter.
him up.
Everybody knows that. Number
Wow,
one.
man. You was the
Oh,
best.
are you?
Santa Monica. I was in Santa Monica
You was awesome.
over the weekend.
You up there in the jungle, huh? Tell game we said what's up.
That person, man. God.
Tell the game we said Suboop.
The game, I don't hang out with anybody like that. I'm more into DJ Quick, people like that. A little bit older than you.
Well, it's still Suboop. What the fuck you talking about? I know who Quick is. What you talking
You
about?
at Rick Ross' house right now, y'all.
Only younger cat I ran with was Nipsey. Rest in peace.
Rest in light. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that too. I was there.
Crip in peace, Nip. The most
Yep.
honorable local ever lived.
You're from LA too?
I am
I
not.
want to hear more about the strip club, reading the Quran and
So,
watching
so
titties and
here's what
ass
happened.
clap.
Here's what had happened. I was in this club. We call Club ATL. Don't worry about that. It's a little situation that happened. Now I was up there in the front row, right on the stage. I had 20s, I had 100s, some buster out there. He had some ones. Of course, all the girls know Mr. X. They wanted to come up to me. They didn't want this hater. There was a fight. I punched this guy in the jaw.
Oh, you're a regular. You're a
Hey,
regular.
y'all gotta let him talk. Y'all gotta let him talk to really
Yeah,
catch
so
it.
next thing you
So
know,
just
I
let him
punch this
talk.
guy in the jaw. He jumps on top of me. Now I'm 6'1", 195. I'm not a huge guy, but I'm ripped. This guy's some fat slob. So he starts jumping on top of me, and I'm kind of working my way out of this fight. I just went for the eyeball, just pulled it right out. Next thing you know, I'm in cuffs. Because if you pull the eyeball out of some big white guy, the black man's going to jail. I mean, that's how it works. So I went in.
Oh, so you just threw the. You know what you
I
just
went to
did,
jail.
right?
You did some white
Yeah,
boys.
so I beat up
Go
some
ahead.
white guy, and I'm inside now. So the next thing I know, I got some bum lawyer who's not going to help me out. I mean, that's how they do us.
Wait, hold
But
up.
that
Wait,
supposed to be your. But that put not us. That was your family.
wait,
Them was
hold
your
up.
people.
Wait, hold up, big O.
Hold on, no. I got it.
I'm
Hold
black,
on,
you know that.
that. Just let me. I got him.
Wait a minute. I'm assuming
That
this is a
won't. That
pilgrim.
won't us.
Oh, wait a minute.
Say it again.
I'm assuming he a pilgrim. Mr. X, you ain't a
No,
pilgrim.
No,
no,
I'm
no,
black.
no.
You
Listen
guys
to what
know
he.
that.
Listen to what
I
he
say
said.
this every time I come on the show.
No, let him talk. Like y'all gotta.
He is not black. He's lying to y'all.
I'm
Oh,
black.
okay.
I'm light skinned. I got
No,
vitiligo.
no,
Everybody
you're
knows
definitely
that.
not black.
I
But
hear
I'm
pilgrim
definitely
over
black.
there.
Jim Perry's white.
He's very white. He is
No,
not
I'm very
Yeah.
black. I just got light skin. I got light eyes.
Yeah,
So yeah, I beat this white guy up. This fat slob.
Oh, you beat
Smell
this
like
white
wet dog,
guy.
by the way.
And you said you ripped like a whatever.
Yeah, I'm like 195. You know, I'm kind of shredded up. I mean, like a Jake Paul, like a black Jake Paul.
He should let him shred it up there.
Mm-hmm.
He should let him shred it up there.
So next thing I know, I'm inside.
Right.
You know, and somebody brought me the teachings. So
How
I
did you
took
get
it up. I
inside
read
that
it.
quick though? just for pulling his eyes out.
Well,
Remember
there's some times
pulled
I'm
his-
skipping over.
Remember you said you pulled it. Remember you said you pulled his eyes out. So
I
they
pulled
had
his eye
arrested
out.
him.
Got arrested. Took some time, and I got found guilty because there's cameras around
Jim,
there.
Jim, you
I
know
mean-
that's some white boy shit to pull somebody's eye, right? You know that, right?
Mhm.
Headbutt.
And he's
That's
free.
Head,
And
head,
he's
head,
free.
headbutting too. Is
Samoan
is
guys,
killed.
that's all they do. That's where I learned it from.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Samoan
okay.
I played
Mm.
football out west. This guy to
Oh.
pull your eye out in a heartbeat.
You're very disrespectful, bro.
What did I do? I served my
I'm
time.
listening to your commentary right now. You're very
I didn't disrespect anybody. I
But
was
it's kind of,
disrespectful.
but it's funny though.
Well, I mean,
You're
I'm not
very
trying to joke with anybody, so I was put inside.
I'm listening to your commentary. You're very disrespectful.
Okay, who did I disrespect? Explain to me.
Your whole
Hey.
story was very
What
disrespectful.
Tell me how you make your tuna fish. How you make?
I still want to get back to this Quran. What did he get out of the Quran? What did he learn out of the
What
Quran?
do I do with tuna fish?
Yeah.
Just eat it straight out of the can, nothing else.
I bet. Yeah, Pilgrim.
Straight out of the can, nothing else. See, I'm starting to wonder if Son's a black guy because I hear he eats spam.
Oh, you hear?
Yeah, you're into spam. That's what everybody
Oh, he remembers spam. He had it too. I know. Yeah, I got you.
says. He's into spam.
What you know about spam?
I'm probably older than you are.
Pilgrims eat spam.
Huh?
What you talking about?
Yeah.
I know what
It don't matter.
I don't eat
That-
spam. I
but
don't
what
eat that.
do you know about
Pilgrims
spam?
eat
What you
spam.
I
know
know
about
what it
spam?
is. Spiced ham. You put that. They have that in Hawaii.
They don't only.
That's
eat
where you guys hang
parsnips.
out at.
Oh, okay. You
I only
guys.
hang around
huh?
my people.
I like your
Liberty
words.
City.
You guys, huh?
When the last time you had some Nutella?
Yeah, I actually had some of that not too long ago. I call it Nutella. That's what I
He
call it.
eating it now. He eating it now. Yeah. While you at work. Yeah.
Now listen, I was in Liberty City a few weeks ago, my hometown.
Really?
Which one? Because
Were
there's
you
more than
there
one
with
Liberty City.
Spike?
Near Miami. I had to get out of there. The hurricanes
I
coming.
got you.
You know. We
Was
had some
Chester
problems down
there
there, so I had
as
to come back to
well?
LA. But next, I might be going up to Gary. A lot of people know I spend time up there. That's something you guys
Ohio?
don't know anything about.
Ohio?
I'm a big
Gary in there.
Indiana.
Yo,
Yeah.
Indiana? Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I only hang out in the
yeah.
hard parts of the country.
do you
Everybody
watch a lot
knows
of,
that.
Do you watch a lot of Ron Burgundy?
Ron Burgundy. Tell you what, there's some tough places down in Tijuana. You talk about San Diego and some of those other places down there.
Down Tijuana. Ooh.
You been down to
So
Tijuana?
you don't think people travel
TJ,
that you're
TJ
talking
is
to
a
right
lovely
now?
place.
No, I'm asking you. I mean, have you been down there?
Yes, and when I was there, I watched these Tijuanans rob these Peckerwoods who got out of pocket. It was phenomenal. We were drunk as fuck, drinking tequila, eating the worm, and it makes
Talk
you
to
get
'em.
naked when you drink
Talk to
tequila
him.
in Tijuana.
Yeah.
You can't stay clothed because it's just
And dog on the
really-
stick tastes great. Yeah.
Now,
Go ahead,
when
finish
you
your
were down
story.
there, let me tell you what I do down in Tijuana. It's nothing crazy. It's nothing hardcore. There's a place down there. It's called Calientes.
Okay.
It's a sports book. You can bet on sports down there. Mexican government takes 4% of your winnings. My goal is to go down there and take Mexicans' money because I could just take it off them straight up, but I'd rather win it in betting on sports. So I went down there and bet a little
Listen
bit on
how
my
you
Houston
talk about
Astros.
state to state. We keep going from one place to another place to Florida.
Well, I'm just going to start having conversations about. He mentioned San Diego. I mentioned Tijuana. I mean, that's how conversations
Yeah,
start
then
up.
we moved. Now we down in.
Well, I'm
Go
telling
ahead,
you
go
what
ahead.
I did in Tijuana. He mentioned what he did. I said, here's what I did. So I go, this is my hobby. I like to go down there and take Mexicans' money. That's what I do.
Okay.
I come back with
It's
their
really,
money,
it's really
Jim.
just taking your own money back.
Hey Jim, I got a
Taking
question
mine.
for you.
taking yours.
Hey Jim, I got a
No,
question
you're not
for you.
taking mine. You're taking
Hold on.
yours
Jim.
back.
No, Jim is the name of the channel. That's not me. I'm Mr. X. You know why there's an X there?
Oh, the channel is
Why-
called
why-
Jim.
Why is there X, Jim?
Because we weren't given last names.
All right, Jack.
Okay.
So all right. So you know what? I'm gonna give y'all Jack. This probably used to call
Right,
y'all back
yeah.
in the day, Jack. You know what I'm talking about? So check it out, Jack. When was the last time that you played Warcraft?
He said he wasn't given a last name. Man, this dude is
We're
funny
given
as
last
hell,
name.
bro.
We just got X. So that's what the whole name's about.
Yeah,
Now,
this shit
I
is. Woo wee.
listen. Actually, I learned that from the show. Actually, I didn't know that until about a couple weeks ago.
All right,
But
all right, hey, Jack, tell us how you feel about CRT. Does it get under your? Does it stick a
CRT?
growl in your jaw?
what is that?
It's something they call critical race theory that gets white folks all up in the tizzy.
You know, I mean, I'm not white, but I mean, teach whatever you want. I mean, it's not my thing, but you know, I don't care. I have nothing.
Hey, cut your camera on. Cut your camera on real quick.
Do you have,
That's what I only
no,
ever
don't
appear
cut
with
don't
a
cut
mask
your
on.
camera.
Everybody knows that.
Do
Now
you
listen,
have
son, you
do
bring
you
up
have anything with the Eddie Bauer brand in your home?
I do not. Here's my opinion on that. PRT.
What about FUBU? What about FUBU? What about
That's like
FUBU?
19
He's
like
wearing a FUBU hat right
1993.
now.
Here's what I
What
believe.
about FUBU? You got some
Let
FUBU?
me answer his school question, then we can get over to FUBU before else by us. Don't worry about that. Now, here, I don't have any kids that I know of, but I don't believe I should have to pay any taxes on school because I'm not putting any kids through school. So if you want to go teach that in schools, I don't give a shit. It has nothing to do with me. But here's what I do care about.
What taxes got anything to do with?
Well,
That's
I mean,
another
what I'm
dollar.
saying,
No,
my
it has a lot to
taxes-
do with it because he's basically saying he don't go to church.
my taxes are going to pay for these kids. Good luck. They can go to school. It has nothing to do
Do
with
you go
me.
to church?
Okay.
Yeah. No, I pray for my home. I face Mecca.
Hold on. You
Don't
think your
worry about it.
taxes goes to the school the way?
Yeah,
that
my
the
taxes
school-
go to the school,
Wait,
and I have no kids over there. I have no
And do
staying
you
over there.
tithe?
So if they want
Right.
to go
Do you
teach
tithe?
whatever they want to teach, they
But
can go
wait a
teach. It doesn't
minute.
upset me.
The children are graduating stupid.
Do you
You
tithe?
don't think that they need more money, more funding?
Yeah, do
No,
we tithe?
no.
Do we
No.
tithe? Do
You know who
tithe?
should pay for it? You bring up a good sub. Let's get back to church. I got a great
think
idea
the
for
parents.
you. You know where they
Parents.
should pay for it? I do tithe.
Parents.
Here, I'll tell you this real quick. There should be a property tax for every single church in the United States because they're not
Property
giving
tax.
enough money.
I heard your words. Property tax ain't tithing.
Property tax, correct.
No,
Here's why.
that's not tithing.
No, I'm not talking about time. I'm talking about something else.
That's like owning a car and you just paying on it and doing whatever. I'm talking about tithing. Do you tithe?
I tithe. Now listen, let me get to this point here. We're talking about
Okay,
schools and you're talking about churches. So if they pay property taxes, the churches, they use the roads, they use the schools, they use the sewers, they use the electricity, the fire department, they use all the stuff that we use. So they should pay property taxes and that can go pay for the schools. How about that? Because everything else is tax free. It's all bullshit.
I can rock with that.
I mean, I think that's how many churches here. Do you know about the LDS church, the Mormons in Utah, the white people up there?
I heard about them.
Okay, so that's all the ones that don't like.
I do.
That's all the ones
I
that don't
do.
like me and Jim. Okay,
I do.
they have a thing in
No.
Australia.
So what's your gripe against the Mormon thing?
Well, I mean, we've busted open a case up there. Jim Terry and Mr. X. We don't have any problems with the people, but it's like a cult up there. So they've been all coming for us.
No, that's a fact. Now that's a fact.
They've been coming for us. I mean, so here's the thing. There's a guy out there named Adventures
I'm
with
gonna
a
trap
Purpose.
you, bro.
Here's what and this guy has helped find kids. Now, Jim Terry went on his show a number of months ago and said this guy who was going to be on Dr. Phil was a
Bring it up again. You said it was something to do with kids? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. Yeah, this guy Jim said that this guy was a pedophile. Every one of these shows had this guy on, and they trash talked Jim. Guess what came out 2 days ago? This guy's a pedophile. It came out. Adventures with a Purpose. Every show, Chop, is talking about this right now. That's why those LDS people are talking about us, so we don't talk about that. That's already verified. So it's what it is. There's a lot of BS.
Y'all doing guys work on that one. Much respect.
So basically, he's talking about Social Security fraud.
Well, here's what happens. This is what I learned.
So you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, let's get it.
Not really.
Social Security fraud.
There was a big 60 Minutes piece over in Australia. It was Australian 60 Minutes, and it was about
That's
how
where
the
you at
Mormon-
right now. Huh?
No,
Let him
I'm in
finish,
Los
let him
Angeles. The Mormon Church created. I don't know if you know this or not.
Yeah,
but
I already
didn't
looked
know
you
this
up right now. I already
Look
look.
at
You in
Look at my
Australia right
IP.
now.
Hold on, fam. Let him finish. Go
So
ahead.
listen.
Okay, go ahead.
So if you were talking about tithing, and if you tithe in Australia, it's not a write-off. So the only write-off
Now you know what I was getting to. Go ahead.
is to a charity. So what the Mormon Church did was set up a charity and screw that country or that continent or whatever it is out of millions and millions of dollars. So there's a lot of
Millions of dollars, bro.
hundreds of
Millions of dollars.
So there's a lot of shady shenanigans that are going on. They're holding us down. They're holding people like Jim
Who
Terry
is us?
down.
Who is us?
Black people.
You're not black.
I am black. We've talked about
Man, hey, look, I'm
And if you
I'm about to
you guys know
expose you in a
this.
second. I'm about to expose you in a second, bro.
No,
If
yeah,
you
what-
expose
what is-
anybody,
hold on, what is
especially
that to
within a
expose?
church, you know they're coming for you. Now
Look,
you
look,
got to know
look,
that that's
it
right.
don't-
I already
it
know
don't-
you here because of me. I already know that too.
Right.
Who is you?
It don't matter
Nobody.
what his, it don't matter what his color is if he's spitting truth.
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, what I see there, I don't know if somebody made that avatar, but it looks like Jordan's got a gut in there. And I don't remember him being that fat. So I don't know
A
if
beer
that's
gut.
you.
A beer gut. A beer gut. A
Jordan's
beer
got a
gut.
fat gut in that flight.
Yeah. So you know who I am like I know who you are. So that's all I needed to know.
You can
I'ma
type
mute
my
up.
name in the Reddit. You'll find out.
And
who
I'm
I
gonna
am
mute
real
up.
quick. Now Chop is here. I could have made Chop some money on the Houston Astros. That's what I believe in. Sports gambling. Marijuana's legal. Drinking's legal. Why can't I bet on sports in California? Let's make that legal too then. These are the things we need.
There?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, son. What's that?
That's illegal out there.
Yeah, they don't have it here in California yet.
Did you just hear him call you son?
Nah,
No,
yeah, I
son-
finna, nah,
son
nah.
like-
Hold on. You gotta
S-U-N.
really listen to his word. He called you son.
Hold
He
up,
said,
cuz,
I'm sorry,
hold-
son. Did you
hold up,
say it
hold
again?
up, hold
I'm
up,
like, hold
Hey,
on.
bro.
I know who this man
Hey,
is.
bro,
I'm
let
gonna
me
mute up.
get
I'm
my
mute
own,
up.
let
I'm
me
mute
get my
up.
own corner. Let me get my own corner. No, I was. He called it though. So the thing is, check it out, cuz. Roguish, right? The thing is,
I didn't know how to say the first name. I call you Roguish. Roguish
yeah,
son.
roguish. Yeah,
Not
yeah.
like S-O-N. I would never. Here's two things I don't like. If you spent some time in New Orleans, you would know this. You know this about me. Number one, I've heard the word boy said so many times. I feel like punching somebody in the mouth. That really upsets me. I
they
would
do that in
and
the
I would
South
never say
big time.
son like S-O-N either. I think that's disrespectful.
Yeah.
So
Already, but hold on.
I wouldn't say that to anybody. I mean, I'm probably older than him, but I wouldn't call him my son. Call him bitch, you know.
Yeah, I know, because
oh,
you
really?
did not. And I like that. And that's
Yeah,
fun right there. And that was toward me, y'all, not y'all.
Now, Big O, where are you from?
That's another dollar.
Nah, you
Wow.
already know. You already know because I know know who and what you are.
Oh, this is
You
Big
already
Neck.
know.
Big Neck, Big O.
Yeah. This Big O, Turner,
Big Neck.
Washington. Turner,
Washington
Washington.
State,
You already
DC.
know who I am.
Hold on.
You already know who I am. I can
Oh,
already
he's back.
tell.
He's back. Well, we spoke before. Now I remember. Yeah, Washington, D.C.
Wow.
Definitely not Washington State. Otherwise, you're white.
Oh Lord. Why you
What?
came over here crying?
Washington, bro. Turner and Washington. You know who and what I am. I already know. But that's
I wanted
fun.
to come up here and talk about the.
I like your
Honorable Elijah
vernacular,
Muhammad.
man. Your vernacular is cool, but everybody ain't gonna catch it. I'm gonna catch it.
Catch
that's-
what? What is
But
my
how are you
vernacular?
liking Australia right now?
I'm not in Australia. I'm in Los Angeles. You know that.
You're not. How do I know that?
Everybody knows Mr. X is in Los Angeles. That's a common knowledge. Playa Vista. It's come up.
Right.
Look at Jim Terry too. I had a video the
I
other
just
day
don't
where
want
I'm
you to
hanging out in
make
Playa
people
Vista.
think that I know something.
Wait, hold
that-
on, hold
Santa
on.
Monica's
Do you
But I
think-
do, but I don't. Right?
Do you think he's Australian or something?
No, Playa
No,
Vista.
I do.
I got a
Y'all gotta
video of
read
me-
between the lines how me and him talking.
I got a
Because he
video of you
weird.
the other day at Dr. Bus's house. So I mean, you can kind of figure
At
out.
Dr. Bus,
where I'm
at Dr. Bus house.
Yeah,
So you had a good time for Halloween. I know what you're talking about, the Halloween party.
actually, that's down the road from me. So yeah, I mean, he obviously rest in
Yeah,
peace,
you talking about the
Dr.
Halloween party. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, you were up there?
Nah, I stayed on the East Coast.
I told you this too the last show that this is where Kanye West's mom died in this area. So I mean, it's not
I'm
something
gonna
you
mute
got.
out. Keep helping
What's
them
that?
out, man. I like you talking to them.
I do. I'm not. You know what? I think is I like you guys, but I think you need to come correct with the knowledge, and I'm going to start teaching you guys
What's
how to start making money, how to be a man, how to start to work out, how to train.
Feel free to get ready to do some-
This motherfucker said, "I'm gonna teach y'all how to be a
Oh,
man."
so you got Down.
It's
So you no,
gonna
he got.
happen, Big O. You and I are gonna go to the weight room.
You
Say,
got Down
man,
syndrome,
it
red
is
pill,
bad.
man. That's all that is. You got Down
Hey, we're
syndrome,
gonna
red
have
pill.
to do a part 2 to bar on is the Bible real or fun? What up, Bill? Man, you should have came in.
Were you guys leaving already? I was going to teach Big O how to do bench press.
I hope not, because they're gonna learn a lot if they pay attention. Me fucking with you and you
Now,
fucking
Big O,
with me.
listen. Here's
They will.
I'm going to get you.
They'll
in the
learn a
weight
lot.
room, and we're going to start off doing legs first. You're probably going to throw up within the first 30 minutes, and then we're going to go to cardio.
First 5 minutes. I'm gonna
Yeah,
throw
you
up.
go
All this
hard.
beer I
You do
drink, you know.
I mean, I have a feeling you're a big guy. You're probably a big guy, but you got real skinny legs. So you're like real big up top, real skinny legs go down low.
And that's how I know you looking at me right now. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you know that I would say you fall over like a top. I just hit you straight up, you go down. So I'm gonna start training you.
Let y'all fight it out.
Yeah, I could start training you. Maybe you can.
Do you know Chopper though? Do you know Chopper though? You should come around more. Do you know Chopper though?
I mean, I know Chop. I mean, I know Chop from here. I know he's in Houston. I know he's straight up. I know he's hard. I know I wouldn't want to snatch that chain.
He's hard.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess with him. I know he's hard. I know he's got a chain that you would want to go near. I know a little bit about him.
Hey, look out for Chopper for me. Can you look out for Chopper for me? Can you look out for Chopper for me?
Chopper?
Yeah, can you look out for him?
Yeah, I can look out for him. I mean, I get into Houston every once in a while, but yeah, I could take care of him. You know, I'm trying to make him some money.
That's all I want to know.
Hey, yo, do you have a Ray Romano interpretation? You sound like you do a good Ray Romano.
No, I don't. You're talking about? No, I don't know. I don't do any of that.
You sound like you do a good one. You got one.
I think I can make everybody in here a little bit of money. You just start listening to Mr. X. That's what needs to happen.
Well, make me some money because I want something. You know I've been wanting something forever.
Well, first of all, the first thing you want to do is if you want to make some money is get out of that state or whatever you're in. Everybody's broke over there. Okay. You need to get to LA. You need to get into Beverly Hills.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm going to teach you how to get into Beverly Hills. See, that's the thing. If you're a smart black man in Beverly Hills, there's not many of us over there. So you could take over and make a little bit of money for yourself. You ain't going to make it. The way to make a small
keep talking. Don't pay attention to the laughter. Keep talking. Okay. I know.
Big O, here's I'm going to tell you something about life. I'm probably a little bit older than you. The way to make a small fortune is to find somebody with a bigger fortune. Okay, that's not going to happen in Washington, D.C. Everybody's broke on their ass over there. Ain't nobody got any fucking money.
Can you help me? Can you help me?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying. I'm trying to help you. I'm getting there. So everybody's broke.
You can't have my soul though. You can't have my soul though.
Broke ass in Washington. Now there's people in Houston who got money. So don't get me wrong there. You got your buddy George Bush over there. So there's people with money over there. You come into Beverly Hills.
So you know about the highways and everything. Yeah,
I know everything. Well, there are freeways out here.
Hey, Jack, you got a seminar?
I got you.
Yeah, I'm like Tony Robbins of black people. That's right.
What the fuck?
He said he like Tony Robinson of black people. Oh my God. He's
Tony
a hitter, y'all. He played baseball for real. That's what he's telling you.
Tony Robbins, not Robinson.
Robbins. Oh, my
Tony
bad,
Robbins.
My bad,
you know who Tony Robbins is?
No, I don't know nothing.
He's like the inspirational speaker about business and all that.
Man, I would love to be having a drink with you right now, just talking shit.
I don't drink.
Man.
So, but here's what we would do: we would go down. We'd go down to Beverly Hills.
You don't drink. You don't drink.
That's the thing. Here's the thing.
Sniff some hella coke. Yes, sir.
No, I've never done a drug in my life. Actually, no, I don't do drugs.
My goodness.
You let other people do. That's why I'm so sharp. That's why I'm fit. I don't do any of that.
Hold up, meth forget a motherfucker like that too.
Yeah, he a meth.
That meth, I don't mess with that. That's the white people drug. I don't mess with that.
That's a fact. Good look.
I got all my teeth.
Because yeah.
Only drug I ever won't buy. Go ahead.
Be quiet.
There's only 3 drugs that make you sharper, right? It's meth, cocaine, and what's the shit they do in college? That pill, which is kind of. No, not ecstasy. It's
Adderall.
Adderall. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but there was a time frame that I was selling crack. You know, I'm just going to come up and, you know,
my goodness, this dude
I was
is so
slinging crack for a little while. You know, I'm from the streets, so I can talk about that.
Were you wearing khakis and case fish when you were doing it too?
I've earned mine, so I can talk about that.
How many Nickies?
He said he earned his, y'all.
Yeah, I
oh
earned
my
mine.
goodness, man.
So after that, you know, I learned that. You know, I'm gonna come up.
Hey, Chopper, if you don't know you being watched, bro, you should know now, bro.
Nobody's watching him. I mean, people are watching him, but nobody's after him like that. You got to be kidding me. I'm not a cop.
Well, I'm saying, I'm asking you, can you look out for him? I'm asking, can you look out for him?
Yeah, can I look out for him? Yeah, and I'm trying to look out for you too. You come to an area like this, you stand around Mr. X, you start making some money.
I don't need it. You know I don't need it.
Mr. X.
Yeah.
Look out for Chopper, man, and leave him alone, man.
Chop's making his money. Don't worry. Look at that chain he's got. Look at that ring he's got. Look at that tight cut he's got. Look at that clothes on.
You sound like an auditor, Jack. You work for the Internal Revenue Service.
I'm working for IRS. I'm seeing Chops taking all cash only. Don't worry about it.
My dude, Mr. X. My
got a
dude.
vending machine everywhere around town.
My dude.
And he's got some dude in there opening up his jacket selling cakes. He's got the cake man in there. He's got everybody in there.
Yeah.
And here's the
Yeah, you heard him. You heard him on Chopper. He said he know you like them sweets and them cakes and shit on your lunch breaks and shit. He be watching. Yeah.
He's cutting somebody's hair. He's doing the kid and play right now. He knows that cut. Don't worry about that. Some kid's getting his ass spanked.
So let me ask you something, Pilgrim.
That's another $1.
Big O in the back, missing all his teeth with a Bulls shirt on.
Why are you?
Oh, so you know I like Chicago, but see, look how you sound.
Where's your teeth at it? In the back. You're giving somebody a
No,
high
I got
five.
mad. All my teeth is from. I get it, but I ain't gonna.
You're talking to the janitor. You're trying to get a job. I mean, I'm trying to help you. And then there's
Oh
his
hell
sister
yeah, I
in the
need a job. Hell yeah.
His sister in the middle's got a good figure. I don't know who she is, but
Oh, you talking about my sister too? Look at you.
Look at her.
Look how you put it all out there.
That's a
I mean,
merch,
there's some baby. That's probably
But I
mine.
can read it. I can read it and tell, and I like it.
Dog.
I like
Yo,
it, man.
Yo, that's what
I
it
know
is.
I'm doing right. I
This
know
is
I'm
how-
doing right, Mr. X.
This is how he
You're
can
living
hold.
your life.
This is how he can hold the connection. You a merc, cuz. How long you been in law enforcement?
I've never been in law enforcement.
No. It's deeper than law enforcement. What he into?
I can't go into it after the time I did. You know, I respect those who do some, but you know, it depends on where it
So
is.
you ready to corrupt? You went into a strip
You
club,
got a little bit
seen
of
the
sharpness
titties, whatever,
about
read a
you,
book, and then
Like
couldn't do the
sharpness
time.
about your
I did the
insults,
time.
Pilgrim. Not bad.
Spent like
You've
10 in there.
studied. You've studied. This Pilgrim that studied.
Now I'm curious here, you know, because my hair is, you know, a little bit more wavy. Why has this guy got a rag on the top
He
of his head?
said
on the bottom?
fucking wavy.
My hair's a little
my-
wavy. You
that's
see Chop
really
cutting this man's hair? He's got like a rag on top. I think he's trying to make it even. I've never seen that.
How is Hawaii right now, though?
He's like a one-liner comedian or something. Yo, this is dope, man. Let me ask you something, cuz.
Yeah.
You get a lot of bitches, huh? Can you rap at bitches like
I got a little
that?
something. So I got a few
Little something?
lovelies. I got a few, you know. I
Put
got
a
a few
picture
dimes.
up. Put a
out there.
picture
Don't
up
worry
in the
about
back chat. Put a picture.
They got a few lovelies.
Put a picture up in the back chat, man.
it. Probably
You
seen
got-
too many movies. But you know, I talked to some of the lovelies on this channel. I know Erin.
You got a little
You know, her and I
rapid
talked to.
fire
She got nice
titties, you know
hair.
what I'm talking about?
Hold
Gang,
on.
gang.
Drop the name. Drop the names. Drop the names. Drop the names on a few.
Well, I mean, I'll drop some names on this. I mean, I'm really into Smokeahonis. That's who I like.
Ooh, so you've been watching. So you've been watching Skull Gang. You've been watching Skull Gang.
You know, I've watched her
course
over
you
here. I met her here on Chop's channel. Yeah, I like
I hope
Smokeahonis.
y'all
I like
listen.
Erin.
I'm bringing
I
it
don't know
up
who
for y'all.
that sister was earlier tonight. I like her. She looked good. She had the Janet
Mhm.
Jackson.
Oh yeah, she did. Cause I wanted to holler at her. To be honest myself.
No, that was
You
you wouldn't do
motherfucker,
anything
man.
with that.
Hawking.
That's not for you. You wouldn't even last more than 20 seconds with her. Come on.
You right.
You have to teach you how to be a man.
Woo! My
All
man.
right. So,
Teach
so
you how
how
to
did you
finish
so,
that
so,
off.
so how did you learn, Pilgrim?
Well, you know, I had some experience. First time
So-
I started, you know, messing around with women, I was a young man, but, you know, I
How
was
young?
broke in by one of my buddies. He said like this, hey, you got to start buying early. So,
How
you know, I had a
young?
few tricks right off the bat.
Pause, and how young?
I was 13. You know, I was getting hooked.
Yo,
up.
he said you gotta buy early. He said you gotta buy early.
You got to buy early, right? So you know this is the thing. This is what Mr. X's school would be about. You know, you have instead of having him sex ed, you know, you take them to a hooker. You let them figure it out that way. That's the better way to go. That should also be legalized.
So you just trying to teach them sex by teach them how to swim by throwing them in the river, right?
That's right. That just like they do with babies. They throw the baby in, it goes on, starts floating, it figures it out.
And he ain't lying about that. Yep. Cause most, you know, coming out the womb, y'all be shocked. Babies know how to swim. straight out the
Okay.
womb.
So how young are you trying to give young cats this game?
I mean, let's be probably more realistic. 16. Here's why. Because otherwise, these incel
Well, that's too late. That's too late. That's too late.
Come
X.
on, Pilgrim.
It's
you've been
12,
incel,
13. Me and you
who
both
don't know
know.
how to treat
Me and you
women,
both
who
know
are
it's 12 or
disrespectful to women.
12.
They start hating women because they don't know how to treat them. See, that's the thing. If they knew how to
Y'all
treat women and they were around them
supposed
at a
to
younger
receive
age,
the game the moment that you can understand things. That's when
Yeah,
you receive.
12 and
That's right.
13. Between
Nah,
11
bro.
and 13.
You didn't start understanding until you was 12 and 13?
who is this? Who's this Brenda talking about? Some Anglo. She must be talking about Big O. I don't think she's
Anglo.
talking about me.
What you use the word Anglo for?
She said, well,
Hold
I
on,
don't
watch
care
your
about
words.
that Anglo-Saxon man. I think she means Saxton, but
She was talking about you. They ain't talking about me.
oh, she's talking about me.
Yeah. You. Not
I'm trying
me.
to teach her stuff. I see. If I was around her and we were in the same high school, she wouldn't be talking like that. We would have went to school at the same time, but I'm probably old enough to be her daddy. Now listen, there's a lot of things high schoolers should learn. I don't know why you're singing that. I think that high school kids should learn about credit, Equifax, TransUnion, Experian. How come
Hey, yo,
nobody
that was
talks
the
about
biggest thing my father told me
Of
at
course.
6 years old. You're right.
Of
Credit.
course.
Credit.
I want
And then
credit.
these kids get into school, get into college, and they're all behind. Now they're working to make
Right.
up for nothing.
And not realizing
Okay, so wait a minute. So why is it that the system wants them dumb then? Why do it wants them to graduate stupid?
They want them to graduate broke and behind, so you have to work and
My
work into the system and keep paying and paying and paying. See, that's the thing. You
So
throw the
paying
kid
in-
into
so,
the deep
so,
end.
so basically to pay into the system and be priced out of the game of living.
Correct.
let him go in on it. Let him go in on it.
No, he's
Because
right.
He right. Let him go
He's
in on it. He
100%
right.
right. That's it. So everybody my age, and I graduated high school in '97. Okay, don't forget I played against Iverson, so you don't worry about me. But that's how I did things. So
You keep
You
bringing
know,
up shit about shit where I'm at, man. You need to stop.
I
Why
played.
you bring up Iverson for?
I played against Georgetown the year after Iverson was there. That's documented.
All right.
John Thompson's last year. You could look that up. Anyway,
Hey, look, he got game. You
That's
can
98.
you can hear the way he spit that he got game. So I'm not down.
Oh, I mean, I was there. I played in the McDonough Arena.
I
You can
motherfucker,
look that up.
your story.
Yeah, he
You
know
was
too
there.
much,
We
bro. He
believe
talking
you.
about me for real.
I mean,
But
I played in McDonough Arena against John Thompson, and John Thompson's last year, Iverson was already gone.
Okay.
I played against, I'm going to probably mispronounce his name. You guys are going to laugh at me. Boubacar Al. I played against him. Guy was huge compared to me.
All right. Was that the point of your story, though?
And no, the point of my story is this. I think if you can teach some of these
No,
kids
get back
now-
to the credit thing, what you was on.
Okay, so
That
yeah,
was
but that's part of the thing is credit, TransUnion, Experian, Equifax, and say this is how it works. This is
Right.
how you set up a corporation.
Right.
This is how you build wealth. Why
and
are
do
you
the
not
credit
teaching
thing
that
right.
to
It's
some-
3 levels. Break it down right, because you missed one.
No, he
You
just
just said two.
he hit all.
No,
three of them.
I'm listening, bro. He said 2.
Experian,
He didn't say all 3.
TransUnion, and Equifax, the 3.
Thank
okay.
you. Thank you.
And then
That
also
transaction,
Dun
you
and
forgot the
Bradstreet,
TransUnion. Yeah, go ahead.
Dun and Bradstreet, and how to set up a corporation. So with these people who are setting up these jobs, like for example, YouTubers. Did you know that YouTube takes out 30%? I mean, I know Chop knows that, but then you're going to get a 1099. But if you have a corporation, you can write off a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
Why isn't anybody teaching any of that? Now, there's actually a guy who teaches that on YouTube. It's a black man, actually.
So you
One
mean
of us.
to purchase?
One of us.
When you say the black man, do you say the black man is the form of you're not the black man?
No, I'm saying one of us is teaching this to people.
Because you're
So this
teaching
is-
right now,
Nah,
but the
Jack.
black man teaches it, but
Jack,
you're not.
I seen the YouTube video the other night of this man. He says, you know what? Get the corporation, get the LLC, because now you could write off a bunch of stuff. You get a
You
backdrop.
say the black
you
man does
look,
teach it
look.
though, but we're
Oh,
not
yeah,
listening to you.
there's a guy.
We're not
He's
listening.
video.
So we're not listening to ourselves though, are we?
Look, it
Oh,
does,
I don't know. I mean, this
it
guy's a little
doesn't
light skinned.
matter
He
if
might be
he's
Jamaican or
black
something. I don't know. But
or whatever. His color doesn't matter. What matters is his information that they put out.
yes,
If they
well, the
give you
information
game, they
isn't
give
being
you
taught
game.
correctly. It's being kept from us. That's what I'm talking about. And
All
from
right,
all of us, not just black people, everybody. Why does nobody ever talk about credit
So he just
scores?
told y'all who he is and what he is. Thank
And
you. Listen to
why
what
does
he's
anybody
how he
talk about
talking.
that? Here's the other thing that's interesting. Why does nobody ever talk about this? Drugs are good. You're going to like them. But if you like them, you're going to get set behind in your life. So they're
Oh,
bad.
that was the question earlier. Where do drugs come from? Do it come from the hierarchy being down to the street level, or is it whatever?
I think they just come over from
Well,
other countries. People are chopping them up. People are making money off of breaking it down till it gets in. It's basically dirt. I mean, that's what you don't know what
People
you're.
exist within societies that they wish to escape from, and that is what drugs is about. That ain't got nothing to do with the whole money thing. The thing is, if the people were able to operate on a higher resonance, which ties us back into the show, spirituality, right?
Yeah.
Spirituality is what feeds a people. It's what gets them to self-feed, reciprocate, you know what I'm saying, that life force that they have. Well, if they're locked into systemic frameworks of just roboting everywhere, just like with the Mousetopia or the Mouse Utopia experiment, the people lose their peopleness. There is a disconnection that occurs. Right now, we got to ask ourselves how much of that erosion has actually taken place. Let's say we project from up 0 to 100%. How much of that erosions of the people's peopleness do you think they've lost to the point to where they'll just fall into whatever matrix category that the system put out there for? I
don't know. I think here's the thing that I've dealt with. People just don't have accountability these days. And if you take accountability of what your actions are, try to stay clean. Don't have a bunch of kids. Don't get into trouble. Don't get arrested like Mr. X. You're going to be ahead of a lot of other people. Don't do drugs. I mean, that's real simple.
No, but wait, you don't understand that you're speaking from having done the work. You got to understand the tone you're taking with it. The system is actually rigged with all of that, which is anti what you just said.
So you're saying you're starting to talk about the CTR stuff. CRT. I'm sorry.
No, because CRT is the intersectionality between race and law. So it ain't got nothing to do with the people or nothing like that. What we're speaking of is the people themselves, the worth of the people to themselves. What does it mean to be a person? The stock that a people take within themselves. Our people don't do that. They don't take that stock within themselves. They wait for the system to apply them their designation, their worth, their value, their placement. You know what I'm saying?
Well, amen to that. I 100% agree with you.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, though, that is also the programming of the system, though. It's just to hit black people harder than them up. But everybody else who come here, they pretty much do the same thing. Now, they don't get hit hard like black people get hit, but if you see them, they don't retain their original culture. So
without giving them a whole lot, just simply out of what you heard, what do you think about the system for us melanated people?
Well, the closest I've ever been to the system.
Let them speak, y'all, and just give them the floor.
And give me a chance here. The closest where I've ever seen the most black people is when I lived around Orleans Parish, okay, in New Orleans, okay, and it's just the same people that are in this thing that is it Rogish? Am I saying that right? Yeah, Rogish is talking. He's talking about they're in the same system over and over, killing each other. Same thing, nothing. And on the outskirts are all these white people, David Duke type motherfuckers. They're all on the outskirts of it, and they're all around them. And the people can't get out of it, and it's just going around and around. They're killing each other over nothing. 38 cents I saw at one point. And I asked myself, why don't you get out of here? Why don't you but it's just part of what that culture is in that small society. So what can they do? I mean, obviously there's always, what's that one dude's name who looks like a mummy?
Let him talk.
There's that one guy, I'm trying to forget I'm always forgetting his name. The guy who looks like a mummy who's a rapper from New Orleans.
He looks like a mummy?
He's from Holly Grove.
Kevin Gates.
No, the guy he's a Green Bay Packers fan, even though he's from New Orleans. Why can't I think of his name?
Lil Wayne?
Gotta be talking about Lil Wayne.
Lil Wayne, yeah, he looks like a mummy.
Let him talk, y'all. Let him talk.
Yeah, so a guy like that, he gets out. But how many rappers did I hear about that were in New Orleans that got shot during that time frame? And I just think, like what you're saying, they're into that system. They can't get out of there. So this is what I did. This is what I said when I was there. They were talking about Katrina. And they were talking about how everybody else was bringing them down. They heard that Bush blew up the levees. And I said, let me ask you this. Why didn't you just leave? Why didn't you go to Houston and just never come back? That's why I said to Chop about that. Like, people went back and this and that. And most of them just can't get that out of their system and out of what being degenerate and being poor and just being in that situation is.
Nah, that was disrespectful too. Degenerate. Because these people homeless, bro. This is what hold on. You used the word degenerate, bro.
Yes. The situation, not the people.
These people homeless. This is all they had.
But they can get out of there. But if somebody like Rogish came in there and said, "Hey, listen, this is what's out there."
Hold up. Degenerate. Why didn't they leave? Why didn't they just go? But that was all off of business as well, right?
I think if a person, because that's all they know. If a person
don't skip over what I'm saying.
I'm going to get out of here.
I know you can hear me. I know,
Go ahead.
and that was disrespectful as fuck. When you just
I'm not
said
saying the people are
degenerate.
degenerate. I'm saying the situation.
No cuss words. There's a dollar for cuss word.
Yeah,
Well,
don't look at it like that.
I'm gonna
Because I
flip
spent
my
some time
language.
down there.
But that
I
was
spent a lot of time
disrespectful
down
as degenerate.
Yes,
Come on,
the
bro.
situation there is degenerate.
You're doing too much right now.
Big
You know
O,
that, right?
he said the situation at least
Not
3
the people.
times.
Don't get me wrong here.
He
Not the
said
people. It is the
situation.
poorest place I've ever seen in the United States, by far.
You're looking at the
parts of
society.
Tijuana are better.
You're
No
looking at the
disrespect.
community. You're
Bad.
looking at the living conditions. You know
Living
what I'm saying?
conditions, how they're treated, how police officers are treated, how they treat the people, just everything, how the situation is around them. When I walk into a store, the first thing they're telling me to buy is bear mace. It's just a weird, backwards country. It's not even it doesn't even feel like the United States.
So they weren't forced out? So you don't feel like they was forced out at
I
that
just
time?
wish somebody would go to some of the people there and say, hey, listen, there's
You don't feel like they was forced out?
So
you don't feel like they
I
was
bet you don't
forced
even
out?
live there. If they were
You
forced
don't-
out by that hurricane, they should have never came back, is what I'm saying. It's so bad down there, the Mexican government was helping them. That's how bad. And this is all of Louisiana, by the way. It's just a bad place. You know, so
well, wait a minute. Now, if your home is all that you've ever known, this is the thing. It's the same thing as, or let me say, I liken it to being an American here, stateside, versus, you know what I'm saying, elsewhere, being an American. It's completely different. Because here, stateside, definitely don't feel like that. And it feels, in the words of Patrice O'Neal, feels like conjecture. You know what I mean?
I understand.
But outside of stateside, it's definitely there because the way that the world puts your Americanism upon you, that you didn't even know you represent, but they found, oh, yo, you from there. And the way that they interact with you, it's like, oh, all right, that must mean something, whatever. When you're talking about a degenerate situation, you have to take
That location and stay on that location, please, brother. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, when you talk about a degenerate situation, you got to understand the foundation of that area. The people
I
just
know what
don't.
the foundation of that area is. I mean,
right. So the people didn't just come unto their incompetencies merely upon self-volition.
Yeah, and I'm not blaming them, and I'm not from there either. So it's very easy for me to say, why don't you just get up and move to Los Angeles or move to anywhere in the country? Like, I'm from Florida. That's a straight up shoot. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm from Florida. I knew nobody in Los Angeles. 4 years later, I sold a film to a studio. I didn't even know the freeways. So if I can do it and know nobody, I have nobody.
You're moving the goalposts. You're moving the goalposts.
What I'm saying is,
the question. Go back to the question that you just asked you. You're moving the goalposts.
Ask the question again, then. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. How did he move it? What you mean?
Oh yeah, I didn't even understand.
Ask him the question again. Ask him the question. He went to a. Listen,
wait a minute.
Ask him the question again, bro.
Look, wait, hold up. Sometimes people have a roundabout way of getting to a point.
No, he's doing it on purpose. He's doing it on purpose.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Even if he's doing it on purpose, I can follow him. This shit ain't deep what he's saying.
Here's another thing, Big O. I just want you to look this up, because, or if you don't know about this, they were building a Hard Rock casino there. Okay, let's compare that to Kobe Bryant when he had his accident here in Los Angeles. Kobe Bryant had the accident here, I think in January or February, and that Hard Rock collapsed in I think 3 or 4 months before that. The Hard Rock stayed collapsed in New Orleans for almost a year with bodies dangling before it was taken down. And what I told people from New Orleans is could you imagine if they kept Kobe Bryant out in the hills there and they didn't clean up that helicopter? That was cleaned up that night. It's just a different mentality. The police are awful there. The government is awful. It's just a system of a down, I guess, for lack of a better term. And it's sad. I couldn't see. It felt like another country. And I'm talking about.
You're right.
It's
you know what?
It's the most racist place I've ever been in my life, too.
You
are in a way.
You are actually 100 in that, because, I mean, remember the Confederacy pretty much operated, on their own, as if they were an entire nation unto themselves. Now, just because, let's say that the paper or the legislation of that dissolved, doesn't mean the culture of it within the people who You know what I'm saying? That was their culture. So when we see those people with the Confederate flags and people say, look, it's not hate, it's our history. And people say, oh, it's not history, it's a history of hate. All right, well, motherfucker, they still get to get their history. That just means we're diametrically opposed. That means everybody can't be your friend. Everybody can't be your ally. Everybody can't be your homie.
I turned to some of these white people when I was there, and I saw those statues.
Yeah.
Like a P.T. Beauregard statue, the one big one where the guy's on the horse. And I said, why are they these statues of these traitors that lost? And they looked at me like I was from Mars. I said, number one, they lost the war. And number two, they're traitors. Isn't this shit like racist?
Wait a minute.
No, that's that California guy. That's that liberal guy.
What are they traitors to?
Well, they're traitors to the United States.
In what way?
They're Confederates.
In what way?
In what ways? They went against the Union. They went against the United States.
The United States first.
The United States of America, correct.
them.
So it's just a different culture down there. I mean,
wait. Here, did you hear what I just said?
Go ahead.
The United States first made a move against them.
Mm-hmm. You must be from the South.
No, I'm from the Midwest.
Oh, okay.
So,
soft rock music. What is this?
Just keep talking, brother. Don't fall.
Keep going. Go ahead.
Just keep talking.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So who ultimately was in the wrong? That was some gangster shit if you think about it. You know what I'm saying? They were operating under contract. However, you know what I'm saying, the United States was like, all right, we operate. Well, once they started seeing that these cats were gaining mad power through their economics, then, you know, it forced a shift, try to force, what was it? What's one of them, the leader families, Rothschild. They try to force one of them Rothschild shifts, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so what, they're supposed to just give up their culture like that? I mean, the thing is, if they were ripped of it, yes, they fought and lost. I mean, but let's say that they're bitter losers to the point that where they were erect statues after the battle that they just lost. So if they want to hold on to it to that degree, you cannot be surprised if they wish to set their societies based.
I'm not surprised. I just never seen anything like that because Florida is such that nobody's really from there. Everybody's from a different state. They went to Florida, kind of snowbird type thing. So there's really nobody that's, you know, most people are Bears fans. They're not Bucks fans.
What you mean everybody went to Florida?
Back in the 80s.
Some people like me are listening to what you're saying, bro. Everybody ain't go to no fucking Florida. What is you talking about?
They did recently. I don't know about that. But in the 1980s, Ohio, Michigan. No, this is serious.
I apologize.
Here, look at
Northeast big Ohio. Old trigger. Y'all must got a history. What happened?
No, I don't have any issue with him. Here, the Northeast Ohio had this big steel industry.
Listen to his words, y'all.
I'm getting, and a lot of people from the car industry, from the steel industry, snowbirds that were vacationing in Florida said in the 80s, why don't we just live here? So nobody was from there. Like my high school, for example, nobody cared about homecoming because it wasn't really a tradition. So we didn't have the traditions of New Orleans where people were there for generations upon generations upon generations. Right. So I'm from something that's a little bit different. You can also play football or basketball all year round, unlike some of the places up north.
Right.
Better weather. So there's better athletes down there. So all that kind of stuff comes into play. Now you go into New Orleans where it's 150 degrees, humid as hell.
See this man just ran off with a whole conversation.
Bruh, he's talking
I'm
about
getting back to New Orleans. I'm coming back around. It's a different world. It's a different world than what I'm used to. So when I see that and I see them, like they taught us about Native American history in Florida because Seminole Indians, yada, all that kind of stuff there. We didn't learn about the Confederacy.
Right.
There wasn't anything about that. It's just a different culture, and it's not something I'm used to. And that's definitely not anything they teach in California.
But the truth about the Confederacy and the flag in itself, it was our people that made that flag. It won't.
What?
Yes, that's a fact.
If
you study Moorish or whatever history, that flag, is Moorish history, bro. That's a fact.
The Moors gave the Southerners.
I can tell you my name. I told y'all my name earlier, right? That flag is our flag.
Man, get out of here, bro. Come on,
bro.
I don't have no part of that.
The joint with the flag. What was it? What's the song when you stand up and put all of that? That's us.
Nah.
I know what I'm talking about, bro.
Okay.
It's in my.
Okay, so
For
wait a
one
minute.
is in my name. It's Washita Indians, bro. They did it.
Bruh, but wait a minute. Whether that's true or not, this was taken through war. So why is it that
Right.
all these
So at the end of the
let me
day,
finish,
I'm gonna be
let me
totally
finish.
honest with you.
Hold on, let me finish.
Listen.
Let me finish.
I
Why
got
is
you.
it-
I'm just about to just simply tell you the truth.
Let me finish. Let me finish my question.
Go ahead.
Why is it that when things are taken through war, there are groups that pop up that believe that they can legislate themselves back into possession of that which is taken from them?
The number one problem, I'm not as deep and scholarly as you, but what I'm telling you is that we did everything you did to yourself.
Hey, what you mean?
Accountability, which is what I was talking about.
And I take accountability because I know what I am. I know my lineage. I know my last name. I know who and what I. Just like Washington is really, there was a grandmother that owned everything from the Mississippi to the East Coast.
According to
That's
what?
She was a mole.
Owned. You said owned.
She was
right?
a Washita Indian.
Right, hold on. You said owned, right? According
Owned all the land.
Yes,
From the
according to whom?
Mississippi.
According to who?
Bro, this is history. That's
I
why,
understand.
you know.
I understand.
So
According
check out
to
what I'm
whom?
saying to you, cause I ain't gonna go too deep, cause
No.
see
Please go
what
deep.
I
No.
just did.
Go deep. Please
But
go
but
deep.
no. But check this out.
Come on, go deep.
Washita Indian. I'm a watch it. Look, bro. From everything from the Mississippi to the East Coast, on all the land, and every subject he brought up earlier with the Mormons, bro. This is in history, bro.
Whose history?
Look, so this is what I'm gonna say to y'all. You know what a city hall is, right?
Yeah.
Most people scared of that, right? It once was in churches. Churches. Hey, look. Go ahead with the conversation, man. But what I'm telling y'all, if y'all want real information in today's time, go to your local city hall within your city, and you'll find out more than you ever thought you'll know without debating or knowing anything. The questions you have, the debates you have. For one, debating as far as any religion is wrong. Go and look for yourself and study at your city hall. And a city hall ain't nothing but a library. It ain't nothing but a library. A city hall ain't nothing but a library.
Study what at City Hall? Study what at City Hall? What in particular?
What are you looking for? You looking for your land? You looking for especially when it comes down to you looking for land ownership, this and that, your whatever. Because it once was in the churches, right?
I didn't know that.
Yep, it once was in, but City Hall took over what the churches had. What the churches had is really in your city halls. Most documents on your land, this, that, whatever. At first, it was in all churches. That's why you gotta be mindful on knocking religion, this and that, or being a part of a church or whatever. At first, it was in all churches. Churches was the city hall in your local area.
Okay, so why is City Hall so important though?
Man, I'm telling you, bro, it's very important. But it's for your state, though. It's for your state.
Okay.
It's for your state, though.
All right. It sounds like you're pushing.
I can't say what I want to say. I can't say what I want to say.
Why not? Well, why are you trying to say it then? Wait a minute.
But I'm saying it, bro. I'm saying it.
But you can't say it.
But I said it. I gave you somewhere to go.
You just said you can't say. Nigga, I ain't just finna go to City Hall because you said nigga to City Hall. You ain't tell nigga what to look for.
I'm telling you, look, anybody that study know what the hell I'm talking about.
Study what?
I mute up, bro. And I'm sorry, man. But I ain't want to take it off of what he was just talking about.
No,
right?
I know what you're saying. I mean, here's a perfect example.
But look, and you know why? And look, and Mr.
I know what you're saying.
That's what you call. You know why I can't say it. So, and I mute up.
I'll say it then. Here's a perfect example. There's a place that's on the other side of LAX. It's called El Segundo. Okay, it's an older city. El Segundo stands for the second, and it was the second city that had a Chevron station in it. It was pumping out oil. Well, what I didn't know, if you go into the city hall, you could find this out real quick. It was a sundown town. So I go in there now, and
Can
I'm
you
like,
please break down to them what City Hall, what I'm trying to say to them about City Hall, please, if you can.
you can find out the history of some of these places. And what I found out is, which I didn't know, I was like, well, I used to always joke, I was like, why is everybody here white? And now I know. So if that's what you mean by your city hall, and by finding out the history of that specific city, that makes complete sense to me, because I didn't know about it until I started digging into it a little bit.
Did you know about sundown towns before that?
Yeah, I had heard of it, yes, but I didn't realize it. I wondered why El Segundo had their own police department. I was like, wow, man, they got their own police department. They got their stuff together. I wonder why is that? Why are there no homeless here? Then I started researching it more, and I'm like, whoa, they were a sundown town. Now that explains why everybody's white. Well, what does El Segundo mean? Why does this place it explains it all, and that's how I figured that out. But I didn't understand that when I first drove in there.
Can you please help? Can you please tell them, break down to them about the City Hall thing? What I'm telling them about library.
Bro, come on, bro, get on with the city halls.
No, he know what I'm talking.
Bro, are you
Mr. X?
I was going to get back to New Orleans real quick. And
okay,
now,
wait, yeah, let's get back to New Orleans.
So here with the New Orleans thing is, it's this. I spent over 5 years there. And obviously when they see me pull up with those California plates, they know I'm not from there. They know how I talk. I'm not from there. I'm immediately an outsider. So, and I'm talking about white people that are treating me like this. They know I'm not from there. They act very odd towards me. They're wondering if I got an X in my last name.
You're not listening, bro. You laughing. You're not listening,
bro. Every time,
listen.
why do you come on here every time he's talking to the show? Let him finish.
Yeah, let me finish. Nobody lets me finish. And what I can see there is just a different culture and something I'm not used to. And by the way, that Confederate flag was actually not the flag. The flag is different looking. It was a circle with stars in it. The Confederate flag was adopted by white supremacists that like hate. So it's actually it became a different
Moorish
thing.
Just tell them I was right with what I was saying, bro.
Bro, you trying to push Moorish American rhetoric, cuz. That's what you're trying to do.
Well, no. I'm not a.
My thing is, I actually spent 5 years there, so I know what it's like. I spent every area in that city, and here's why I was there. Filming was real big. You know, Louisiana at one point was #1 in filming, so I went all around that city. I was in some of the worst parts. I was in some of the nice parts.
Louisiana,
I mean, it's weird.
Was #1 in film.
Yes, for about 6 or 7 years. This is right when Django and all those films came out, because they had a film incentive. They were #1 in feature films. Yes, all those films were coming from New Orleans. Girls Trip, all those movies. Geostorm, you can go down a giant list of movies. Terminator Genesis, Jurassic World, they were all shot in Louisiana because it was so cheap. It had just been hit by the hurricane a number of years after, and they were given 35% back tax breaks. So everybody was there from Los Angeles. But then Georgia took over because, you know, New Orleans shot themselves in the foot. Louisiana shot themselves in the foot. Anyways, the point is, I went all around that state. And I got to meet a bunch of different people, and I got to see what that state's truly about.
Right.
And it's backwards. That's just, and I wouldn't say that if I hadn't. You're not going to hear me talk about Wyoming. You know why? Because I ain't never been there. I ain't going up there. And I'm not going to talk about Idaho. I ain't never been, but I know New Orleans.
All the,
and I can tell you about
places where the pilgrims go. Notice the states that you named.
Well, I know.
The shit that pilgrims go.
Why would a black man hang out in Wyoming?
Wyoming.
You've never heard me. Now, if you want me to talk about South Central,
smoking a Marlboro.
You want to talk about Long Beach? You want to talk about Knott's Berry Farm or something? We could talk about that. I know a lot about that, but I don't know anything about Wyoming. But I do know something about South Florida. I know something about New Orleans, Northeast Ohio, Atlanta, Gary.
Gurr.
You know, I talk about places I know.
Gurr. You been Gurr?
Gary. Yeah, all over.
Gurr in that. You been Gurr?
I think Sherry went. Who's this? Sunkiss is back. She was on here earlier tonight.
Oh, where?
Anyway, so that's the point. You know, I heard a lot. There's a university there in New Orleans called Dillard. It's an HBCU. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It was underwater after the hurricane, and I talked to a lot of people at that school, and they told me about what Louisiana in that specific area was about, and it was just disgusting. It was heartbreaking.
Well, what the thing is, the disgusting thing is the people believing where they are is their station in life. Like we get back to the spirituality thing.
You're 100% right.
That you can't tell me that you believe in God and your God wants you to be destitute. You can't tell me you believe in God and your God doesn't want you to have a refined character, a refined intelligence. I mean, that excellence is outside of your grasp as a norm. If you're connected to that which created everything and all powerful and all this, it's like, all right, you think you'll see a much more of a power motivated people.
Right.
But other people can believe in God and it works for them like that. That ain't how Black people believe in their God. They believe in their God.
I mean, I break from religion sometimes, with Islam. Here's what I do. I'm for what sets you straight. If Islam is the thing that does it, great. If Christianity, great. If you have to do Scientology and that sets you straight, I mean, it's not my thing, but okay, great. I'd rather them do that than be out there drinking and driving and running me over. So it depends what it is. There is no one perfect religion, but whatever works for you is enough for me.
Wait. I prefer to them job into religion other than drinking and driving and running me over.
Well, I just look at it like this. I met so many people that were degenerates. I'm going to say people were degenerates because they were into drugs and this and that. And they fixed themselves by religion.
Mr. X, have you been to AA?
No, I've never been to AA. No, I don't drink.
Have you been to any like narcotic detox?
No, I've never done a drug in my life.
Never?
Never. I've barely ever smoked a cigarette. Never smoked weed in my life. Nope.
Never smoked cigarette.
Never even really been drunk before. I had one shot of tequila in Tijuana. That's about as far as I ever went. Never been drunk.
All right, so let me ask you something. What's your perspective on spirituality then? Because you don't sound religious. You sound very self-assured. So people self-assured usually got an anchor in spirituality in some form. So what?
Well, I mean, mine is this, and you bring up a good point. You're probably right. You're very accurate about that. I believe whatever you believe that sets you straight and makes you not hurt other people or anything else is what works. So if you got to do that with Christianity, if you got to pray to Buddha, I think that's great. But if it also means that it's nothing, that's okay too.
I respect that.
That's why now Islam would not like me to say that, but that's the truth.
So what do you believe in?
I believe in the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is what I believe in.
I'm starting to believe he might. I'll say.
Here's what I think. I think every religion has something in it that can help people. And I'm going to say this because, I grew up in Florida. I've even seen Scientologists. And I know this isn't going to be I'm not a Scientologist, but there are people who are in Scientology that are good people that mean well, but they're kind of in a weird thing. But they're not trying to hurt anybody, but that sets them straight. So whatever that is for you, that's great. That's what I'm for. Because I've seen people die of drunk driving. I've seen adults. I was like, man, if they just had something they could have clinged on to. Maybe it's even a sports team. Right. I'm not saying to worship that, but just something that would be positive that would set them straight. Now, me specifically, I always say this, and I know this is going to be very controversial and self-assured.
This sounds like a seminar with this music behind you. Go ahead, continue.
I never had to find Jesus because I never lost myself.
Ooh.
That's a fact. So when you're selling out arenas at age 19 and you're not doing drugs and you're playing by the rules, you can say those kind of things. Now, it's going to piss off a lot of people, but that's what we do on our show. We talk facts. And those facts make a lot of people upset because what happens is some of the people, well, I messed up in my life. Well, if you're straight now and you're doing your thing, that's cool, But if you're not, they're going to say, well, it's his fault. He's self-assured. He's a jerk. But that might not be the case. So if it's the LDS church that sets you straight, cool. But every time I meet one of these people, typically white people, they're telling me about Jesus. They got this horrible background. They've been in prison. They've been in all this horrible stuff, way worse than anything I've ever been into. And they're trying to tell me how to live their life right because they messed up.
I mean, wait a minute. You can't. The thing is, that's a double-edged sword, though. If you're going to permit folks to rock in their spiritual perspective, however they rock in it, then you have to, I guess, let it be water off a duck back when you get to those natural, dichotomies. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I think this brings us back to the essentiality of tribalism because it's a comfortability thing. Hence why, people of the same religion might not rock with one another if they're of different cultural, standings.
I can understand that.
Yeah.
I think that there's something to be said for fellowship if that's where you're going. I believe in that. There's some people who need that, but I can be alone on an island and still find Allah. That's the difference. I don't need that guidance to find what I need to do in my life. My thing, my Jesus, for lack of a better term, could be filmmaking. That could be my goal. It's not a God, but it's something that drives me. Whatever it is that's not hurting other people, not making you go out and be a pedo like that one guy we were talking about earlier. And that's a different kind of sickness. So it may be a different subject. But the fact is this: whatever makes you be a good person that helps other people, that's the most important thing. And I think that can go through any religion.
I can agree with you on that. I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
how many native?
The fact you brought up the island, like you said, I could be on a deserted island and find Allah. Like, that's the way it's supposed to go.
Yeah,
that's the way that all religion is supposed to go. That's when you ultimately are connecting to a spiritual connection. You know what I mean? You omit everything except going within, and when you go within, that's when you find as above, so below, as within, so without. You see that, all right, the magnificence that I see outside of me is actually within as well. You know what I mean? So,
are you a preacher or something?
Nah, I just say what I see. See some shit, you know what I'm saying? The world.
One of my favorite scriptures, I'm going to toss this out. I usually don't toss out too many. Is from Philippians. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And what that means is that it goes back to the word again, accountability. If you have Christ and you believe in yourself, you can do anything. You already have the power within you. And that's what I see within the folks that I was talking about in New Orleans. Just by being born, you have the inherent power to go out and be something. So why still be stuck in this? Why do Mardi Gras, Indian beads, and all that kind of stuff? If you have that talent to do something, take that out to Los Angeles. Go make a fucking dinosaur. You could do a lot more, then bring that back there. You could be, instead of making Mardi Gras Indian beads, you could be making the next Jurassic Park, and then do it in your backyard. I mean, it's just
that's
very small-minded. And I think when somebody like me came in there and told them that, they were like, "Whoa, what are you doing?" I'm trying to teach people, just like I taught Big O.
Okay, but wait a minute, bro. You gotta understand something. If all right, you say you black, right? All right, you gotta understand black people is partial. I can dig it. Black people zombies, man. Come on, that's the defaulted state. You can't just take logic to zombies. The people got to understand that they zombies. They sleepwalking.
Some of them are, yeah.
The majority.
And a lot of the people are just sleepwalking through. You brought up a great point. There was a guy out there, and I'm sure that this is in the news. And there was a lady who was a talent agent, and she booked what was called Second Line. I don't know if you know what Second Line is, but those are the guys who play the little brass bands that march people after they have deaths and so forth. Or somebody who's getting married. It's a small brass band. And she booked that talent. So there's a guy in that area, and he murdered this talent agent. This is in New Orleans.
Oh, shit.
And this guy was so within his community and so zombie, like you say. The news caught him walking around the neighborhood with a hot plate. Now, if I murdered somebody, my ass would be somewhere in Montana. I wouldn't be hanging out, walking around with a hot plate that I got some ribs down the road. And I'm just like, wouldn't you at least leave to Mississippi? So that's kind of like what you're saying is absolutely. He's like, oh, I didn't do anything. Tell her I didn't. So I saw this on the news. He's like, tell her I didn't mean to hurt her. They go, she's dead, sir.
Oh.
I mean, so this is the kind of thing that I was talking about. I just never seen anything. I don't know if it's part of that is part of the area, part of the education, part of just what's come up around that area, but it's just something different. And I'm not judging them. It's just something different that I've never seen.
Yeah, that's why you say you was looking at the situation. Like
I'm just like, wow, this is crazy. And then on the outskirts, imagine you got a county of people that's almost 60% black. Well, let's call it a parish actually, but it's a county that's 60% black people. And then on the outskirts, a wall of the worst white people possible. I mean, it's just this, and then so you have this liberal island in this conservative state. It's just something like it's just different, and it's not something I was comfortable with.
I mean, the thing is, but it's. I hate that I'm saying this.
Go ahead.
But it's the truth, and it's the truth due to the utility of it. If Black people were to set a standard that we all have to join the military, much like the Koreans do, you know what I'm saying? Like it would force a world perspective within our culture. It would force one, because if you ever join the military, you realize that, all right, you know, back to the whole American thing, you know what I'm talking about? You realize, oh, I'm definitely an American then, if that's the case, because wherever we go, the essence of these people, of them being them, you're like, oh, so this is, shout out to DJ Kuda for this one. He said you get to see people actually being themselves without the constraints of being American. So it's like, all right, but the constraints that hold them is culture. And it's
That's a good point. That's a good, exact. You got it.
You know what I mean? And
yep,
so
nope, you did it.
And so you realize that, well, within this culture, compared to being American, they don't got nothing.
That's right. And Magnificent Tyler saying opportunity and culture, that is
facts.
100%. I mean, she must be from there. She knows what I'm talking about. So there's no opportunity, and the culture just is what it is. So you grow up around that. You're not even thinking about leaving your family. You're not leaving there.
Exactly.
You're not thinking, I'm going to go try to go to Hollywood and make a movie. Maybe if you're into something, you might do a Lil Wayne thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's as Hollywood as you're going to get. I'd have people tell me all the time, Mr. X, movies in Louisiana? Yeah, where do you think Django was done at? I mean, you know, it's just like, yeah, it was huge there. So it's just very odd that this place still exists in America. And we're talking Orleans Parish. I don't know if it's ever going to get any better. You know, and it's in that eye of the hurricane all the time. So there's always going to be a disaster. Yeah. You know, so it's a rough place. It's the roughest place because of where it's at on the map and just how it's set up. The opportunity and maybe lack of opportunity and what the culture is.
Well, but okay, so let's say that, but see, this is the issue. Usually, when Black people do get that worldview, we get Americanized, and we get Americanized in the way that a foreigner would. So foreigners come here, and you know, they're just really looking to amalgamate themselves, and you know, really don't charge the system to the accountability that it's supposed to as a citizen, simply because I think they get a little bit more of a skating within their navigation as opposed to, you know, say running the blockages like we do. But Black people who go to the military, you know, they actually, they don't come back to enrich the community. You know, they don't get their worldview and see that, well, even though we might have less, you know, in America compared to the rest of the world, who got the entirety of their family, but they don't really have much when it comes to material. But everyone has smiles. That's the one thing that, you know, everyone has smiles. You see real joy.
Right.
You see, you know what I'm saying, true warmth of a family 24/7. It's like they don't have nothing.
So are you for the military?
Yeah, I don't claim it like that.
I mean, I think that it could help a lot of people, but there could be other things. It could be music. Here's a perfect example. I mean, you mentioned the military. I think that's a great thing. I think there should be a U.S. Foreign Legion for people trying to come into the United States. But here's another, just before I get on to that. There's a cat out there that's in New Orleans. His name's Trombone Shorty. He's been around forever.
Trombone Shorty, yeah.
Yeah, so now this is a guy who's obviously very talented, tours, but he brings stuff back to the New Orleans community. You know, and he's very positive. But since he got to tour outside of there, he's brought that positive aspect back to that community. So I think what you're right. If it was the military, it could be music, it could be a lot of things. Yeah. You know, it doesn't always have to be Lil Wayne stuff. You know what I mean? If they get the opportunity to get out of there.
Well, the thing is, if you could tap to that inner worth within the people, they wouldn't need the military. That's the only reason why I said military. I mean, because if you could, you know what I'm saying, if you could tap within their inner worth, then they could find that within them and, you know what I'm saying, expand right where they are. I'm pretty sure Trombone
Well,
Shorty.
the inner worth there is pretty low because I saw somebody rob a pregnant lady at a cell phone store for 37 cents. And I'm like, 37 cents. I mean, if you're going to rob somebody, rob a bank and get $100 grand or something. I mean, this is ridiculous. So it's like, it's, you know, the worth there is low. And I think it's that lack of opportunity. Let me tell you this, because I have this on the tip of my tongue and I keep wanting to say this. I think there's a lady in here that's from New Orleans and she could probably verify this. There's a place there, and I always talk about, this is that culture that you're kind of talking about. There's a place out there that's called the Metairie Country Club. Okay. Metairie Country Club. It's in Old Metairie, which is predominantly white Jesuit area. Somebody also mentioned Jesuit in the chat earlier tonight. Yeah. And this area, if you're not Jesuit and white, you could be white and Catholic. If you're black, or if you're white, you're not going in there unless you're a white Jesuit. Tiger Woods can't even golf at their golf course when he was at their height. That exists in 2022 there. That's what we got going on there.
Okay. Okay, wait a minute. There's nothing wrong with that, though. That's tribalism.
See, in my opinion, like this is goofy. What year is it here? Is it 1937 here? What's happening here?
But that's see that you attest the time to the calendar and not to the character of man. You gotta.
That's a good point. That's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, man. Don't you give? Look, I understand. We understand you love humanity. Yeah, I know you love humanity, and you want to give it. You want to see it win, right? But this society is a lot more flawed than we think. The thing is, it just doesn't show us or permit us to see all the flaws. But the ones that we do see, the thing is, we don't want to take it as being system. We want to take it as, oh, well, that particular thing is messed up. And it's like, well, nah, it's not largely a bunch of privileges. I think it's put together with tape and bubble gum, but it's got a hell of a fucking chassis on it. You know what I mean?
I guess my thing is, I mean, this is what I'm basically trying to say. I'm just like, man, this could be so good. It's almost there, but all this stuff is making it suck. Here's an example. Yeah. It'd be like that hot chick you see who's just got really bad teeth, or you get her naked, she's hot. She's hot,
so fucking true.
And she opens up her legs, and her vagina stank. That's New Orleans. Like, wow, this is perfect, but
there y'all go.
Now, do I, she's hot, and do I just, keep my nose closed and just soldier through? That's my problem. Like, this could be so legit.
Oh, the hot chick with jacked teeth.
Jacked teeth or a stanky vagina. It could smell like iron. I don't know. But that's what we got in New Orleans. It could be good, but it's not. And I really wish it would be. I guess that's my gripe with it. Like, it's right there. They got places in New Orleans, I don't even know if you guys know this or not, that are drive-through daiquiri. Alcohol. Like, you go to McDonald's.
They got that out here in Texas, man.
Yeah, do they have that? I never seen that in my life. You could drive through, get a margarita to go.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, it's crazy.
You could drink and drive? That's
hold up, wait a minute. They don't sell liquor on Sundays, though. Oh, front and ass. The fuck
I think they do. I mean, it's every day there. But
no. You can't buy hard liquor, so you can buy wine and beer.
Oh, so you're in Houston too?
Nah, Dallas.
So Buc-ee's. You're around Buc-ee's, the gas station.
And I don't go to Buc-ee's. That's a fucking cult.
No, that's what I fuck with. Those are my people over there.
Man, oh, so you a Buc-ee's person?
Yeah, you see Jim Terry wearing that Buc-ee's sweater on the show. Yeah, they make good potato chips. They're warm, clean bathrooms. What do you want?
I get it, but y'all be kind of culty with that shit a little bit.
What do you mean, y'all?
Yeah,
I mean, just because they sell deer hunting equipment doesn't mean that I can't go in there and get some potato chips.
See, I didn't know that.
To do with me.
I didn't know they sold deer hunting equipment.
Yeah, it's like Trader Joe's and a Sports Authority and a gas station. Well, you're from there. It's all wrapped in one.
I
you can buy a hunting rifle and gas at the same time.
Wow, I didn't know that. I know. No, I just know because I see a lot of Mexicans around here wearing the shirts. So,
well, and here's the thing about Buc-ee's: they pay their people that work there good wage too. So, I mean, I don't know. A lot of white people there, a lot of whites stopping by, Try to stay out of there, but the bathrooms are clean. So what am I supposed to do? What do you want from me?
Yeah. Let me ask you something, man. What does the inflection of your voice change? Like it sounds like you're consistently speaking, you know what I'm saying, boardroom. So what is
the voice.
What is it that you do?
What do you mean? What do I do?
What do you do? Because you speak boardroom.
I'm in the entertainment industry. I mean, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to get more hyped up? I mean, we're trying to have a serious conversation.
No. We do not want you to get hyped up.
You heard we talked in here one time. We were trash talking each other, calling it just depends. We were trying to talk about some religious. We got serious. I got a serious tone.
Let's keep it on religion, please.
I'm trying to keep it straight.
Religion.
Son, do not get it, Mr. X hyped up, please. Do not.
I've never had anybody say that to me. That's interesting because I've never heard of boardroom. Explain that to me?
Nah, the way you speak. You speak boardroom. You
like corporate?
Yes, quite.
Well, I think that's because I was born in Ohio, an English major in college.
English major. Okay, I can respect.
And I got a good mic. Got a little education, got a little street education too, if you know what I'm saying. I've been around, so I know a little bit about everything.
What the fuck is?
I'm very well rounded.
Street, all that street stuff. People need to cut that out. Oh, this is street. That's street. You know what street means? It means you weren't able to have a storefront. That's all it means. Ultimately, you're supposed to be doing business. It's supposed to be mafia, not gangsterism. Mafia.
Well, you got to do what you got to do to survive. I mean, boardroom, I don't know, maybe, but this is how I talk. I'm not trying to sound like Eminem. I'm not trying to do any of that. I'm not trying to fit in with anybody with a speech pattern. This is how I talk.
I can dig it. I can dig it.
If people want to make fun of me, call me white. I mean, it's a put down. It's disrespect to me, but that's okay.
You white.
No, I'm not. I come from a family, free people of color. My parents went to college. I went to college. What am I supposed to do?
Still white.
I've heard brothers sound like 100% pilgrim.
What about that one dude that was on here, Chop? That Carlton dude. He sounded white.
Oh.
The bow tie guy.
Carlton dude, you crazy as hell.
That guy had perfect English. That guy could go on the news in San Diego tomorrow.
Yeah, so could you. So could you.
I could. I probably could. I'd go anywhere.
If this is your speaking voice, I wonder what your professional voice is. I wonder how you sound when you turn it on.
Well, here's the thing. If I get into an area, I can speak with Mexican people. I can speak with white people. I can speak Spanish.
Pull up, Rob.
Is that Big Nick?
Yeah, that's Big Nick.
He's back.
Pull up, Rob.
Stay classy, San Diego.
What is Brenda talking about? You're a Caucasian, so there's that. Brenda, you might want to get with it. Brenda, I'm going to tell you something here. I'm going to tell you something you never heard about. White people smell like spam. Get that right. I don't know why that is. I don't know what kind of soap they're using.
Oh my God, man!
That's from soap.
We just got a natural musk. I got a natural musk about me. Don't worry about that.
Oh, that's from them attempting to clean themselves.
Okay, I heard wet dog. I heard spam. I heard
spam. Really? I ain't never
all these things, Chop. I heard from this channel. I'm just reading the X thing. Everything. All of your material I am using against you. And it's great. Great material.
So they ever since. Let me tell you, he started coming around like some months ago, and I found him on Top TV sector, my other channel.
I like that channel.
And he just cause we scratch over there, and he just kept coming around, just kept getting on our nerves until we just started to have to fucking dislike him. You know what I'm saying? Because he would not stop coming. I kick his ass out the studio. He come right back up. Kick his ass right back out. He come right back up. I said,
Oh yeah.
And then what happened after that? Tell them what happened after
I
that.
can smell the sagacity upon him.
And then after that, I brought all the white people over one night. We got Chop up to 1,000 on that channel. And he probably didn't need our help, but that was a little bump that he needed. I brought the white people.
Basically, he earned his spot over here, basically.
Yeah.
That's something to say for being relentless.
And I that's what I did. So next thing I saw, we found out is, I don't know if you know this or not, but there's a lady there that comes on our show. Her name's Michelle. She's handicapped. She's got MS. We're trying to get Chop to cut her hair. She lives in Houston.
Man, y'all crazy.
No, I'm dead serious about that. Now, Jim revealed the other day that he had a love baby with her, love child.
Ooh.
Now, Michelle, she's about 50 years old, and she's a lesbian now. I think Jim turned her gay. He talked about that on his show.
You live.
He's
on
real
another
sick
channel,
about that kind of stuff.
Crazy.
You live on another channel.
So they be lit on them.
Yeah, we talked to her. And here's the crazy thing. We were going to have a big birthday party for Michelle October 11th. But those Mormon people, this is true, Chop. This is crazy stuff. What they did is they raised $700 for her. And somebody went from Houston, a white lady went from Houston and dropped it off in her lap.
Oh,
she broke her computer. She used that money for something else. We couldn't get her on our party. We were going to raise her a ton of money. Those Mormons destroyed her birthday party.
Wow.
If they just would have bought her a computer, or just bought, instead of dropping that money in her lap, like they're the white savior or some bullshit, and actually bought her a computer or what she needed, she could have come on the Carson show and made even more money. But they screwed up.
If they were Mormons, aren't they supposed to value black people at a specific, capacity?
Yeah, you're right about that. That's a good point. But here's what I think that they are. That you bring up an excellent point. You're very well said. But they're trying to pretend that they're not. They're trying to pretend like they're good guys.
Wait, hold up. They're trying to change it up like Black Lives Matter.
Well, they're not the type that's going to knock on your door and leave, the Book of Mormon and talk about Joseph Smith. They're the kinds that are pretending that they're not in order to do something else, which is protect people in that community. So by giving people money, it kind of makes them something like that they're not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like some people in government or these certain charities that are bullshit. That's what they're doing. So you're like, oh, they're not that. But they really are. I mean, they've tried to infiltrate our show before, try to send over little worms to try to be moderators and stuff like that. We caught them a bunch of times,
And why they rock against y'all so hard? Simply because y'all exposed.
You ask a good question. One of the guys, that has this show is protecting a guy who potentially could have been gay with a kid who's missing. The kid's been missing since late May. Jim Terry exposed it. Jim Terry is a private investigator. So they're protecting him, and the church is protecting this kid. So when Jim exposed that as a private investigator, this man that is on that other channel, what he tried to do is he tried to fight some old man. So the old man says, I'm going to drive 2 hours from Nevada to Utah to fight you. 65-year-old man's going to fight a guy who's 40. The other guy from this channel no-showed and made him look like the biggest bitch in the world. So he started attacking Mr. X and Jim Terry. That's what happened. So that's what started the heat. They came on our channel. They started arguing back and forth. We said, we don't want anything with two grown men fighting. Well, the younger guy, the Mormon guy, did not show up to the fight.
Right.
He blamed us and he started coming after us. That's what ended up. There's a lot more to that, but that's the very gist of it. So since he was a bitch, we're the bad guys.
Yeah. It's a beef.
But there's also other stuff there's a missing person involved in this, and then there's Jim's a private investigator. And here's the other thing, and Chop knows this. When you start making a lot of money in super chats, and Chop's seen our show where those white women are ding 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 ding, they're putting money through real quick. There's nothing more that a hater hates seeing that, especially because if in that true crime community, true crime community, here's how it is, and I know this from the street. If I'm on the corner,
hold on. Every 2 or 3 minutes they getting like a 50 or 20. And I'm talking about every 2-3 minutes.
It's coming in fast. Money, huh? But here's how this works. If our show isn't true crime, it's more like Howard Stern, I guess, in some ways. But if our channel's getting money, that means the true crime channel that's out there that's actually trying to do something, they think they're actually trying to do something good, but they don't have any information.
Right.
That's money that they're not getting. That's how they look at it. It's like if you have $100 to spend on the shoes and you buy the Jordans instead of the Kobe's, even though they're all Nike, Kobe's not getting any money in his pocket. That's how they look at it.
Right.
But we kind of look at it like, well, the only person who really dealt with this missing person is Jim Terry. Why would you talk to anybody else who wasn't there? So people try to infiltrate it. They try to get in. There's just a lot of, I guess they call it tragedy pimps, for lack of a better term. And they try to say that about Jim, which isn't true. Jim's been involved in it, but, you know, Jim's real wide open, like Howard Stern, where he just say whatever he wants. And that generates the haters. You know, he don't care.
I mean,
he cares, you know, he'll say whatever he wants.
Yes, he speaks his truth. And so
yes. And the other thing that we're really into is we have a VIP Plus membership. We have a second channel too. And that VIP Plus membership is like a pay-per-view. So those people, I mean, we have the most hardcore pranks that we prank people in there. We have just special VIP member only shows. So that creates a lot of hate because people want this stuff for free. They say, oh, $6.99, that's more than Amazon. I mean, that's more than not Amazon, Netflix. But our stuff, if you're interested in that case, you're not going to get it anywhere else. So that also creates haters. Like, for example, Jim just had a phone call with a guy that was in prison who's one of the 3 people arrested for this missing person. You think Jim's going to give that out for free? It's like wrestling pay-per-view. You know, so then, well, why don't I get it for free? Why don't you do this? You don't care about this case. And all the while, these people try to destroy Jim's business, which is being a private investigator. They try to say, you know, put all this stuff that's not true about him. That's why I like coming over here, because first of all, we just scratch, like Chop said. And second of all, you guys don't mess with any of that stuff. Like, you guys could do true crime about something that's going on in Houston, but it's not the same old white person over and over, like the blonde hair, blue-eyed white girl that's missing that's 5. Like, there's other people that are missing too. So
it happens that often.
But that's what they go. They go from one story to another story to another story. But all they are these fat bitches who smoke e-cigarettes in their pajamas, and they got a big mole on their face, and they've never found anybody. And all they want to do is just gossip. So that's what we're doing. But here's the other thing. A lot of these women, this is what Chop is seeing, like the confrontation. Well, there's nobody who can trash talk better than us, especially to that group. Maybe Chop can.
Hey man,
but
I'm not gonna lie, they be talking shit over there, bro.
we talk so much but the women, like, it's like the Kardashians. 75% of our audience is women, believe it or not. They love it. And it's not like we're doing that on purpose. Like, hey, how can we?
I just dropped your second page in the chat.
There you go. Okay. So yeah, I appreciate it. So in the second page is, here's what we do. We just pop up live, and then just like this, and we might talk about something. I might be at Disney. Just talk about how stupid the people are there. I might go on a run to Dr. Buss's house. You know, there's a lot of other stuff. And sometimes it's just like a chat line, but a lot of these women, they like the drama. And sometimes the drama is real. It's not like we're saying, hey, we're going to WWE this.
It's a fuel for women. Drama is a fuel for women.
They like it. And you know, this is going to sound very misogynistic, but they like a strong man like Jim who's opinionated. Not strong, but like strong as in opinions and his convictions, that's not afraid to take shit. Because
That's on the black side too. That's on like black women like men like that too.
Like a strong, opinionated black man who's saying this is what's going on. Not somebody who's moist, not somebody who's wearing skinny jeans where you can see their dick through their pants. Women don't want that. Pants so tight my legs can't even fit through them. I'm not wearing that stuff. If I bend down and my pants split, that means it's too tight. That looks good on women. That's not for me. That's moist. And hey, listen, if you're into that, we have a lot of, this is another, you guys are going to probably laugh at this. We have a lot of LGBTQ community. We got a gay guy who comes on our show called Gay Sloth. He ate a stick of butter in under 40 seconds.
Yeah, I know him.
You know him? You know Gay Sloth? Yeah, Gay Sloth's going to take us on a journey into a gay bathhouse. I've never been there, but that's going to be part of the show one day. That's the kind of stuff we do. It's like Howard Stern.
Yeah, I'm going to let y'all have that one.
Well, you never know. I know that sounds crazy, but you never know.
Oh no,
I
know.
You know why that came up? Because everybody started talking about that Dahmer thing, and that all those shows are like, I've never really even thought about that, but I know that exists. What's that like? And it came up. The guy said he'd go. The guy said he would spend a night on Skid Row just to show us what it's like. I mean, these are the people that are loyal, and we love them. You know.
Yeah, well, That's respect. That's respect.
You know, that's what it's all about. So, you know, we talk a lot, and I got to stay behind this mask. That's why you've never seen my face. I mean, this is what I look like live on the show. This avatar is what I look like.
Yeah, a lot of people use avatars.
Exactly what I look like with
If
smoke.
you cam down right now, he gonna look just like that.
Well, I don't have the mask on now, but
No, I know, but I seen you.
You've seen me live on the show looking like that, and I'm the. Here's the other thing.
Look like a noir character.
Yeah, look like exactly. That's exactly what it is. Mr. X.
Right now, that's what he gonna have on.
I've never shown my face. Now everybody wants
avatar. That's how when he cam down, when he actually show him appearance, that's what he gonna look like.
Now, here's the thing. Now, you guys are going to laugh at this because I know a lot of people. That pedophile, the guy who got busted last week, I showed up in a full police officer outfit. And I said he has the right to remain silent. He has the right not to be a pedophile anymore. So I got my costume. I got my wardrobe. And Officer X showed up. So, you know, I got everything. I got nurse scrubs.
You impersonated a police officer.
Well, no, I work in Los Angeles. I have a police officer wardrobe. I didn't represent any police station. It said Officer X. So I told that man he's guilty of being a scumbag.
Okay.
You know, Magnificent Tyler. I mentioned Skid Row. Here I said this as a joke to a guy. I said, "What would you like to see Mr. X do? You know, would you like Mr. X to?" There's a hater that's up in the valley, up in Canoga Park. I was going to show up at his mailbox and just wait for him. He's got a PO box. I wasn't going to do anything, but I was going to offer to shake his hand because he said he wanted to beat me up for $10,000. So I said, I'll just show up to your place. I'll wait till you show up there. Or I said, or would you like maybe Gay Sloth to hang out in Skid Row? And I put up a poll of all these different ridiculous things. We got this one hot chick named Danny. Maybe she does a striptease. And some of the people were saying they wanted him to go down to Skid Row and spend a night there as like a challenge. I know that sounds crazy, but this is what these people like. We were going to stream live from there. He said he'd do it.
Okay, let's check it out. Now,
I mean, this is like some Howard Stern stuff. I know it sounds crazy, but people like this stuff.
That's straight up, of course. But the thing is, people, you know, look, with Skid Row, I mean, come on, because that's somebody's reality down there, though. In the word of Bun B, people sleeping on them corners.
So we're all here. We're all talking about something serious. We're all
avatars. Society felt they didn't belong. Now, who the fuck made it this way for us? Got all these little niggas selling their yay.
That's right. That's what I said. But could you imagine if we were having this chat? Could you imagine? So tonight you guys talk about spiritualism, right? Could you imagine if we were talking about homelessness and we were the three of us were in a corner while some dude was live streaming from Skid Row? I mean, what perfect content is that? Now, we're not trying to be disrespectful to everybody, but now you're seeing something that we're talking about. I think that helps. I'm not saying he should do it. I don't want to see this guy get hurt over that. But actually, the highest voted thing is they wanted me to go up and confront this guy. They want me to go to his mailbox. We got his PO box. We know generally where he's at.
Well,
this guy offered to fight me. He did a $10,000 challenge. He said, Mr. X or Jim Terry, $10,000 for a fight. So we said, okay, let's do it.
And you show up masked up, no identity.
Well, yeah, I'd show up to his place masked up, but they kind of know who I am. But we said we wanted it to be a state that's mutual.
That's where they get you shot, though. You know what I'm talking about?
There's a lot of people. California people are still wearing masks for the COVID stuff, so it's not that big of a deal.
Oh,
but here's the thing: mutual combat, like Texas has.
Yeah.
You can have a fight with somebody. It's almost like a duel where two men can agree to fight, and that way California doesn't have that. You fight and you get it over with.
Right.
And if he wants to be a man, but the thing is, this is what I told him. He's broke. He's behind on his child support. We know this about him. This guy's a criminal. I said, the only time you got money is after the 21st of the month when YouTube pays you. So if you want to come hard, let's talk about putting that money in escrow. But he don't have it. So, this is just a lot of drama. It's a lot of shenanigans.
Most people that charge $10,000, charge that type of money on YouTube, usually don't have the money anyway.
I showed $10,000 2 days after. I said, here's what $10,000 looks like, and here's what a Magnum looks like. A Magnum condom. Here's what mine's looks like. And then a week later, 2 or 3 weeks later, that's true, I did that. I did it on a show called Salty. 2 or 3 weeks later, on the 22nd, which, by the way, YouTube pays people on the 21st, as Chop will tell you.
Okay.
On the 22nd, now all of a sudden this guy had 10 grand that he could show. You know, he got paid a little something. He probably didn't make 10 grand. I mean, the guy goes live every night, so maybe he did make 10.
That was his money, though.
Well, the thing is, he only had it for that day. Then the guy's so far. The only reason that guy is not as far behind child support as he is
How you know it
because
wasn't
him and I
movie
were on
money?
his show.
How do you know it wasn't movie money? Because movie money looks like.
Well, it might have been. He flashed it so quick.
Of course, come on. Now it probably had for movie purposes, for cinema purposes only. You can put a real bill on the top, real bill on the bottom, and you got your stat. You got your video stat.
But you know, this guy's not in the film industry. He doesn't have a SAG card. He's not part of the Screen Actors Guild. He's not part of anything.
Anybody could get that. That's considered props. So you know what I'm saying, and you have to think about.
Yeah, he could get that.
So we're in the reality where there's so much private film production that is going on. So everybody can create a set, if you will.
Oh, I know it. Here's what these other guys do, Chop. They go onto that website Fiverr, FIVERR.com, Fiverr, where you buy things for $5. And they get a guy that looks like anonymous, and they try to pretend like they're anonymous now. And we know they're hiring some dude out of fucking Sri Lanka, you know, paying him $10. You know, they think they're being sly, but they don't realize Mr. X has been in this game for well over 20 years. And so, you know, we just say, hey, listen, instead of all the BS and all the stuff that we're talking about in this missing persons case, we got a guy out here who will do a lie detector test. Come out here, we'll pay for the lie detector test. Let's see if you'll fail or pass. And we'll do it on our show. Nobody will take us up on that.
Mr. X, are you a former freaker?
Freaker? What's that?
Somebody just you
Freaknik?
No. You said that you graduated 97. So I don't know if you was like a ex-hacker or something.
No, high school 97, college around 2001. So no, I'm just saying that because that's the generational thing. You know what I mean? You grow up in the 90s, and Chop and I are around the same time. You know, people are a lot softer. If you wore those skinny jeans to my high school in 1997, you'd get your ass beat.
Up to laugh at.
Yeah, you get laughed at if you wore some Champion shit. Now everybody's rocking Champion and paying $80 for a fucking Champion T-shirt.
No, I mean you might do that, and some fitted clothes would look okay. That's fine.
The thing is,
back to the days of like Zeke Havarici.
The
MC
thing is,
Hammer stuff.
You're looking at the value, though. You're looking at the value shifting. That's the most important part of all of this. Even, you know, right back to the.
I'm just talking about comfortable, baggy clothes, not clothes that are so tight my nuts are hurting. I mean,
go get
I don't
you
know
some
what people are wearing these
Jinkos
days.
then. Go get you some Junkos. Jinkos, what they call the joints.
I mean, I wore FUBU back then.
Skater pants.
I don't wear any of that. That's what's his name was wearing Skechers. I knew Kanye wasn't hard when he started repping Skechers. What a bitch. You'll never see. I want to see one woman out here.
Wait. Why would you think Kanye was hard? What was hard about Kanye that he presented?
He ain't hard. Look at his big face. He's soft now. No, I mean, this is what I got a serious question for the women in this chat. How many women want to see their man in skinny jeans? I mean, really? I mean, okay, so let's say that their man's, you know, he's fit. Maybe they want to see him in some nice fitted clothing, like a nice fitted suit.
Right.
Bespoke, as we call it. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm down with that. But some skinny jeans where they're so tight you can't even move?
I can't do it.
You're not going to see me then, Nat. Where am I going to put my gun?
I can't do it.
You won't see me.
You ain't got no gun in California?
I got a burner. You know what burner is? I got burner.
You got to throw away.
I got a burner. Don't worry about it.
Y'all got a question? Y'all, do y'all like to see y'all men in skinny jeans? I'm just saying. I think
no, they're laughing.
Said 1, 2, 3, not it.
Magnificent don't.
It's kind of a little fruity.
I mean, and hey, you know, some of the dudes that are wearing that, if that's what they're doing in, you know, in the LGBTQ community, I mean, like, I'm not judging it. I'm just saying, where I grew up in 97, if you wore that, I couldn't imagine. Here's the thing. People had beepers back then. People had, you know, Nautica. Those were the nice clothes back then. It was a little baggier. It wasn't MC Hammer baggy, but it was looser. Exactly. You know, so you can carry a little something on you.
That corny, that corny preppy stuff.
Well, that was big back then. I mean, you know, what am I supposed to do?
That stuff was goofy.
Well, you're younger than us. That's what it is.
I graduated in
Millennial.
97 too, bro.
No.
What you mean no?
You probably got out of high school in like 2007.
Damn.
Really, cuz? All right, whatever.
You're a young man. You look like a young man. Maybe I don't even know if that's you or not.
Well, you gotta say, I come from pretty people. You know what I'm talking about? I take care of
Okay, I can
myself.
understand that.
Rooted within wellness and health. You know what I mean? So
Now you got a
practice
beard.
what
The
I
beard
preach.
going gray. Maybe you are from 97. That'd make you around 44 too.
43.
43. Okay. Yeah, I could see you. I could see you in high school in the early 90s, maybe listening to some Nirvana.
Mr. X.
Oh my
Mr.
God.
X, you just gave it up, Mr. X.
What's that?
The whole black don't crack thing didn't hit you. You just
No, I mean, hey,
you just gave
you're
it up,
still
Mr.
looking like
X.
young
Damn.
man. Maybe you work out. I don't know. I don't know what you're up to.
You a pilgrim, man. Damn, you was doing good, bro. You was doing
You was a
good.
pilgrim.
Yo, you a pilgrim, man. You a whole pilgrim in here. You couldn't even catch that. You
Look at
didn't
me.
even catch
Look at my avatar. I'm blacker than you.
Yeah,
Oh
okay.
my God.
Look at my face. You can't even see my face. I'm so dark.
I could dig it. I could dig it, Jack.
Now, here's what you need to do. This is what I've been teaching everybody. You need to get a burner. Do you know what a burner is?
I already got one.
Do you got a burner, really? I got me one. Oh, that sounds like a Glock.
You heard that?
I heard that. He had it real close too.
Did you hear
He
that?
didn't even have to go anywhere. It was just right there.
Oh, never leave home without it, and it's always by your side. It's basically a pocket knife. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's a pocket knife. Okay.
Yeah, it's a pocket knife.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen you. I've seen you over there. I mean, you're hanging out with the white people at the Bass Pro Shop, looking at guns and stuff like that. You know,
Oh no,
you're not getting it where we get them.
I'm not. I gotta go to the south to get mine. Sunny side.
You going to swap meet? Is that what you said?
No.
Mine's louder than yours, man. Hold on. This is the one I got. Hold on, let me take the thing out. I got one of these.
Let's hear it. Oh, okay, yeah.
See, that's the thing I like about Texas.
Chopping
Texas
indeed.
open carry, right?
Well, you got to pull it back. You know what I mean?
I like that.
Chopping indeed.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
let me ask you: if Texas is open carry, you could just carry on your hip, right?
You
Pretty
think so, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
That's what they say. That's what they
Nah,
mouth say.
that kind you can't carry on your hip. You can't carry that one on your hip.
That with that little 9 you got.
You have to have a strap across that one.
Shit, that ain't no nine.
You have to. That ain't no handgun, buddy.
No, sir.
Is that an Uzi? What do you got there?
Nope.
That's an AR.
That's an AR.
Oh, you got an AR over there. All right.
You
That's
didn't
the
hear
real deal there.
you didn't hear the length of that?
No, I don't think I've ever fired an AR. Now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they one of the best ones on the market.
I would never own one.
Good luck getting that here, though.
I can't do it.
Why not?
If I got my handgun, like I said, it's a pocket knife. You know what I'm talking about? If I got an AR, that's a weapon of war. I can't have that. And you know what I'm saying? People get out of pocket the way that they are, and institutions and all this shit. You know what I mean? I'd rather keep it as civil as I can. And
Hey, man,
Let me ask you about an AR, and I'm not trying to sound stupid. I really don't know. Where do you go to shoot that at? Like, where do you go out in the
go to a
woods somewhere? Like,
range. You can shoot at a range.
you can shoot at a range, and that's not going to blow away half the people or anything.
It's a gun.
Nah,
It's a gun. You shoot all guns at the gun range. All guns.
I've never seen it. I mean, I've been some ranges here and in Vegas. Well, you could shoot a machine gun in Vegas, but
Yeah.
it's just
So if you can
a
shoot
little bit
machine
more
gun-
rare to see an AR, at least around these parts.
okay, AR is a step down from a machine gun. So
How much?
well, you know, you can go auto to semi, depending.
No, I'm
on
saying how much
the
to get
model.
one? 800, 1,000?
1,500.
$1,500?
It all depends on which one, the brand.
Around 16. Around 16.
Yeah.
If you going by the paper, if you going
See,
by,
now what I heard there, now hearing Chop having that, now I know he's not hard.
Okay.
Here's why I know that, because I wouldn't be allowed to have a weapon like that because I've been inside.
Okay. I've been
Okay.
inside. Well, I've never been in the penitentiary. I've been in state jail.
Yeah, you've been in state, so you're allowed. You still got your rights. See, I got it taken away from me.
but see, that's the thing. You just said it, right? You said, "Oh, I have my rights to your right to protect yourself." You had it taken away from you. I thought God gave you that right, and not
No, I
not
didn't have
not.
any rights taken away.
Not,
From me.
not
I
that,
got a
not,
burner though.
you got to you got to keep one. So that's the thing. But you right there, right? Just the subtleness of I had my rights taken
Well, that
away
was a
from me.
joke. I mean,
No, I get it, but we do play with that as like Freudian slips or something like that, or cliche terms that are considered to be just, you know what I'm saying, the norm. But if you think about it, that actually what happens.
And
We
that is.
we don't take upon our rights that we're supposed to have of worth of self and enacting our agency.
They'll take your rights away. I got a buddy of mine, okay? This guy came out with Los Angeles. Good guy. He had this fat chick he was dating, okay? And he got into it with her. She was a drunk. She's an Asian girl, okay?
Yeah.
Korean girl. And
Yeah.
her and him got into it. It was not me. Her and him got into a fight, right? They get into a little argument. He pulled her finger back. She called the cops. The guy went to jail for domestic violence. And they took away his rights to be able to have a gun forever. And this guy's like the most meek guy. He would never hurt anybody. I'm shocked this guy has a DV thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like now that's taken away from him. And he can't do any of this stuff because of one girl one time. And it's just like I can't believe. So like now he can never have a gun the rest of his life because of that.
Crazy. That's crazy.
And I just think about how and like I think that now this is a white guy I'm talking about too.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you know, like they're talking about like trying to take away anybody's rights for all these reasons. You know, I look into this a little bit deeper. Why can't he have a gun? He can't protect himself now.
But
He's not with that pig anymore.
This is where the responsibility of a citizen comes in. The people are supposed to be enacting a lot more influence over legislation and the government, but they permit private sector to, you know what I'm saying, be the key influencer with how things are developed. Well, isn't that acquiescence? And if that is acquiescence, then, you know, again, it's up to the people. Maybe they're not understanding what their role as a citizen is.
Well, here's the crazy thing. Right at the same time, okay, when this happened to that buddy of mine, Ray Rice knocked out that woman as hardcore as anybody could knock out. And I went to this dude. I just call him T. Mr. T is his name. I said,
Yeah.
Mr. T, Ray Rice knocked out that. It was a different state. He was in California. I don't know. Ray Rice was in Baltimore or something. I was like, Ray Rice knocked out that woman cold. And he could still have guns. He barely even went to jail. I mean, he missed a couple games. But how is it that you can't have a gun and you pull that girl's finger back and Ray Rice knocked that woman out cold? I guess it's a different state thing. I don't know. Or maybe he didn't have the right representation. Something happened.
I mean, in that regard, I think we should really view states almost like countries.
That's right.
You said it yourself when you went to Louisiana. It was almost like being in a whole different country. It was culture shock for you.
I mean, they got Napoleonic law there, which is not like anywhere else.
Right.
Like they don't have counties; they got parishes. It's like in Louisiana, New Orleans Parish is a lot different than, say, even next door Jefferson Parish.
Right.
Let alone somewhere in Texas, you go over the border.
Exactly.
Beaumont, Texas, or something like that. That's a different world.
So if that is how they operate, then it's like you playing that game where you're not supposed to play 100% by the rules. You can't advance to beat the game by playing the rules as the game tells you to play the rules. Put it like that.
I mean, going back to the earlier conversation, the rules are this. It's very simple. go to where the money is. If everybody's on your block is broke, chances are everybody's going to be trying to be broke and trying to get ahead of each other, and nobody's got anything. It reminds me of filmmakers that don't have any money.
But what does money mean to the people? You say go to where the money is. How do you tell the people who have been rooted in, I guess, survival as their existence? Now, well, you're broke, and they'll tell you, well, look, we getting by, and they're cool with getting by. How do you get them to value money differently? How do you get them to value differently?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't have answers for everything. I can't.
Yeah, because
I don't know.
It's easy to, you know what I'm saying? Go get the money, right?
Well, no, go to where the money is. If
right,
you know,
right. But
Sam
that
Kinison
means that you would be arriving there, understanding that you're tapping into something that you're going to have to develop, that you're going to have to give an effort to make manifest. Well, again, I think you're attacking this from one of who has high intention, and yes, all does have the potential to have such high intention.
Yeah, and somebody might say it's an elitist point of view. I can understand that point of view as well.
And that's nothing wrong with elitists. We need elitists. I think that's.
Have you heard the Sam Kinison bit about poor people in Africa?
Sam Kinison? What?
Sam Kinison. He was a comedian. He passed away. He was a preacher.
I know. Come on.
You're old enough. If you're 44, okay. So he's big in the 80s.
This bit.
So he did this bit about homelessness, and he did two different bits. He said the way to cure homelessness is you walk up to the first guy and you say, "You have any jobs? Do you have any skills?" And if the guy says no, you shoot him right in the head. And then the next guy comes up and you say, "You got any jobs? You got any skills?" That guy will tell you everything immediately that he can do. And he said that would end homelessness immediately. And he says people that are in some of these countries that they got flies on them. He said, listen, look at the ground. There's desert. In 100 years, this is still going to be a desert. Instead of us bringing food, why don't we take you to where the food is? Get the hell out of here. Come with us. We're going to take you where the food and water is. Now, he says it in a way over the top, ridiculous, probably un-PC manner. But what he's saying is actually true.
Yeah.
If you're in an area that has no food and no water and is depraved, let me take you to where the money, where the food, where the water is basically what he's saying.
Okay, but wait a minute. Also, if you got to look at
where the wealth is, where the opportunity is.
Yeah, you got to look at the politics in that, though. You have some of those areas. So let's say that we're talking about a specific area on the continent of Africa, right? One of the areas where you have some desert people, bush people, whatever, right?
All right. And
going through it. Well, ultimately, they're only going through it because more than likely there's some evil-ass corporation that is nearby, you know what I'm saying, fucking up their flow of life. Usually that's how it goes. Or some nation that's trying to interact politically around the area so that they can gain something. So if they're able to exist there on their own and not have no issues, why is it that all of a sudden they can't take care of themselves? If there was harsh conditions,
they can.
Okay, but that's the thing. You know, it's projected that folks in those predicaments actually need help. Okay, so let's say the flies on the eyeballs thing, right?
Yeah,
I remember seeing that as a child. I hated those fucking commercials. I hated them.
Kid all skinny, got a big, look like a human carcass. Yeah, I've seen that. Sally Struthers crying.
In the early 80s, them joints came on all the time.
Making people feel bad, so you give a few dollars.
Right, but we did not know that within 10 miles of where they were shooting those scenes, you had established cities. So it was nothing. I think it was primarily you got to ask the question: how is it that 10 miles creates such a large chasm of, quality of life?
Right.
How was it? I mean, because you wouldn't think that would be a lot. That's not a lot.
No, it's not. But that reminds me, you bring up a good point of, because I knew a girl here. She grew up in Inglewood. Her family grew up in Inglewood, and this, I'm not joking. This is the truth. And back in the 40s and 50s, some of those South Central areas were all white. Right. Okay, so here's what happened: the valley, the San Fernando Valley that you always hear about, like, North Hollywood, they started wanting to sell that property up there. So they moved all the white people. Here's the opportunity to live up there. When the white people went up there, what did they do with South Central? Cut all the palm trees down. And by the 1990s, you had what you had.
Right.
So it was about selling real estate and moving people and wish-washing them around. And eventually the cops were crooked. Next thing you know, it explodes in the 1990s. So sometimes it depends on property sales. It could depend on a lot of different things. And eventually got to a boiling point and it exploded with the riots.
Right.
Now, I might have my time frame wrong as far as when they started selling the property to the valley, but they wanted to move the white people up to the San Fernando Valley because they knew they would buy real estate up there.
Right.
And that changed that area for good. And so the girl that I know who came up in Inglewood, she said she could vividly remember when they were cutting down the palm trees. And they were cutting down all those trees to make it hotter, make it different. They weren't keeping up the places as much. Of course, now Inglewood has the $3 billion stadium and things change again. So how funny is that? There's no more land left. Things come back around.
I mean, but it all shows
40s, she's right.
It's also the fluctuation of value. It comes right back to, ultimately it comes down to what establishes the value of the worth of a people. What establishes it? And I mean, I think to go into that, it will cause some inadvertent introspection, because you have to set measure points, right? We don't have a unit of measure for things like this because we tend to operate, again, automatically.
Yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying?
Magnificent Tyler knows what I'm talking about in the chat. She's right. Compton was actually all white at one point.
Yeah.
And now we know from, our age, hip hop, 90s rap, Eazy-E, all that kind of stuff. It had a different, we grew up with that. So that's kind of what's in our mind. But in the people that are maybe our grandparents' age, if they lived in those communities, it would be different. So yeah, you're right. Why? Well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why, but I think some of it has to do with wealth. Some of it has to do with moving money around and making money. Spreading out. New Orleans, there's no place to go. You're in a bowl. I think that's the difference there.
Yeah, but if people can't get the understanding that they can be wealth generators, not necessarily just going to where it is. Let's say, okay, so right back to the worldview, right? The forced worldview that, expanding outside of the United States will give you. Looking at those other cultures, looking at those people, 10 people to a residence. A residence probably got maybe three spaces and a kitchen, right? So definitely so-called not enough space according to our standards, right? And then you look at what we have, and we're considered to be the poorest here, but we believe it because we don't know any other perspective of measuring our reality or our quality of life. Well, once you leave the United States and you see how the majority of the other world lives, like they say, on like $10 a day or something like that.
Yeah,
right?
like the Philippines or something like that. Yeah,
exactly. But you see a certain coagulation with their family. You see that they have you see a foundation intact. You see their rituals intact.
You're right.
Until Coca-Cola and Pepsi never move, whatever. But then then you start seeing the whole Americanism thing take over, and then that culture does what all the other ones does. You will be.
Well, I can tell you this: I'm probably one of the only people. I've never met anybody else but myself. Yeah. I've actually been to the Amazon before, like not the Amazon that you're going to buy some toothbrush off of, and get that shipped to your house, like the Amazon, South America Amazon. I got to tell people that these days because they think it's a place where you buy everything. So I've been down the Amazon, and that's exactly what I saw down there. The river, it's kind of poor. It looks like parts of Mexico. Brazilian Portuguese is nothing like Spanish, so it's a different culture, it's a different language, but there's a lot of families there. There's a lot of people, and there are tribal people there to this day. And they don't this. We're talking about an area called Manaus, Brazil, which is not the Rio de Janeiro of, it's not that. It's, this is the heart of the Amazon jungle. Right. And I've been there, and it's different. I mean, but it's what you're talking about without question. That's what popped into my mind. and it's certainly not Americanized. It looks like Europe down there.
Yeah,
I mean, what I would imagine like a Europe in a jungle would be like.
it's just a trip. I personally, I think that's what the United States does. It uses the context of America as it's a pamphlet, but they utilize it as a cultural eroding weapon, and not necessarily to erode the culture, but to shift the culture into one that is more suitable for United States market, right?
Yep.
And once that happens, though, it can only insert itself culturally. Well, what is the culture that it places there? Everything that is deteriorating the framework here. So if that's the case, you would think that, all right, you would think that it would stop. Like you remember earlier, you were saying that, well, people just move. If you just move to where the money at. Well, that's because you know.
Well, I mean, I know that's a very improper way of looking at it, but I mean, if that could happen, I mean, people got grandparents and people they take care of, but realistically, if that could happen,
I would say if one had high competence, if one had,
it's not going to happen. But right. My thinking is, when you got a hurricane coming that's a 4, maybe you should move. Well, and not move permanently, but like move out of the way of it.
Well, definitely, but okay, but wait a minute. That brings us right back to the religious, though. What's to say at what point people shouldn't believe? To the extent in which they do. Let's say that is what actually caused them to stay, having faith. But I don't know, saying perhaps.
No, if you have that much faith and you got hit with 4 hurricanes in a row and Katrina was the 4th one and you're up to your neck in water, I mean, their faith isn't working out at that point. Then you got to be realistic a little bit and say, hey, listen, my house here is technically 20 feet below sea level. This isn't going to work out well for anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, you're like, hey, what's going to happen when you put water into a bowl? Well, if you live at the bottom of the bowl, it's going to hit you.
Yeah, that's true.
Now if you live in Beverly Hills or you live in the west side of Los Angeles, or if you live in Compton, the weather is going to be 70 degrees all year. That's why the property is what it is. And that's why you're seeing people go back to those areas and try to re-inhabit those areas like Inglewood, because the perfect weather and there's nowhere else to go. You don't want to be up in the valley in Canoga Park where it's 150 degrees in the summer. So that's why they're trying to go back there. So it depends. I mean, every place has got a different scenario. People are going to Texas because they like their rights. It's wide open there. It's like what Florida is kind of now.
Yeah.
Everybody's having their rights taken away from us here, but it's perfect weather. So and the taxes are high. So what do you do?
Yeah, but Texas isn't built for this influx of cultures that's coming here, though. It's built for the people. It's built for the population, definitely.
Well, there's a lot of land out in Texas that's not being used. I mean,
exactly right.
I mean, nobody's talking. I joke about it all the time, but like nobody's talking about like I'm going to go over to Wichita Falls and take over. Nobody's talking about that place out there.
Well, you talking about purchase the entirety of Wichita Falls? Right?
Well, just like that's not like a hot point right now. Hey, like what's going on in Amarillo? It's hot out there right now. I can't wait to start getting in the farming industry. I mean, there's some places there that are just not going to be Dallas.
Just wait until they legalize cannabis out here. It's gonna be sick. It's gonna.
I didn't even know it wasn't
sick. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. They're working on it. You can tell that they're working on it. It's
plenty of places to grow it.
It's getting way more laxed than it was.
So you can have an AR, but you can't smoke a joint.
Say that again.
You can have an AR, but you can't smoke a joint. And here, you can smoke a joint, but you can't have an AR.
Yeah.
I mean, which one is it? I'd rather have the AR.
I don't know. Guns. Ugh. I'm a knife.
Well, and here's the other thing. I don't know if you can have that here because people are so packed tight.
I have an AR.
You got an AR? What are you in a bathtub? What the fuck's happening here? Look like you were in a shower or something.
Well, I know I'm finna hit the sack, but not here.
I'm gonna hit the sack too because Chop looked like he was beaten off or something. I'm getting worried here.
Hey, yo, thank y'all for the sharpening. I'll holler at y'all later. Peace.
All right, hit me up later. All right, Chop. Now it's the Mr. X show. I've now taken over officially. Now that you're in the shower doing God knows what. That was a good
The hell is you
conversation by
talking
that
about?
young man.
Man, ain't nobody but slow your ass down, motherfucker.
What did I do? Damn, you've been on for 6 hours. Damn.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm for the girl on here to get.
All right, get out of here. Let me tell what's up to my lovely, magnificent Tyler. See, she knew what was up. She's from out here. Seems like she's well-traveled. She knew everything about what I was talking about. You know her?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't know the magnificent Tyler.
I've never seen her before.
I don't think you can handle her.
She been up here before?
Got enough money for her.
She got a lot of money.
I don't know what she got, but I don't think you got enough money for her.
Well, she got the blonde hair. She's doing the yo-yo thing. I mean, I know who she is, but you know, I never met her.
I bet you would like to meet her.
I would like to meet her. Yeah. Obviously she knows a lot of stuff. Her and I have been in the same places.
Oh.
She wouldn't be able to handle this 9 I got. Don't worry about me. Take mines. Mines is too much. All right. Well, I'm going to peace out too. Then I'm going to let you go. Hey, how do we get you in touch with Jim? Did you hear what happened with Jim?
Man, that was the wrong number, bro.
With that 228 number?
Yeah.
Well, how about if I have him call you?
That's fine.
I mean, does he have your number or whatever or what?
I tell you what.
Put it in the back chat. I sent it to him, or do you want me to put his email and that way you can send it to him?
Yeah.
Or you could just contact him and say, hey, let me just do this.
Yeah, that'd be cool right there.
Yeah, I'll give you, because that way you don't have to give out any of your stuff, just in case there's some creeps out there.
That's a bet. But you can still you can still dock somebody through social media. I mean email. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and
Well, I mean, you got that. I mean, you at least have his email address, and then I could always, because I'm trying to hook you guys up. He's hard to pin down. I mean, we've had so much hate the last 3 weeks that it has, I don't want to say hurt our show, but it's taken away a lot of our time from our show. I mean, like, you have no idea the amount of people that are creating shows about us, because, you know, you heard how we talk. We hear how we're on the attack.
Right.
So, it's just like, I don't know if that happens with you guys or as much over here, but it's just like, it's almost too much.
Yeah.
That's why I got to get me an AR. Get me one. I might just fly in to buy one off you.
Hey, if you can do that, we can do that. We can definitely do that. I won't do that. Hell no.
I have a serial number filed off.
Take it to the pawn shop. But anyway, man, let me hurry we get on out of here, man.
All right, dude. Have a good night. I'm going to get out.
All right, bro. All right, chopping it up, man. This has been a good build. Mr. X came through, talking some shit, but he also laid down some jewels, you know what I'm saying? We will continue this tomorrow, man. We're gonna have another debate on this. Peace and blessings. Y'all have a good night.
Chop it up. This is Chop with Channel, the talk show. And it's the talk show. Chop it up. This is Chop with Channel, the talk show. Chop it up. This is Chop with Channel.